We cannot expect history to make exceptions in our case. Everybody who came from a lower to a higher position in the world at any time had to subject themselves to a form of collective discipline and unity. And they could not be scattered all over the place and achieve that container that is essential to all people, nationhood. And when you achieve nationhood, you must make an inventory of everything that goes into the making of a nation and have someone qualified to do all those things. One of the holdbacks is that we look for the glamour, too much glamour. Oppression depresses the ego, the sense of self-satisfaction. Now we have to go back, all the way back to self-satisfaction. And from self-satisfaction, there has to be group satisfaction. So while it is absolutely essential that you love yourself, because any love you have for other people is of no great value if you do not love yourself. And I'm not talking about ego washing just for the sake of ego washing. Every human being was put on this earth for a purpose and given a purpose by the Creator. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves, have we fulfilled our purpose? What is our mission? And every people on this earth must have a mission. And the main mission, as Malcolm X and others have told you repeatedly, and Garvey has told you, regain the land.
That's right.
Without land, there is no nation. Now, I am a little less enthusiastic about Nelson Mandela because he has not asked for the return of the land. When he came to power, the whites controlled 87% of all the land in his country. They still control 87% of the land. Until he called for the return of the land, I will share with you and trade with you as much land in Africa as you will trade with me in Europe. If I have no European land, then you have no African land. And when Africa is fully cultivated, when what in its land, the great agriculture, mineral wealth, gold, manganese, cobalt, when these things are cultivated, there should be no poor African and no hungry African. Now these things are being cultivated for other people. What I'm speaking to is the very concept of nation seems to have eluded us It will elude us so long as we ask foreigners to come to our country and do what we need to do. So therefore, when we take over a nation, we must have made an inventory of what goes of a nation. So many people have to be making shoes. So many people have to be making safety pins, hold your child's diaper together. We work railroad. And so many have to be designing the railroad and the railroad car. All the Japanese did is to take one automobile and break it down and begin to innovate, making different parts of it. And they put together, they had an automobile. So there's no mystery about things we're from, and we are doing for other people the same kind of thing normal would be doing for ourselves. Now, if we wanted to start a great garment industry, inasmuch as most black women have worked in the garment district one way or the other, one time on buttons, on clothes, on all kinds of clothes. They worked in the district for other people. Why can't they work for us? Why can't they work on our tutelage and we find the salary to pay them? We all wear clothes. Now, there's no argument about the fact that we need clothes. And when we take over a nation, you need people who know metals. You need people who educate. You take that inventory, make sure you have those people either in training or functioning, and let each one train one. What we need to look at is the model for a nation. You have to have people who can do everything that's necessary to maintain a nation. We have to stop sickness between us, because our oppressors not think anymore are the other. If we came together in as much as we are strategically located people in the world, meaning there are more of us in different places in the world than other people. I did not say that we are numerically larger than other people. Oh, something's happening. But we are strategically located, for if we brought all of this together in a great Pan-African union based on the land, based on the possibilities of our agriculture and our mineral wealth properly marketed by us, but properly mined by us and refined by us on our own terms, we can be a self-sustaining people. And we don't have to take over other people in order to do it. We are the only people fortunate enough, endowed with land and talent. If we took it all back and used it for ourselves, we would have more than enough for ourselves and enough to sell to other people. And if we're willing to deal with other people on that kind of basis, there's no use of us sacrificing our young people in stupid wars that don't have to be fought in the first place. But we can come together in honorable trade. Let's take one entity. Let's take the Caribbean islands. If it came together in honorable trade, they can be self-sustaining in food. In the area that used to grow food, you got supermarkets, condos, and golf courses. None of these things are doing the Caribbean people enough good to be worth sustaining. In Bermuda, they had a red onion. They had a monopoly on the onion. A Texan came, put some in his suitcase, and started an onion industry in Texas. Now the same Texans, the same, sell Bermuda onions, red onions, to the people of Bermuda. Now they got to go to a Texan now to buy their own red onion. And the land they used to grow their red onion is now either a golf course, a condo, or a big supermarket area. When people take away from you the right to, not only the right, but the ability and the right to sustain yourself, they take away from you what is vital to the concept of nationhood. Vital to the concept of nationhood, you have to feed yourself. You have to educate yourself. You have to defend yourself. But if you've got gold and iron ore to the extent of the need of the West, and they cannot get it from you by war, then they'll make some honorable terms to get it. And those honorable terms between you, they've got something you need, you've got something they need. And this exchange creates a zone of peace, because you cannot fight each other and keep that zone all at the same time. We have to understand the structure of nations when the Asians first, then the Europeans, came into Africa. Now, in my African course 1, I teach these beginnings. Now I will probably go further, because now there's information on the Sudan and its connection with Egypt that didn't exist. What made Egypt a state? Bringing together a much-needed labor supply, developing the goods, the services, that they would be able to feed all these people. And because they could sustain them, food and housing, and could bring them together for religious fervor, all of this coming together, the lower and the upper Nile, made a state. They had to organize in some kind of protective fashion to become a state and to relate to the states in the South that was the basis of their origin. And they came together, Upper and Lower Nile, and formed a country that the Greeks would call Egypt. And in their writings, in their folklore, in their myth, they created so much of the literature that will go into the literature of the world's 3 major religions, and that will go into the making of what the European calls civilization. What you forget in looking at Europe, and this is why people get away with so much, we don't look at the chronology of Europe. And when you look at the chronology of Europe, they began to emerge around 850 BC. What was happening in Africa, 850 BC? Egypt had spread itself so thin, it was now threatening. On the eve of the 25th dynasty. Now, look at the dynasties of Egypt. After the 25th, there was nothing left worth being called a dynasty. That was the last walk in the sun when the brothers from the south moved up north and showed Egypt how to control a nation one more time. That last walk in the sun ended thousands of years of civilized living. And why could Egypt sustain such a large population over such a large area? It had a suitable food supply. It had a suitable housing supply. It had a spiritual life that did not offend the people or put one against the other. It already had every element that would go into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Different people with different approaches to the religion made different things out of it. And some made God ungodly. That is true of Eastern religions also, because in the Hindu faith, they speak of the sacred cow, but not the sacred human being. So they're off too. Then people got into a habit of making comparative studies of their respective chosen gods, which was the worst thing they could have done, given the circumstances. If you look up the word God in a good etymological dictionary, God itself means different things, but none of the information about any of the gods gives them the right and the privilege of cursing anybody, because gods do not curse. And people must get this through their skull. Gods do not curse. Gods do not favor. The very word God eliminates that. Now, with the coming of foreigners to Africa from Western Asia, people not too certain about who they are in the history of the world, then or now, they began because they could not handle an African way of life. They were not equal to that kind of communalism. They became grabbers, created the embryo of what would later be capitalism. Now, you think capitalism will resolve if you got enough money. But if you got the money you wanted, you would have to cheat somebody, because that in itself creates an imbalance. So there is nothing wrong with capitalism properly used. It has to be used for the people and not against the people. And I do not believe it is impossible for capitalism to be democratic and to be honest and still survive. Yes, you have people who want super profits. and they began to destroy the sovereignty of other people and other nations. And when they take away your sovereignty, your responsibility, your very being, essence of your political life, then they take away so much that goes with your spiritual and physical life. We have not talked enough about culture and the role of culture in sustaining a people. You have to first recognize you have culture separate and distinct from that of your oppressor, and that so much of that culture comes out of your trying to live in an atmosphere not exactly created in your favor. You are adjusting to somebody else's culture and somebody else's habits. A people, by virtue of living, creates a cultural style. It creates even a killing style. This is why I didn't believe the thing about O.J. Not that black men don't kill, they do. They don't kill that way. See, physical mutilization in that way is part of the killing style of another people, mostly Mediterranean whites. Sometimes we are passion killers. If an African man says, I'm going to kill you, if you avoid him 24 hours, you can end the whole thing. He changed his mind. So if you're going to kill you, he had to kill you right away, or leave you alone. See, when people study styles, approaches of other people, so many blacks who gone to their grave for things they did not commit could have been saved, because that approach is not our approach. We don't stay around and play over the dead body. You're dead, you're dead. We're gone. And so when people study that, a whole lot of things, sometimes we'll charge you of. They will go, that's not exactly the way we do it. We're passion killers. Gonna kill you right away. Gonna let you go, but let you go right away. And we just don't hold grudges as long as some other people. I lose sense of the possibilities. I'm still talking about nationhood. What do you have to do to sustain a nation? What are the responsibilities? People must be fed. Things must be distributed as close to equal as possible. People must be educated. And so when you gain control of a nation, all these things must be in your hands. And if they are in the hands of your former colonial master, you are not sovereign. You are not free. Now, Jamaica, if it had it together, had its political house in order, its cultural house in order, it could sustain all the islands in the Caribbean Sea. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica being a sustaining island. It's the largest. It has the largest number of technically trained people for the kind of age in which we live. So we have to start reconsidering things and develop frameworks that will leave different people sovereign but dependent as others will be dependent on them, and an exchange of what one has got. Now, Jamaica can make enough potatoes for all the islands, if it would. And yet some of the islands are sent to the United States paying 3 times more for potatoes. We have to come together as a people, supporting ourselves, educating ourselves, and estimate how many shoes we need, and if we could just sell half of the shoes, we can estimate the profit. And it could be tremendous. What I'm trying to say is that we shouted nation time too soon. We shouted nation time before we understood what goes into the making of a nation, before we made an inventory of the needs of a nation to make sure we have on hand the technicians, the supply lines, the educational system that could sustain a whole nation. Until you get that in focus, you are sovereign. You are not sovereign. No matter how many limousines your president rides in, or how high the flag, it's nothing going to make you a nation except self-reliance. And when we look at Du Bois, Booker Washington, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, all these men were saying basically the same thing using different words. And it was not a problem. It was not a problem of one or the other. We needed all of them in the time slot that the Creator put them on the earth. For each message carries on from the other message. One is reinforcing the message of the other. Now, if we knew this, the Congo situation would be such a situation. We knew when it came to power superficially, we knew that was one of the richest spots in Africa. So what are we going to do with our people who can take that rich spot and transfer it into a great and powerful sovereign nation without taking the rights of any of the people in the nation? I am excited about what's happening in Zaire, now renamed the Congo. But I think too many people after Lumumba, after Mobutu, have about the same ambitions as Mobutu. And I hope those people won't just create another dictatorial power. In this country, which is so rich, and maybe the richest single country in all Africa, in gold, manganese, and copper, but rich in agriculture to the point they can rent the Germans a piece of land more than equivalent to the state of Delaware just for a rifle range. In the first place, I don't know why anybody should let another nation have a rifle range of that size in its own country. That is part of the usurpation of the sovereign rights of the people of the Congo. Some parts of the Congo are so rich agriculturally, they have to put halters on the cows to keep them from eating themselves to death. In my last trip to that country, I got with a Congolese intellect. We went to a place called Kiev. Here the grass is so green and luscious, you have to stop the cows from eating, or they eat themselves to death. We got some of that same grass, went back to the hotel, cleaned it, and ate it as a salad. It was a decent salad. We were eating as good as the cows. What I'm trying to point out, if this country is that rich agriculturally, there is no excuse why anybody in that country should be hungry. And yet there are people there hungry. One of the biggest thieves in the Congo was one of Jack Onassis' personal friends. I won't call him a boyfriend, but he was a personal friend. But he let Mobutu steal a lot so he can steal even more. And he's still walking around without a scratch. In what is now Zimbabwe, that used to be Southern Rhodesia, Ian Smith controlled his personal land in that country is larger than the state of Delaware. Here's a man that killed thousands of Africans. And when the rebels left the field and let the politicians make peace, he's now a part of the parliament. His office is close to that of the president of the country. He should have been killed the first day. Now the African is not only hospitable to strangers and invaders, he's merciful, and sometimes more merciful to them than to his own. Many of the Africans are not willing to forgive the atrocity that had demeaned their continent for well over 200 years. They're not willing to forgive. When did white people forgive? Did they forgive the Nazis? Hold on. They went to Nuremberg and put them on trial. And the key ones got hung if they didn't commit suicide ahead of time. I think we need to look at the word forgiveness, look at the word state, and understand what we mean by it. We're letting people go who murdered our children and to walk away scot-free with a confession. How much are we supposed to forgive? There are some things I do not forgive. There are some things I cannot forgive. And when I saw my mother for the last time in a Jim Crow wooden stinking hospital in the South, and she asked for a glass of water, and the white nurse wouldn't let me give her a glass of water. And I don't know whether a glass of water would have prolong her life another hour or another day. But she was entitled to some water. When I tried to pour it for her, the white nurse let me know that I was not an employee there, and she's the one who decided who gets water. And I only hated hospitals. I hated sometimes the personnel in hospitals. I get a feeling in my stomach every time I go near one. I did not forgive, and I never will forgive. There are some things I think it's best to try to forgive and forget. But what they're asking of us is what has never been asked of another people. When Europeans catch a European bandit on their land and kill him or drive him away, we have caught some bandits in our land. And sometimes, in fact most of the time, especially in South Africa, we should do the same thing. When Nelson Mandela came to power, whites controlled 87% of the land. They still control 87% of the land. Now, the agreement that he's contemplating making with Buthelezi, the most important thing, it will give different people in South Africa back their traditional land, if he can get away with this kind of treaty. But with sentiment serving such an important part in Africa, I think Africa will sentimentalize it to the point where they're going to say, let them keep the land on these terms. And if you get it, if they can get it in one term, then they'll take it on another term. It's just if you catch somebody on your land, they have to leave or stay only on your terms. And what's being asked of us and the commission in South Africa, partly headed by Bishop Tutu, is to forgive and forget. And people now can come before us and confess, finding machine guns at Africans at Soweto. And that other atrocity. Women, children, dead, gone. And I can't, and I must forgive. It's a little too much. I am at heart a Pan-Africanist, and I want to conclude my remarks on the score of Pan-Africanism. We need not separate ourselves based on who's from little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea, who's from Africa, who's from Georgia. Late at night, when you're trying to get a cab at Kennedy, nobody cares where you are from. If your face is black, you're going to have a difficult time getting that cab. And I've been in this situation, and I thought of Johnny Johnson, a black multimillionaire. His chances would be no better than mine, maybe less. He's taller, equally black, and the cab driver might be a little afraid of him. And the cab driver might take a chance with me. So I hang there. I'm passed up about 7 or 8 cabs that pass me by. Then a brother comes along. He knows that from Kennedy into town is about $25, really. Brother, I'll take you, $50. So the brother comes and takes advantage of the situation, cheats you, takes you home. So he's become a crook among crooks, but a different crook. He knows when he looks at you, ain't too much you can do to him, you know. Size things up, you know. So he'll take you. Then you don't always get a brother to come by and take you. Man, you wait and let some independent car hustling up a little money will take you into town. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about nation. If you are part of a total nation, if you are a citizen of a total nation, then this don't supposed to happen to you, because your citizenship is supposed to be on the level with other citizenships. And what is it now, right now? You can go into an African bank, and if you're not first in line, whites will be waited on in preference to you, because the mind has been controlled, oriented in such an extent it still follows colonial instructions 30 years after the physical presence has been gone. But we have to think in the framework of nation. What is a nation? What goes into the making of a nation? And we must have on hand every item, spiritually, culturally, and politically. And we have to lose our sentiment about so many of others who are not of us, who are not delivering, but who are prancing, playing games with time and situation. Things began to move more and more towards some form of correlation. People sometimes misunderstand the nature of commitment. In the case now of Betty Shabazz, I said, I will pray, I will do this. A good physician trained in how to handle a burning case can do more for her than 1,000 people on their knees. I'm not against people being on their knees, but I'm saying that while you're on your knees, somebody else will have to be doing something else, more concrete, where the proof, the results, is more apparent. It's not one or the other, but each in its own place, doing the job it needs to do. And too many times people train for jobs don't get the jobs they are trained for among us, and we send away to get someone else to do that same job. We have to work well with each other, and I call Tommy to a Tom. Sometimes you're going to have to Tom a little bit to a Tom in order to get things done. I don't think we know each other quite as well as we should. And many of us think, because of separate geography and colonial masters that differ, there is a great deal of difference between the different approaches to different ones of us based on background. Our enemy don't think no more of someone from an island, or someone from Georgia, or someone from Carolina. You don't think no more. And so we have to stop all this nonsense, dividing ourselves based on sororities, fraternities, and social organizations, or what little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea that gave us birth, inasmuch as we had no control over any of it. And when the people are out of power so long, they long desperately for power. And when they get close to it, they panic. And they spend so much time literally giving it back to the person who had it in the first place. We have to, if we are going to follow prescription, which I've laid down, Pan-Africanism or perish, if we cannot develop a concept of an African world union and participate one to the other, we might as well go out of business as a people, because nobody is going to respect anyone who are not the masters of themselves, feeding themselves, educating themselves, and protecting themselves. There is no European solution for your problem.
I know that's right.
Even if you join them in capitalism, you are a servant of capitalism. You don't have to join them in socialism. Well, you had that before they had shoes. You had that all along. All you have to do is to develop a socialist system that will take into consideration our total culture, our religious commitments, our spirituality. And we have to understand, before the rise of Europe and the occupation of Africa by Europeans, all of the killing, there was no killing, genocidal killing of Africans against Africans. Prior to this period, the one war in Africa that caused the largest amount of casualties was the Zulu Wars, lasting from the late 1700s to the middle of the 20th century. But wars to keep the European out of Africa. I'm saying that we have to accept some responsibility for stabilizing the Caribbean islands, the whole continent of Africa. We have to have some kind of method of dealing with the Arabs and Islam, because no one came to Africa to do African people any good, and that includes the Arabs. And there's a good library of information on the subject, but if people don't want to read it or consider it, that is not exactly my fault. But nobody came to Africa to do Africa any good. Among the other things I'm working on is the role of the missionaries in conquest, showing you that the Hebrew missionary was mainly commercial and still is. Christianity is mainly commercial and still is. Did you hear how many priests in the Congo? Over 10,000 priests in the Congo. Why is it that you can get guns to kill each other when you can't get farm equipment to feed each other? Why are you so easy to get guns? You don't manufacture no guns. Why can you get them so easy? And why are you so difficult in getting farm equipment and basic things to teach kids basic technology? What I'm saying in conclusion, that our children should be trained from birth for some form of leadership. find out what he can best do and make sure that he has a chance to do that particular thing and make a contribution to the total of the people through that particular thing that he gets done best. I'm afraid we're going to have to come together among African people. Some we may not like, and some may not like us. But we're going to survive. All of us are going to have to come together into a great Pan-African union. I think a union of committed Africans will save all Africa. And because we have no desire to conquer the rest of the world, which wouldn't make sense anyhow, we'll make a contribution to the stabilization, not only of Africa, but the whole world. And we did it once, and of course, we can do it again. And I thank you.
And we thank you, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And we thank you. Let's give Dr. Clarke a warm round of applause. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Dr. Clarke, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
John Henrik Clarke, Thomas Hunter Professor Emeritus from the Department of Black and Puerto Rican Studies, a preeminent scholar within dealing with African societies and African and Afro-American culture and history. Without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Professor Clarke. His topic, Spiritual and Human Values in African Societies Before the First European Contact.
Thank you very much. I will begin by acknowledging the fact that we live in a European conceived intellectual universe, and anyone who tackles a subject of this nature goes against that fact. And this is an ingrained fact, the fact of living in a European conceived intellectual universe. And this concept of a European conceived intellectual universe became very firm in the 15th and the 16th century. And it deals with a principal decision that Europeans made during the 200-year turning point in their history when they came out of the Middle Ages and made a decision on world dominance. They remembered the almost 1,000 years of Islamic Arab domination of the Mediterranean and Spain, starting with the rise of Islam after the fall of the Roman Empire, and they were blocked from free entry into the Mediterranean. And Europe had to literally feed on itself. And so they had a one-dimensional intellectual diet, a one-dimensional cultural diet. They were people whose resources had to come mainly from Europe. And when Europe has only Europe to turn to, Europe is poor indeed. But each time Europe builds an empire, Europe has the ability, the gall, and the nerve, and the muscle to reach beyond Europe and to take things that does not belong to Europe. Now, in the period after the Crusades, Europe found itself still people poor, resource poor, and land poor. It had survived the Crusades, it had survived the famines and the plagues. It was getting itself together, but they were still blocked from the free use of the Mediterranean by the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers, still controlling Spain and still in control the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. Now, they would hold this position, meaning the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers. They would still hold this position solidly for another 50 years. But arguments between the Africans, puritanical Africans, and backsliding Arabs, because Islamic denominations are becoming corrupt. Two military groups then controlling the Mediterranean and Spain after Portugal had gotten from under the yoke. The Almoravids and the Almohades had permitted Portugal to free herself from the domination. But this weakness brought on by internal strife by Europe's enemies, the declared infidels, had weakened their hold on the Mediterranean to the extent that Portugal attacked a part of Africa, 1550, a little plot enclave in Morocco called Ceuta. It's about the size of Central Park or smaller, but that's not significant. The significant thing is that for the first time, almost 1,000 years, Europeans had drawn the blood of Africans. And they had invaded the territory of the hated infidels. Now the Europeans called the Muslims infidels, and the Muslims called the Europeans infidels. All right, now, this is a condition, the condition of calling people infidels is a condition of the creation of people outside of Europe. The Africans never refer to people not of his religion as being an infidel because he did not belong to a religion not of the Africans' creation. But now, 1450, with the Castilians asserting themselves, 1455, with the Pope telling Spain and Portugal, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. Literally, you need not feel guilty for what you do in the slave trade. 1455. Now you have two trends in history. One that history has forgotten. At the same time, this drama is unfolding in the Iberian Peninsula. There are great independent states inside Africa, inside Western Africa, the Western Sudan. The state of Songhai is in great shape. And it's about to get one of its two greatest rulers, two of the greatest rulers Africa would know in the last 2,000 years. Soni Ali is about to come to power. He's going to be followed by Muhammad Ituri, known in history as Askia the Great. So all Africa didn't fall at one time, and there would be independent states of great magnitude 200 years into the slave trade period. But now, 1482, an expedition sailed down the coast of Africa and demanded the right to build permanent fortifications. And they built a castle called Elmina, or the Mine. In this expedition was a little-known sailor, Christopher Colon, later known as Christopher Columbus. And he said in his diary, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. What was he doing up and down the coast of West Africa for 23 years? He was obviously in the early Portuguese slave trade. Another lecture, another time. But once we examine Christopher Columbus, he will stop being the Western hero that a whole lot of people think he is. All right, that's not significant for now, except that he encountered African sailors who had already gone to the New World. And they told him a few things that helped him when he finally went. The important thing is that Europeans made a decision once they got together. And that is, whosoever ruled the world is going to be one of them. They had lost sentimental attachment to themselves. They had lost sentimental attachment to the world. And they had the cooperation of the church in sanctioning what they did. And the church assigned the Knights of Malta and the Knights of Genoa to look after the church's interest in the trade. So now, with the Europeans out to colonize most of the world, they began to colonize information about the world. This is the beginning of the concept of a European conceived intellectual universe. From the 15th and the 16th century on, the way we look at the world, the way we look at people, the way we look at history, the way we look at the Bible, the way we look at God would be through concepts laid down by Europe. The concept of everything good being white and black being evil and Asian being diabolical, Fu Manchuism, is now about to start. And they are now going to set in motion an image that's going to come down to the present day. It's going to reflect in textbooks, going to reflect in movies, going to reflect in cartoons, going to reflect in the mass media to such an extent that the victims are going to believe it. It is going to be whitewash, brownwash, blackwash to such an extent that it's going to take over the mentality of the world. They're not only going to convince themselves that it's so, they're going to convince those who suffer from it that it is so. And this is how it all started. Now, let us look at that world before, thousands of years before this happened, before there was any European at all, before the word Europe was used. It is hard for you to conceive, but there was a time when there was no Europe at all, when there was no state at all, when the Greeks had no name, when England had no name, there was no England, there was no Roman state or no Rome, when there was no Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. There was a time in the world there was no Moses, was no Adam and Eve. And none of these things had existed. And the mythology out of which these things came hadn't been exposed to the people who copied them from others and made them part of the myth and the literature of the world. There was a time when this had not happened. Now let's see if we can look back and see what happened during that time, because it seems inconceivable to most people that right and wrong was figured out before the European came to tell people that something was right and something was wrong. And nations lived thousands of years before, lived in sometime in war, sometime in peace, but mostly in peace, didn't know that a European existed. And those nations that became European nations were those nations closest to Africa in Western Asia, Rome and Greece. All right, take into consideration, because this is a fact, Ethiopia and Egypt is mentioned 80 times in the Bible. England is not mentioned once. Poland is not mentioned once. Germany is not mentioned once. Russia is not mentioned once. No nation in the Scandinavian countries mentioned once, because these nations did not exist at the time. All right. If any Scandinavian schoolboy or any person of European descent, any place in the world, can claim Greece as his or her intellectual heritage, and when his or her country did not exist at the time of Greece, and yet Africans are questioned when they claim Egypt as their intellectual heritage, and their respective countries did not only existed, but some of the original population that settled in Egypt came from their respective countries. Now, the relationship of the Romans and the Greeks, especially the Greeks, the relationship that they had with the people across the Mediterranean, and not with the people of what became Europe, because what became Europe wasn't functional at the time. Now, I can make a better case for Greece being a part of Africa than you can make for Egypt being a part of any place except Africa. Because physically, Egypt cannot be found any place except in Africa. And Egypt never had any consequential relationship with anybody in its early development except within Africa itself. And what we need to deal with is the Nile Valley, which stretches 4,000 miles inside of Africa. And we need to deal with the migrations down that river, and we need to read the early literature of the Egyptians themselves. We also need to remember that the ancient Egyptians never called their country Egypt. Thousands of years before the Greeks slapped the name Egypt on the country, in their own literature, the Papyrus of Hunafa, they said, we came from the mountains of the moon at the headwaters of the Nile, where the great God Happy dwells. The God Happy is still one of the ancient African gods, sometimes worshipped to this very day. Mountain worship is still prevalent in some parts of Africa. But this is where the God Happy is supposed to dwell, like among the God people that I have lived among. That God lives in a lagoon. So if they want to pray to their ancient God, they go by a lagoon in fresh water. All right, now, if you understand the migration down the river, and the fact that the lower, upper Nile means Ethiopia, Uganda, and the like. Lower Nile means where Egypt is today, and that the river is a contradiction, and that it was an ancient highway, a great cultural highway, bringing people in and out, and that throughout its history, the great fortunate circumstance of the people who became Egypt is that this constant flow of people kept renewing its energy, and that the nation state of Egypt was a culmination of several civilizations from the Tigris and the Euphrates, because no one would have created a civilization as great as this without having a replica at home. Then you would have a model at home. You would not create a civilization this great some other place without first creating one at home. And the Europeans would not have come from under all of that ice to go all the way over to Africa and create a great stone civilization, then go back into Europe and live 2,000 years in barbarism before they make a good European shoe or live in a house that had a window. So now, when you put logic to the situation, the whole idea of Europe having anything to do with it becomes utterly ridiculous and becomes even beyond laughter. All right, now, let us look at this early river civilization, because nearly all civilizations were river civilizations, and look at the social thought of this river civilization, then before we go to the other river civilizations. All right, now, I am not saying that this was the only great river civilization. I'm saying that this was the first of the great river civilizations of the world. I am not downgrading the great river civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm saying that this might have been the second of the great river civilization, the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm not downgrading the river civilization of the Ganges or any river civilization. I'm saying that in chronological sequence, this one might have been the longest. This was positively the longest in its life and contributed the most to the other civilizations of the world. All right. Now, when you look at Southeast Africa, Northeast Africa, present-day research, obviously, the research indicates that the concept of early man started in this area. The concept of organized societies started in this area. Now, if organized societies started in this area, there must have been a crowding or difference of opinion that caused people to move down this river, down this cultural highway, to ultimately settle at the lower end. But there were people settling all along. Now, if you read Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, the second chapter, Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, one of the better chapters written on the subject, or John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, and read his chapter, Ethiopia and the Evolution of Civilization. There is a wealth of material on the southern African origins of the people called Egyptians. Now, in order to get across the illusion or the out and out lie that Africans were not the creators of Egypt, white scholars, if they can be called scholars, had to ignore white scholars who have done masterful work in the field that you never see them quote or refer to at all. Gerald Massey's masterwork, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes, Natural Genesis, 2 volumes, Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. Massey devoted 40 years of his life to this single book, and he spun a generation of new scholars, especially in England. Alvin Churchward, whose book Signs and Symbols of Primordial Men is still a classic work. And in the United States, a fine scholar, still being ignored by American scholars, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, whose excellent work, Who is This King of Glory, may be one of the clearest works ever written on the Christ story. And his second great work, Shadow of the Third Century, dealing with misconceptions of Christianity, but also dealing with the African intellectual father of the church, St. Augustine, and St. Augustine's opinion of the council meetings at Nicaea, who said that it makes him laugh. Because he said, these people are arguing about a religion we had all along. St. Augustine is clear about the fact that there was nothing new about Christianity. We had the Africans had the same religion under another name long before Christ. But Boyd Kuhn is not read, and 3 new books by after he died, Canons of Faith and others. The Health Science Group in California has published 3 of his books posthumously. But they don't read it. But other than that, there are other works written and published by Europeans, among German writers writing on the same subject, still ignored. The early German writer A.M.E. Heeren, the 6-volume work listed at Heeren's Research, his 4th volume, he's written a history of an economic history of the ancient world. His 4th volume, a history of the commercial trade intercourse between the Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Carthaginians. Excellent work. And if you could find it, if you could find the 6 volumes in a rare book store, if you get them for $500, you get them at a bargain. I bought the 6 for $75 because the book dealer, Sam Wisner, just happened to be in town, and I've sent him so many customers over the years, he just let me have them for 75. It's rare that you would even find them for sale. Or somebody died and somebody closed out an estate, and the people who own this estate don't care too much for books anyway, so they, that's about the only way you get a copy,
It's not in publication because it's so explosive?
It has not been republished. It's not only deals with Africa, deals with Western Asia, deals with early ancient Europe. So Heron's research, that's Herren. This is the early German writer. The second German writer that's ignored by the Western academic community is Henrik Clarke. Clarke went out with British expedition in the 1850s, 30s, because his work appeared in 1850. And Blumenbach, alleged father of sociology, anthropology, one of them. Well, the British had a poor expedition. They didn't have much money. They wanted one man to do 3 jobs. So he sent this brilliant student who could read all kind of languages and, all kind of skills. He was a botanist, and then he was a good draftsman. And Bois was so thorough. Each time he come to a place, he would draw the plant life, the animal life, the roads, what kind, the river, which way it's flowing, dress. He was thorough. And he could read Arabic and translate it and digest history of the Tuaregs, the histories of the different kingdoms. And some of the English, most of them died, but Bois lived. He was healthy as he could be when he came back. And the British had promised to publish his findings. And by the time he got back, the British group that promised to publish was no longer in power. They politically had lost, but they had promised to publish his findings, so they published it in a limited edition called the Temple Edition. That's 5 volumes, and that edition went out, but it was published again in a 3-volume work. I do not own a Temple Edition, and very few libraries own an edition. I've only seen three volumes of the Temple Edition, and I failed to buy them because I didn't see the other 2, and it was a great mistake.
So we're in the midst of historical cover-up. It's been going on for several hundred, at least.
It was 500 years.
At least.
500 years. Van Sertima called it the 500-year room. That our history has been locked into a 500-year room. But Henrik Clarke went through inner West Africa, the kingdoms, and he wrote a digest history of these kingdoms as an appendix for, I think it's volume 2 of the 3 volumes. Been roaming around in an old bookstore in Peekskill. I picked up all 3 for $10. Cost me $50 to have them bound. An old socialist running a bookstore there who liked people, and especially if they were interested in books and wanted to sit and talk with him, and he wasn't trying to make any money. He just seemed to be more interested in a good conversation. So I got the books cheap, had them bound, bought some other things. So I got, in addition for me, I got a Cash Limited in England, published another edition, which cost me about $72 because I didn't know the difference between guineas and shillings and, So they said, there's so many guineas, so I thought that was cheap. And I said, send it to me. And when they got the bill,
what is it, if you can characterize it,
Could you allow Professor Clarke to speak, and then after, then we can take on questions?
I just want to deal with the literature briefly, then we're going to go, we're going to finish. Now, Frobenius is the last of the German writers that's neglected. He lived into the German colonial period, and he wrote a massive 5-volume history of Africa, African civilization, never been completely translated, but condensed into a large 2-volume work called The Voice of Africa. But there have been a lot of excerpts from Frobenius's work. But Lady Flora Shaw Lugard, who went out to Nigeria to write a series of articles defending the British takeover of Nigeria, and fell in love with the British governor and married him. So now she's a town lady. She don't supposed to work. She still want to finish a book, and because she spoke some languages, and then she wanted to write a preface on what happened in this part of Africa before the Europeans came. In doing research for a preface, she found so much interesting information on what happened. The research for the preface became the book. The book is called A Tropical Dependency. The book became literally a Bible for anti-colonialist Africans, including Nkrumah. Many of our early scholars, Hansberry, was converted to being an African scholar by virtue of reading this book. Now, I digress merely to let you know that there is a large body of work written by whites, and this work is ably written, and that some of them devoted a lifetime, an entire life, to setting straight African history and social thought. And they're still being ignored, rarely ever quoted. Now, I can go on mentioning work written by Africans, but these men rendered good service in showing that Africans played a commendable part in the history of the world. Joe Massey proved that what you think are European religions are nothing but the rehash of African religions. And he shows in diagram how these religions were systematically taken from Africa. And he takes the major Western religions. Now, an African writer, Ben Yakinen, has done a more succinct job in his work, The African Origins of Major Western Religions. But I'm merely pointing to white writers that white scholars refuse to read. Now, I've neglected a major one, that is Sir Godfrey Higgins' 2-volume work, Anacalypsis, dealing with the dispersion of African people throughout the world, including the dispersion of African people through Asia, and the presence of African-looking emperors on the throne of China, and the fact that when the Romans arrived in England, they found African people. And the interesting thing, which we haven't been able to deal with to this day, that everywhere they found African people in the world, there had been no war between the African people and the other people that they had met, proving that African people can merge and meet other people without necessarily having a cultural conflict or a physical conflict, which might again explain the presence of African people in the New World, where the so-called Indians elevated them to warlords and deities without having any conflict with them. All right, now, I want to go back to a period after the formation of the villages and the city societies, with the beginning of the unification of people coming down the Nile and the development of social thought and the first beginning of the formation of humane and social thought. Now, I'm talking about a period now before any of the world's religions. And I'm not talking about religion at all, because I am talking about spirituality. Because the Africans at first did not approach this from a point of view of religion, but believed that there was a universal spirituality presiding over the world. And this period of believing in a universal spirituality is, in my opinion, man's highest order. And that formal religions and denominations literally toned down man's spirituality and made it to the point today where he is in shambles. But during this early period of Nile Valley civilization, when he believed in a universal spirituality and he lived at peace with everything around him, the Africans believed that everything had a soul. Now trouble would begin when foreigners would copy African religions and would take an arrogant attitude toward himself and the concept of soul. When man said that he alone has a soul and the dog and the cockroach has no soul, that is when man began to lose his soul. When the Africans say that everything has a soul, including the dog and the cockroach and the snake and the tree, and he didn't cut down a tree without a ceremony because he was cutting down a living thing, I believe that this was man's highest spiritual hour on this earth. And this was a period of social thought and humane thinking that the world might have to try to at least think about, if not go back to. Because this was the period when the Africans projected certain concepts that the world thinks it wants to go back to, that it is morally incapable of to this day. This was the period of the matrilineal. Man did not argue about whether woman had equality, never used the word equality. He just assumed that no one would be so stupid as to argue about whether he's equal to his mother, because a woman was the giver of life. And you going to argue that she is not equal to you? Would you dare argue at this point? Can you have a baby? So the Africans began to not make a special place for her because she was physically weak or anything like that, but make special concessions built into the society itself. And he was secure enough not to fear her overdoing or overusing these concessions. So at this point, most of the societies were matrilineal. The lineage coming down to the female side of the family. And the woman having certain basic considerations built into the society itself, and certain basic rights built into the society itself. Now, this will explain, at least in part, why the African woman, the first woman to head a state, the first woman to ride at the head of her army, and the first woman to call court and to preside over the court. And these societies existed for a long time, that existed without the interference of any foreigners at all. It is hard for people to conceive, and sometimes hard for the African to conceive, because his mind is so warped by foreign rule and foreign propaganda. But most of his existence has been a time when he was self-sustaining, self-governing master of his own destiny. Most of the total time he's been on the earth. Now, because land was plentiful, water was plentiful, and women were plentiful, he had no argument. Now, this seems rather simplistic, but anytime a society is short of land, water, or women, the society is in trouble. Because one of those shortages can hamper an entire society. Because without women, you can't reproduce yourself. Without water, you can't sustain yourself. Without land, you can't feed yourself. We had no shortage of either one. So this was a period before the I love you marriage that spoiled everything. See, here's where marriage was for the sake of union of people, union of group, and sometimes union of cattle herds. Might offend some people today, but sometimes it brought all those sheep and goats together, and two people came together, and they benefited by it too. Then it kept down walls, kept down dissension, and it united one group, sometimes who feared another group. These consolidations. And this was part of the network that made the village and subsequently the state. When all of this started, and before people start calling something religion, he got in trouble once he put a name on it. Once he put a name on it, became difficult. But while he was accepting it as a universal force of the universe, presiding over everybody, it was simplistic. And there was no argument about it. Now, formal intelligence, formal learning is going to take a leap forward, a formal leap forward. This is going to be the third dynasty, about 2800 BC. A commoner, Imhotep, became advisor to King Zusa. And this commoner, one of the most brilliant men of his day or any day, built the step pyramid. He was the world's first physician, and the Greek, who's called the world's first physician, says in his own writing, I am a child of Imhotep. He lived 2,000 years before the Greek, who's called the world's first physician. He began to bring intellects together to discuss mysteries of life, mysteries of death, mysteries of falling things. And out of these intellectual discussions came the embryo of secret intellectual societies, the basis of what is going to later be a lodge further south at Aswan, the great lodge at Luxor. This will be the beginning of the first semblance of the university in the whole world. This will be the training ground for a lot of the writing, for the book that is called the Book of the Coming Forth by the Day and the Night, that the Europeans call the Book of the Dead. This would be the gathering place for the scholars of the Nile Valley. This would be the training ground for the Pan-Africanists, the different texts. Now the book, what you think of the Book of the Dead is really an anthology, a gathering of large numbers of these books, some of the better ones, gathered under one text. The Papyrus of Hunafa is part of this collection, and there's a number of texts within this single text. And a lot of the writings in this text went into the writing of the Bible, another anthology. Now, this is the third dynasty. Between the third and the sixth dynasty, not only you have a development of social thought, but you have the great building age. Pyramids, great temples are being built. You have the development of several types of religion, but you have something else we have not paid much attention to. You have the development of the concept of the law of opposites. If you got a god, you got to have a goddess. Something Western man has never balanced. So you have two great female gods. There were many. The best known, Hathor, whose influence was spread to India, the basis of the whole sacred cow worship in India today. Mayat, the best known of the female gods of the ancient world. Now, it was really around Mayat that we got the so-called, what the Westerners call the negative confessions, from which Moses extracted the 10 Commandments. Now, one of Africa's greatest contributions to social thought and humanistic thinking is really this proclamation of Mayat, which they mistakenly call the negative confession. Now, if you read what you call the negative confession, there's nothing negative about any of it. People name things without thinking about what they are naming. Now, simply, at the great lodge at Luxor, the students who are going to become oracles, great master teachers, who show potential, enter at 7 years old. They stay 40 years. Then they are examined to see if they could continue to be master teachers. Then you get your examination, see if you're going to continue. That's apprenticeship. You continue until you're 70, then you become a master teacher, and you go out in the public and give freely of your talent the rest of your life. But you stand before your masters, your teachers, and you recite these 42 confessions, they're not negative at all. I have not been guilty of violating my neighbor's wife. I have not been guilty of stealing, thus and so. I have not been done this. There's nothing negative about what you're saying. These are purification rites. If you have not been guilty of any of these things, and if your teachers are satisfied that you have not been guilty of any of them, then you're qualified to continue on to school until you're 70. Then you turn out as a master teacher. Now these writings were in existence over 2,000 years before Moses was born. Now we have to deal with one of the great myths in Nile Valley civilization. The cause of the Hebrew entry, what they learned and what they misunderstood and what they still misunderstand to this very day. And the misinterpretation of Moses to this very day. Of who was Moses, which I will not fight out here. But they came in the 1700s BC. Escaping the difficulties of Western Asia, mostly famine. All right, Africa owed them nothing, and yet Africa was kind. Africa gave shelter. Africa gave position. Africans did not chase them away. They got good, humane treatment in Africa. Africans have always been hospitable to strangers. This has been Africa's trap. It was a trap in the slave trade. Nobody ever had to fight their way into Africa. And they stayed and they lived in some kind of decency. 1680, that was an invasion in Western Asia by a group of rulers referred to as the Shepherd Kings, Hittites. They knew the people who invaded. They had lived in the same basic area. They spoke the language. And they became servants and collaborators with the invaders as against the African who had befriended them. We're not talking Bible now, we're talking facts, historical facts. All right. Here, with Africans, emerged among them maybe the world's first wheeler dealer politician, Joseph, called the Provider, who had the ear of the foreign kings. Here emerged an accusation in history with never proven, one iota proof, that they were slaves in Egypt. No scholar, Jewish or otherwise, ever proved it. Just repeat it, but nobody ever proved one word of it. Nobody ever proved they made bricks with or without straw. No one ever proved they built any pyramids, because all the pyramids were built before they arrived. The Sphinx was built before they arrived. That's not important. What is important is that these Western Asian strangers came into Africa's house and got humane treatment. That's the only significant point. In that they saw a house that was culturally rich, religiously rich. And they came in without a clear language, a clear religion, and a clear vision of themselves, and they left basically with all three, large in numbers, led by an African called Moses. The important thing is the cultural aspect, and that all of them did not leave in the so-called Exodus. And that was a 16-mile land bridge connecting Africa with Western Asia. So therefore they walked in. There was nothing to prevent them from walking out. So Charleston Heston did not lead them out. Cecil B. DeMille had nothing to do with it. It's just an interesting story. But now, this is basically what happened. You got to find the king who knew not Joseph. The indigenous kings came to power, owed no political favor to Joseph or his people, and said, whosoever are willing to live under indigenous African rule, obey indigenous African law, may stay. Anybody that's not willing to do this will have to go. It's as simple as that. Those who decided they wasn't going to live under African rule went. The rest who decided stayed. And a large Jewish population, some of them were there when the Romans arrived. Now, the simple, true story is rather unromantic, but it is the simple, true story. Whether they left 600 in number, I tend to question.
600,000.
600,000. And I also tend to question whether a forest could support that many people for that particular time. A forest of this time or a forest of that time or any time. Now, after this, you've got a period of recovery, 17th and the 18th dynasty. Then we go to the main figure of social thought in the 18th dynasty is Akhenaten. Although I would love to discuss Hatshepsut because I'm very intrigued with women in power, but I don't have the time for that. Because Akhenaten is so misunderstood. Akhenaten, who did not want to come to power around 1380 or thereabout, son of Queen Tai, a Nubian woman from the south, Amenhotep III would rather write poetry and play with his cousin Nefertiti, but he did come to power. He outlawed warfare. He thought so much of life he wouldn't crush a flower. He permitted the nations, colonists of Egypt, to break away and gain their independence. And he was a man of great peace. Some people call him Father Monotheism. Some people say the Jews created monotheism. Now let's correct this, because neither Akhenaten or the Jews created monotheism. Akhenaten dealt with the corrupt ministry of that day who assigned to themselves so much power, they were literally hustling on the people, telling the people that they had so much authority that they couldn't go from different places because their power extended only so far. And he merely got across the universality of the spiritual force, and that force, our God, was everywhere. So neither Akhenaten or the Hebrews created monotheism, because monotheism was there all along, because all the Africans had to do, and this is what Akhenaten did, Akhenaten merely taught them to recognize what they had all along. The concept of the universality of the spiritual force. Whether you call it God, no matter what you call it, it was there all along and there for you. And no matter where you went in the universe, that spiritual force was there to go with you. That's all he did. To announce it as one thing, to create it as another. Neither one created it. Now, the Hebrews wrote about it because it came during the time. But Moses, who had some difficulty in the Pharaoh's house, when he went among them, he made a deal: obey my God, I'll be your leader. And his God was taken from what he had learned about the teachings of Akhenaten. It's as simple as that. Now, we're coming to the end of the great spirituality of Egypt, because after the 18th, we find the dynasty of the Ramesses, the 19th, giving Egypt its last great strength, the weakness setting in after the 19th, then the Cushites from the south moves up and show their cousins how to rule a state one more time. Now, to strengthen Egypt, they would send 3 generals to the north, Castor, Pianki, Taharqa, starting in 751 BC. Now, this is the last of Egypt's true greatness. There would be 7 more dynasties. These were the dynasties of mixed breeds, mixed Assyrians, mixed Iranians, mixed Greeks, mixed Romans. But the 25th was Egypt's last walk in the sun. Now, you can say it ended, but remember, it ended after 4,000 or 5,000 years, and it lasted maybe 10 times longer than anybody else's day in the sun. This was a civilization that had the strength, the holding strength, to do more and to last longer and to give and to leave a much better account of itself than any other civilization in the history of the world, and to leave behind concepts of humane value and social thought that would influence the world and that are still influencing the whole world. Now, I'm going to conclude by talking all too briefly about the civilization of the other rivers, principally the Niger, the Volta, Limpopo, and the Congo. Because I'm skipping a vast area. I'm skipping over the role of Africans in the development of Christianity, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But after the Roman and the Africans and the Arabs established themselves in Spain and the Mediterranean, the formation of states in inner West Africa, called the Western Sudan, began to have social thought and humane treatment for its people, similar to and sometimes equal to that of Egypt. And remember, some of the population of Egypt, a great deal of the population, after the invasion of Egypt by Cambyses from Iran, what is now Iran, 550 BC, the population began to scatter. So the original population of Egypt began to leave Egypt. And by the time Alexander the Macedonian arrived, at least one half of the original population was gone. Until today, you may not find a single descendant of the original Egyptians in Egypt, but you might find many of them in Africa, but not in Egypt. You find them in the Sudan, find them in Ethiopia, find them in large places in Africa, but they physically left Egypt. There was a tremendous tragic impact of the Roman destruction of Carthage. A whole lot of people left North Africa. The reverberation of that tragedy caused a whole lot of people just to move from that whole junk area. I mean, migrations and movements within Africa hasn't been properly assessed. All right, but now, Ghana, this is one of the best known of the state, became a great state, a great humane state, under several remarkable kings, Kennedy, and the last of its great ones was Tenkamini, known as the king who rode out twice a day, every day. This state was literally destroyed by the Muslims, 1076, giving away to the second state, Mali. And this state rose to height under the king Mansa Musa, 1306 to 1332. This state ultimately was absorbed into Sangay, that absorbed what was Ghana and what was Mali. And the Sangayan state lived 200 years into the slave trade period, noted for its humane tax laws. When the British was delayed in entering the slave trade, they drove the Portuguese out of West Africa, and the Portuguese went to the Congo, formed a partnership with the Africans, and the Africans grew sick of the partnership, and the Portuguese tried to start the slave trade. Then the Africans rebuilt the Congo after throwing the Portuguese out, brought into being a fine king, Shamba Bolongango, outlawed warfare, sent his men to knitting. A lot of the evidence of this kingdom, especially the figurines depicting the different royal families, can be found in the Brooklyn Museum. And one of the great kings that followed Shamba, Bomanchele, his likeness is also in the Brooklyn Museum. My main point is that Africans created, before the Europeans, societies It had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away grandma with children or grandma. No word for old people's homes. I'm saying they had an indigenous religion that had a value transcending that of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, principally because they lived it out. They didn't do a lot of preaching. They lived it out. I read a PhD thesis, University of Syracuse, by a Ghanaian, dealing with an African religion, with why African religions never became world religions. And he explained that because first they were free, no commercialism, no pew, no silver piping, and actually he didn't make any demands on anybody. How can you become great when you're not asking for anything, you're not passing any collection plate, you're not penalizing people for not showing up? You greet them when they do show up. You know, that's why were you last Sunday? Religion is not a Sunday thing anyway. Religion is an everyday thing. It's a part of your very being. It's not a Sunday or Saturday, you know, it's totality. And that all the elements that went into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of Africa. Africans are rather naive about their own creations in relationship to religions. And if they studied Western religions, they would discover that most of what you think of Western religions were originally African religions, updated and rehashed anyway. It was theirs in the first place. Because Africans are overly generous, they're always giving things a chance and trying things on for size, and not knowing, many times they try something on for size and that they've got something better at home. They're democratic to a fault, more democratic toward foreigners sometimes than to themselves. But I think in the world of tomorrow, in the building of new African governments, Africans will have to understand that they created concepts of living, of social living, not only before Karl Marx created socialism, but before Europe itself was born. And they have to believe again in their own values, in their own self, and in themselves. When you want to oppress a people, the first thing you have to do is to destroy their self-confidence and historical memory. And Africa not only needs an economic rebuilding, but a spiritual and cultural rebuilding. A case of rebuilding their own confidence in their own religion. I remember the evenings I spent with Kwame Nkrumah's schoolmaster, Joseph B. Danquah, who tried to get across to him the possibility of drawing from a Ghanaian traditional state, and that he could put the two together and build a modern state. And there was no contradiction between the traditional state and the modern state. And he could have, that the two could have made it workable. That it was a dream that still could have been realized, and that the model of the European. While it might work for the European, it wouldn't work for the African because it lacked spirituality. Well, that's not our worry, but I think if we are to go into tomorrow, Africans will have to take the totality of Africa into consideration. And now, I don't worship any Western religion, and yet I consider myself a very spiritual person. And yet, when I go to my hometown, Columbus, Georgia, and my sister takes me to Gethsemane Baptist Church, where I used to teach Sunday school, I respect that fact. I think the new minister is too young, he can't preach. I think they've got a good choir, I respect that fact. I don't like to go to any church where they can't sing anyway. But I would not go into her church and tell my religion is the opiate of the people. I wouldn't be that stupid. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't go into her church. I wouldn't say it. But it might be the opiate of some people, but not the opiate of all people. It's life and death for some people. So in our socialism, we're going to have to handle it different from some other people. We might have to socialize it, then clean it up. My main point
John Henrik Clarke, Thomas Hunter Professor Emeritus with the Department of Black and Puerto Rican Studies, a preeminent scholar within dealing with African societies and African and Afro-American culture and history. Without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Professor Clarke. His topic, Spiritual and Human Values in African Societies Before the First European Contact.
Thank you very much. I will begin by acknowledging the fact that we live in a European conceived intellectual universe, and anyone who tackles a subject of this nature goes against that fact. And this is an ingrained fact, the fact of living in a European conceived intellectual universe. And this concept of a European conceived intellectual universe became very firm in the 15th and the 16th century. And it deals with a principal decision that Europeans made during the 200-year turning point in their history when they came out of the Middle Ages and made a decision on world dominance. They remembered the almost 1,000 years of Islamic Arab domination of the Mediterranean and Spain, starting with the rise of Islam after the fall of the Roman Empire, and they were blocked from free entry into the Mediterranean. And Europe had to literally feed on itself. And so they had a one-dimensional intellectual diet, a one-dimensional cultural diet. They were people whose resources had to come mainly from Europe. And when Europe has only Europe to turn to, Europe is poor indeed. But each time Europe builds an an empire, Europe has the ability, the gall, and the nerve, and the muscle to reach beyond Europe and to take things that does not belong to Europe. Now, in the period after the Crusades, Europe found itself still people poor, resource poor, and land poor. It had survived the Crusades, it had survived the famines and the plagues. It was getting itself together, but they were still blocked from the free use of the Mediterranean by the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers still controlling Spain and still in control the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. Now, they would hold this position, meaning the Africans, the Arabs, and the Berbers. They would still hold this position solidly for another 50 years. But arguments between the Africans, puritanical Africans, and backsliding Arabs, because Islamic denominations are becoming corrupt. Two military groups then controlling the Mediterranean and Spain after Portugal had gotten from under the yoke. The Almoravids and the Almohades had permitted Portugal to free herself from the domination. But this weakness brought on by internal strife by Europe's enemies, the declared infidels, had weakened their hold on the Mediterranean to the extent that Portugal attacked a part of Africa, 1550, a little plot, enclave in Morocco called Ceuta. It's about the size of Central Park or smaller, but that's not significant. The significant thing is that for the first time, almost 1,000 years, Europeans had drawn the blood of Africans. And they had invaded the territory of the hated infidels. Now the Europeans called the Muslims infidels, and the Muslims called the Europeans infidels. All right, now, this is a condition, the condition of calling people infidels is a condition of the creation of people outside of Europe. The Africans never refer to people not of his religion as being an infidel because he did not belong to a religion not of the Africans' creation. But now, 1450, with the Castilians asserting themselves, 1455, with the Pope telling Spain and Portugal, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. Literally, you need not feel guilty for what you do in the slave trade. 1455. Now you have two trends in history. One that history has forgotten. At the same time, this drama is unfolding in the Iberian Peninsula. There are great independent states inside Africa, inside Western Africa, the Western Sudan. The state of Songhai is in great shape. And it's about to get one of its two greatest rulers, two of the greatest rulers Africa would know in the last 2,000 years. Soni Ali is about to come to power. He's going to be followed by Muhammad Ituri, known in history as Askia the Great. So all Africa didn't fall at one time, and there would be independent states of great magnitude 200 years into the slave trade period. But now, 1482, an expedition sailed down the coast of Africa and demanded the right to build permanent fortifications. And they built a castle called Elmina, or the Mine. In this expedition was a little-known sailor, Christopher Colon, later known as Christopher Columbus. And he said in his diary, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. What was he doing up and down the coast of West Africa for 23 years? He was obviously in the early Portuguese slave trade. Another lecture, another time. But once we examine Christopher Columbus, he will stop being the Western hero that a whole lot of people think he is. All right, that's not significant for now, except that he encountered African sailors who had already gone to the New World. And they told him a few things that helped him when he finally went. The important thing is that Europeans made a decision once they got together. And that is, whosoever ruled the world is going to be one of them. They had lost sentimental attachment to themselves. They had lost sentimental attachment to the world. And they had the cooperation of the church in sanctioning what they did. And the church assigned the Knights of Malta and the Knights of Genoa to look after the church's interest in the trade. So now, with the Europeans out to colonize most of the world, they began to colonize information about the world. This is the beginning of the concept of a European conceived intellectual universe. From the 15th and the 16th century on, the way we look at the world, the way we look at people, the way we look at history, the way we look at the Bible, the way we look at God would be through concepts laid down by Europe. The concept of everything good being white and black being evil and Asian being diabolical, Fu Manchuism, is now about to start. And they are now going to set in motion an image that's going to come down to the present day. It's going to reflect in textbooks, going to reflect in movies, going to reflect in cartoons, going to reflect in the mass media to such an extent that the victims are going to believe it. It is going to be whitewash, brownwash, blackwash to such an extent that it's going to take over the mentality of the world. They're not only going to convince themselves that it's so, they're going to convince those who suffer from it that it is so. And this is how it all started. Now, let us look at that world before, thousands of years before this happened, before there was any European at all, before the word Europe was used. It is hard for you to conceive But there was a time when there was no Europe at all, when there was no state at all, when the Greeks had no name, when England had no name, there was no England, there was no Roman state or no Rome, when there was no Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. There was a time in the world there was no Moses, was no Adam and Eve. And none of these things had existed. And the mythology out of which these things came hadn't been exposed to the people who copied them from others and made them part of the myth and the literature of the world. There was a time when this had not happened. Now let's see if we can look back and see what happened during that time, because it seems inconceivable to most people that right and wrong was figured out before the European came to tell people that something was right and something was wrong. And nations lived thousands of years before, lived in sometime in war, sometime in peace, but mostly in peace, didn't know that a European existed. And those nations that became European nations were those nations closest to Africa in Western Asia, Rome and Greece. All right, take into consideration, because this is a fact, Ethiopia and Egypt is mentioned 80 times in the Bible. England is not mentioned once. Poland is not mentioned once. Germany is not mentioned once. Russia is not mentioned once. No nation in the Scandinavian countries mentioned once, because these nations did not exist at the time. All right. If any Scandinavian schoolboy or any person of European descent, any place in the world, can claim Greece as his or her intellectual heritage, and when his or her country did not exist at the time of Greece, and yet Africans are questioned when they claim Egypt as their intellectual heritage, and their respective countries did not only existed, but some of the original population that settled in Egypt came from their respective countries. Now, the relationship of the Romans and the Greeks, especially the Greeks, the relationship that they had was with the people across the Mediterranean, and not with the people of what became Europe, because what became Europe wasn't functional at the time. Now, I can make a better case for Greece being a part of Africa than you can make for Egypt being a part of any place except Africa. Because physically, Egypt cannot be found any place except in Africa. And Egypt never had any consequential relationship with anybody in its early development except within Africa itself. And what we need to deal with is the Nile Valley, which stretches 4,000 miles inside of Africa. And we need to deal with the migrations down that river, and we need to read the early literature of the Egyptians themselves. We also need to remember that the ancient Egyptians never called their country Egypt. thousands of years before the Greeks slapped the name Egypt on the country. In their own literature, the Papyrus of Hunafa, they said, we came from the mountains of the moon at the headwaters of the Nile, where the great god Hapi dwells. The god Hapi is still one of the ancient African gods, sometimes worshipped to this very day. Mountain worship is still prevalent in some parts of Africa. So this is where the god Hapi is supposed to dwell, like among the god people that I have lived among. That god lives in a lagoon. So if they want to pray to their ancient god, they go by a lagoon with fresh water. All right, now, if you understand the migration down the river and the fact that the lower Upper Nile means Ethiopia, Uganda, and the like. Lower Nile means where Egypt is today, and that the river is a contradiction, and that it was an ancient highway, a great cultural highway, bringing people in and out, and that throughout its history, the great fortunate circumstance of the people who became Egypt is that this constant flow of people kept renewing its energy, and that the nation state of Egypt was a culmination of several civilizations from the Tigris and the Euphrates, because no one would have created a civilization as great as this without having a replica at home. Then you would have a model at home. You would not create a civilization this great some other place without first creating one at home. And the Europeans would not have come from under all of that ice to go all the way over to Africa and create a great stone civilization, then go back into Europe and live 2,000 years in barbarism before they make a good European shoe or live in a house that had a window. So now, when you put logic to the situation, the whole idea of Europe having anything to do with it becomes utterly ridiculous and becomes even beyond laughter. All right, now, let us look at this early river civilization, because nearly all civilizations were river civilizations, and look at the social thought of this river civilization, then before we go to the other river civilizations. All right, now, I am not saying that this was the only great river civilization. I'm saying that this was the first of the great river civilizations of the world. I am not downgrading the great river civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm saying that this might have been the second of the great river civilization, the Tigris and the Euphrates. I'm not downgrading the river civilization of the Ganges or any river civilization. I'm saying that in chronological sequence, this one might have been the longest, this was positively the longest in its life and contributed the most to the other civilizations of the world. All right. Now, when you look at Southeast Africa, Northeast Africa, present-day research, obviously, the research indicates that the concept of early man started in this area. The concept of organized societies started in this area. Now, if organized societies started in this area, there must have been a crowding or difference of opinion that caused people to move down this river, down this cultural highway, to ultimately settle at the lower end. But there were people settling all along. Now, if you read Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, the second chapter, Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter, one of the better chapters written on the subject, or John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, and read his chapter, Ethiopia and the Evolution of Civilization. There is a wealth of material on the southern African origins of the people called Egyptians. Now, in order to get across the illusion or the out and out lie that Africans were not the creators of Egypt, white scholars, if they can be called scholars, had to ignore white scholars who have done masterful work in the field that you never see them quote or refer to at all. Gerald Massey's masterwork, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes, Natural Genesis, 2 volumes, Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. Massey devoted 40 years of his life to this single book, and he spun a generation of new scholars, especially in England. Alvin Churchward, whose book Signs and Symbols of Primordial Men is still a classic work. And in the United States, a fine scholar, still being ignored by American scholars, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, whose excellent work, Who is This King of Glory, may be one of the clearest works ever written on the Christ story. And his second great work, Shadow of the Third Century, dealing with misconceptions of Christianity, but also dealing with the African intellectual father of the church, St. Augustine, and St. Augustine's opinion of the council meetings at Nicaea, who said that it makes him laugh. Because he said, these people are arguing about a religion we had all along. St. Augustine is clear about the fact that there was nothing new about Christianity. The Africans had the same religion under another name long before Christ. But Boyd Kuhn is not read, and 3 new books after he died, Canons of Faith and others. The Health Science Group in California has published 3 of his books posthumously. But they don't read it. But other than that, there are other works written and published by Europeans, among German writers writing on the same subject, still ignored. The early German writer A.M.E. Heeren, the 6-volume work listed at Heeren's Research, his 4th volume, he's written a history of an economic history of the ancient world. His 4th volume, a history of the commercial trade intercourse between the Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Carthaginians. Excellent work. And if you could find it, if you could find the 6 volumes in a rare book store, if you get them for $500, you get them at a bargain. I bought the 6 for $75 because the book dealers, Sam Wiesner, just happened to be in town, and I've sent him so many customers over the years, he just let me have them for $75. It's rare that you would even find them for sale. Or somebody died and somebody closed out an estate, and the people who own this estate don't care too much for books anyway, so they, that's about the only way you get a copy,
It's not in publication because it's so explosive.
It has not been republished. It's not only deals with Africa, deals with Western Asia, deals with early ancient Europe. So Heron's research, that's Herren. This is the early German writer. The second German writer that's ignored by the Western academic community is Henrik Clarke. Clarke went out with British expedition in the 1850s. That is, because his work appeared in 1850. And Blumenbach, alleged father of sociology, anthropology, one of them. Well, the British had a poor expedition. They didn't have much money. They wanted one man to do 3 jobs. So he sent this brilliant student who could read all kind of languages and, all kind of skills. He was a botanist, and then he was a good draftsman. And Bach was so thorough. Each time he come to a place, he would draw the plant life, the animal life, the roads, what kind, the river, which way it's flowing, dress. He was thorough. And he could read Arabic and translate it and digest history of the Tuaregs, the histories of the different kingdoms. And some of the English, most of them died, but Bach lived. He was healthy as he could be when he came back. And the British had promised to publish his findings. And by the time he got back, the British group that promised to publish was no longer in power. They politically had lost, but they had promised to publish his findings, so they published it in a limited edition called the Temple Edition. That's 5 volumes, and that edition went out, but it was published again in a 3-volume work. I do not own a Temple Edition, and very few libraries own an edition. I've only seen 3 volumes of the Temple Edition, and I failed to buy them because I didn't see the other 2, and it was a great mistake.
So we're in the midst of historical cover-up that's been going on for several hundred, at least.
It was 500 years.
At least.
500 years. Van Sertima called it the 500-year room. That our history has been locked into a 500-year room. But Henrik Clarke went through inner West Africa, the kingdoms, and he wrote a digest history of these kingdoms as an appendix for, I think it's volume 2 of the 3 volumes. Been roaming around in an old bookstore in Peekskill. I picked up all 3 for $10. Cost me $50 to have them bound. An old socialist running a bookstore there who liked people, and especially if they were interested in books and wanted to sit and talk with him, and he wasn't trying to make any money. He just seemed to be more interested in a good conversation. So I got the books cheap, had them bound, bought some other things. So I got, in addition for me, I got a Cash Limited in England, published another edition, which cost me about $72 because I didn't know the difference between guineas and shillings and, So they said, there's so many guineas, so I thought that was cheap. And I said, oh, send it to me. And when they got the bill,
What is it, if you could characterize it,
Guys, would you allow Professor Clarke to speak, and then after, then we can take on questions?
I just want to deal with the literature briefly, then we're going to go, we're going to finish. Now, Frobenius is the last of the German writers that's neglected. He lived into the German colonial period, and he wrote a massive 5-volume history of Africa, African civilization, never been completely translated, but condensed into a large 2-volume work called The Voice of Africa. But there have been a lot of excerpts from Frobenius's work. But Lady Flora Shaw Lugard, who went out to Nigeria to write a series of articles defending the British takeover of Nigeria, and fell in love with the British governor and married him. So now she's a town lady. She don't supposed to work. She still want to finish her book, and so she spoke some languages, and then she wanted to write a preface on what happened in this part of Africa before the Europeans came. And doing research for a preface, she found so much interesting information on what happened. The research for the preface became the book. The book is called A Tropical Dependency. The book became literally a Bible for anti-colonialist Africans, including Nkrumah. Many of our early scholars, Hansberry, was converted to being an African scholar by virtue of reading this book. Now, I digress merely to let you know that there is a large body of work written by whites, and this work is ably written, and that some of them devoted a lifetime, an entire life, to setting straight African history and social thought. And they're still being ignored, rarely ever quoted. Now, I can go on mentioning work written by Africans, but these men rendered good service in showing that Africans played a commendable part in the history of the world. Joe Massey proved that what you think are European religions are nothing but the rehash of African religions. And he shows in diagram how these religions were systematically taken from Africa. And he takes the major Western religions. Now, an African writer, Ben Yakinen, has done a more succinct job in his work, The African Origins of Major Western Religions. But I'm merely pointing to white writers that white scholars refuse to read. Now, I've neglected a major one, that is Sir Godfrey Higgins' 2-volume work, Anacalypsis, dealing with the dispersion of African people throughout the world, including the dispersion of African people through Asia, and the presence of African-looking emperors on the throne of China, and the fact that when the Romans arrived in England, they found African people. And the interesting thing, which we haven't been able to deal with to this day, that everywhere they found African people in the world, there had been no war between the African people and the other people that they had met, proving that African people can merge and meet other people without necessarily having a cultural conflict or a physical conflict, which might again explain the presence of African people in the New World, where the so-called Indians elevated them to warlords and deities without having any conflict with them. All right, now, I want to go back to a period after the formation of the villages and the city societies, with the beginning of the unification of people coming down the Nile and the development of social thought and the first beginning of the formation of humane and social thought. Now, I'm talking about a period now before any of the world's religions. And I'm not talking about religion at all, because I am talking about spirituality. Because the Africans at first did not approach this from a point of view of religion, but believed that there was a universal spirituality presiding over the world. And this period of believing in a universal spirituality is, in my opinion, man's highest order. And that formal religions and denominations literally toned down man's spirituality and made it to the point today where he is in shambles. But during this early period of Nile Valley civilization, when he believed in a universal spirituality and he lived at peace with everything around him, the Africans believed that everything had a soul. Now trouble would begin when foreigners would copy African religions and would take an arrogant attitude toward himself and the concept of soul. When man said that he alone has a soul and the dog and the cockroach has no soul, that is when man began to lose his soul. When the Africans say that everything has a soul, including the dog and the cockroach and the snake and the tree, and he didn't cut down a tree without a ceremony because he was cutting down a living thing, I believe that this was man's highest spiritual hour on this earth. And this was a period of social thought and humane thinking that the world might have to try to at least think about, if not go back to. Because this was the period when the Africans projected certain concepts that the world thinks it wants to go back to, that it is morally incapable of to this day. This was the period of the matrilineal. Man did not argue about whether women had equality, never used the word equality. He just assumed that no one would be so stupid as to argue about whether he's equal to his mother, because a woman was the giver of life. And you going to argue that she is not equal to you? Would you dare argue at this point? Can you have a baby? So the Africans began to not make a special place for her because she was physically weak or anything like that, but make special concessions built into the society itself. And he was secure enough not to fear her overdoing or overusing these concessions. So at this point, most of the societies were matrilineal. The lineage coming down through the female side of the family. And the woman having certain basic considerations built into the society itself, and certain basic rights built into the society itself. Now this will explain, at least in part, why the African woman, the first woman to head a state, the first woman to ride at the head of her army, and the first woman to call court and to preside over the court. And these societies existed for a long time, that existed without the interference of any foreigners at all. It is hard for people to conceive, and sometimes hard for the African to conceive, because his mind is so warped by foreign rule and foreign propaganda. But most of his existence has been a time when he was self-sustaining, self-governing master of his own destiny. Most of the total time he's been on the earth. Now, because land was plentiful, water was plentiful, and women were plentiful, he had no argument. Now, this seems rather simplistic, but anytime a society is short of land, water, or women, the society is in trouble. Because one of those shortages can hamper an entire society. Because without women, you can't reproduce yourself. Without water, you can't sustain yourself. Without land, you can't feed yourself. We had no shortage of either one. So this was a period before the I love you marriage that spoiled everything. See, here's where marriage was for the sake of union of people, union of group, and sometimes union of cattle herds. Might offend some people today, but sometimes brought all those sheep and goats together, and two people came together, and they benefited by it too. Then it kept down walls, kept down dissension, and it united one group, sometimes who feared another group. These consolidations. And this was part of the network that made the village and subsequently the state. When all of this started, and before people start calling something religion, he got in trouble once he put a name on it. Once he put a name on it, became difficult. But while he was accepting it as a universal force of the universe, presiding over everybody, it was simplistic. And there was no argument about it. Now, formal intelligence, formal learning is going to take a leap forward, a formal leap forward. This is going to be the third dynasty, about 2800 BC. A commoner, Imhotep, became advisor to King Zusa. And this commoner, one of the most brilliant men of his day or any day, built the step pyramid. He was the world's first physician, and the Greek, who's called the world's first physician, says in his own writing, I am a child of Imhotep. He lived 2,000 years before the Greek, who's called the world's first physician. He began to bring intellects together to discuss mysteries of life, mysteries of death, mysteries of falling things. And out of these intellectual discussions came the embryo of secret intellectual societies, the basis of what is going to later be a lodge further south at Aswan, the great lodge at Luxor. This will be the beginning of the first semblance of the university in the whole world. This will be the training ground for a lot of the writing, for the book that is called the Book of the Coming Forth by the Day and the Night, that the Europeans call the Book of the Dead. This would be the gathering place for the scholars of the Nile Valley. This would be the training ground for the Pan-Africanists, the different texts. Now the book, what you think of the Book of the Dead is really an anthology, a gathering of large numbers of these books, some of the better ones, gathered under one text. The Papyrus of Hunafa is part of this collection. And there's a number of texts within this single text. And a lot of the writings in this text went into the writing of the Bible, another anthology. Now, this is the third dynasty. Between the third and the sixth dynasty, not only you have a development of social thought, but you have the great building age. Pyramids, great temples are being built. You have the development of several types of religion, but you have something else we have not paid much attention to. You have the development of the concept of the law of opposites. If you got a god, you got to have a goddess. Something Western man has never balanced. So you have two great female gods. There were many. The best known, Hathor, whose influence was spread to India, the basis of the whole sacred cow worship in India today. Mayat, two best known of the female gods of the ancient world. Now, it was really around Mayat that we got the so-called, what the Westerners call the negative confessions, from which Moses extracted the 10 Commandments. Now, one of Africa's greatest contributions to social thought and humanistic thinking is really this proclamation of Mayat, which they mistakenly call the negative confession. Now, if you read what you call the negative confession, there's nothing negative about any of it. People name things without thinking about what they are naming. Now, simply, at the great lodge at Luxor, the students who are going to become oracles, great master teachers, who show potential, enter at 7 years old. They stay 40 years. Then they are examined to see if they could continue to be master teachers. Then you get your examination, see if you're going to continue. That's apprenticeship. You continue until you're 70, then you become a master teacher, and you go out in the public and give freely of your talent the rest of your life. But you stand before your masters, your teachers, and you recite these 42 confessions. They're not negative at all. I have not been guilty of violating my neighbor's wife. I have not been guilty of stealing, thus and so. I have not been done this. There's nothing negative about what you're saying. These are purification rites. If you have not been guilty of any of these things, and if your teachers are satisfied that you have not been guilty of any of them, then you're qualified to continue on to school until you're 70, then you turn out as a master teacher. Now these writings were in existence over 2,000 years before Moses was born. Now we have to deal with one of the great myths in Nile Valley civilization. The cause of the Hebrew entry, what they learned and what they misunderstood and what they still misunderstand to this very day. And the misinterpretation of Moses to this very day. Of who was Moses, which I will not fight out here. But they came in the 1700s BC. Escaping the difficulties of Western Asia, mostly famine. All right, Africa owed them nothing, and yet Africa was kind. Africa gave shelter. Africa gave position. Africans did not chase them away. They got good, humane treatment in Africa. Africans have always been hospitable to strangers. This has been Africa's trap. It was a trap in the slave trade. Nobody ever had to fight their way into Africa. And they stayed and they lived in some kind of decency. 1680, that was an invasion in Western Asia by a group of rulers referred to as the Shepherd Kings, Hittites. They knew the people who invaded. They had lived in the same basic area. They spoke the language. And they became servants and collaborators with the invaders as against the African who had befriended them. We're not talking Bible now, we're talking facts, historical facts. All right. Here, with Africans, emerged among them maybe the world's first wheeler dealer politician, Joseph, called the Provider, who had the ear of the foreign kings. Here emerged an accusation in history which never proven, one iota proof, that they were slaves in Egypt. No scholar, Jewish or otherwise, ever proved it. Just repeat it, but nobody ever proved one word of it. Nobody ever proved they made bricks with or without straw. No one ever proved they built any pyramids, because all the pyramids were built before they arrived. The Sphinx was built before they arrived. That's not important. What is important is that these Western Asian strangers came into Africa's house and got humane treatment. That's the only significant point. in that they saw a house that was culturally rich, religiously rich. And they came in without a clear language, a clear religion, and a clear vision of themselves, and they left basically with all three, large in number, led by an African called Moses. The important thing is the cultural aspect, and that all of them did not leave in the so-called Exodus. And that was a 16-mile land bridge connecting Africa with Western Asia. So therefore they walked in. There was nothing to prevent them from walking out. So Charleston Heston did not lead them out. Cecil B. DeMille had nothing to do with it. It's just an interesting story. But now, this is basically what happened. You got to find the king who knew not Joseph. The indigenous kings came to power, owed no political favor to Joseph or his people, and said, whosoever are willing to live under indigenous African rule, obey indigenous African law, may stay. Anybody that's not willing to do this will have to go. It's as simple as that. Those who decided they wasn't going to live under African rule went. The rest who decided stayed. And a large Jewish population, some of them were there when the Romans arrived. Now, the simple, true story is rather unromantic, but it is the simple, true story. Whether they left 600 in number, I tend to question.
600,000.
600,000. And I also tend to question whether a forest could support that many people for that particular time. A forest of this time or a forest of that time or any time. Now, after this, you've got a period of recovery, 17th and the 18th dynasty. Then we go to the main figure of social thought in the 18th dynasty is Akhenaten. Although I would love to discuss Hatshepsut because I'm very intrigued with women in power, but I don't have the time for that. Because Akhenaten is so misunderstood. Akhenaten, who did not want to come to power around 1380 or thereabout, son of Queen Tai, a Nubian woman from the south, Amenhotep III would rather write poetry and play with his cousin Nefertiti, but he did come to power. He outlawed warfare. He thought so much of life he wouldn't crush a flower. He permitted the nations, colonists of Egypt, to break away and gain their independence. And he was a man of great peace. Some people call him Father Monotheism. Some people say the Jews created monotheism. Now let's correct this, because neither Akhenaten or the Jews created monotheism. Akhenaten dealt with the corrupt ministry of that day who assigned to themselves so much power, they were literally hustling on the people, telling the people that they had so much authority that they couldn't go from different places because their power extended only so far. He merely got across the universality of the spiritual force, and that force, our God, was everywhere. So neither Akhenaten nor the Hebrews created monotheism, because monotheism was there all along, because all the Africans had to do, and this is what Akhenaten did, Akhenaten merely taught them to recognize what they had all along. The concept of the universality of the spiritual force. Whether you call it God, no matter what you call it, it was there all along and there for you. And no matter where you went in the universe, that spiritual force was there to go with you. That's all he did. To announce it as one thing, to create it as another. Neither one created it. Now, the Hebrews wrote about it because it came during the time. But Moses, who had some difficulty in the Pharaoh's house, when he went among them, he made a deal: obey my God, I'll be your leader. And his God was taken from what he had learned about the teachings of Akhenaten. It's as simple as that. Now, we're coming to the end of the great spirituality of Egypt, because after the 18th, we find the dynasty of the Ramesses, the 19th, giving Egypt its last great strength, the weakness setting in after the 19th, then the Cushites from the south moves up and show their cousins how to rule a state one more time. Now, to strengthen Egypt, they would send 3 generals to the north, Castor, Pianki, Taharqa, starting in 751 BC. Now, this is the last of Egypt's true greatness. There would be 7 more dynasties. These were the dynasties of mixed breeds, mixed Assyrians, mixed Iranians, mixed Greeks, mixed Romans. But the 25th was Egypt's last walk in the sun. Now, you can say it ended, but remember, it ended after 4,000 or 5,000 years, and it lasted maybe 10 times longer than anybody else's day in the sun. This was a civilization that had the strength, the holding strength, to do more and to last longer and to give and to leave a much better account of itself than any other civilization in the history of the world, and to leave behind concepts of humane value and social thought that will influence the world and that are still influencing the whole world. Now, I'm going to conclude by talking all too briefly about the civilization of the other rivers, principally the Niger, the Volta, Limpopo, and the Congo. Because I'm skipping a vast area. I'm skipping over the role of Africans in the development of Christianity, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But after the Roman exit and the Africans and the Arabs established themselves in Spain and the Mediterranean, the formation of states in inner West Africa, called the Western Sudan, began to have social thought and humane treatment for its people, similar to and sometimes equal to that of Egypt. And remember, some of the population of Egypt, a great deal of the population, after the invasion of Egypt by Cambyses from Iran, what is now Iran, 550 BC, the population began to scatter. So the original population of Egypt began to leave Egypt. And by the time Alexander the Macedonian arrived, at least one half of the original population was gone. Until today, you may not find a single descendant of the original Egyptians in Egypt, but you might find many of them in Africa, but not in Egypt. You find them in the Sudan, find them in Ethiopia, find them in large places in Africa, but they physically left Egypt. There was a tremendous tragic impact of the Roman destruction of Carthage. A whole lot of people left North Africa. The reverberation of that tragedy caused a whole lot of people just to move from that whole young area. I mean, migrations and movements within Africa hasn't been properly assessed. All right, but now, Ghana, this is one of the best known of the state, became a great state, a great humane state, under several remarkable kings, Kennedy, and the last of its great ones was Tenkamini, known as the king who rode out twice a day, every day. This state was literally destroyed by the Muslims, 1076, giving away to the second state, Mali. And this state rose to height under the king Mansa Musa, 1306 to 1332. This state ultimately was absorbed into Sangay, that absorbed what was Ghana and what was Mali. And the Sangayan state lived 200 years into the slave trade period, noted for its humane tax laws, when the British was delayed in entering the slave trade, they drove the Portuguese out of West Africa, and the Portuguese went to the Congo, formed a partnership with the Africans, and the Africans grew sick of the partnership, and the Portuguese tried to start the slave trade. Then the Africans rebuilt the Congo after throwing the Portuguese out, brought into being a fine king, Shamba Bolongango, outlawed warfare, sent his men to Nidi. A lot of the evidence of this kingdom, especially the figurines depicting the different royal families, can be found in the Brooklyn Museum. And one of the great kings that followed Shamba, Bomanchele, his likeness is also in the Brooklyn Museum. My main point is that Africans created, before the Europeans, societies that had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away grandma with children or grandma. No word for old people's homes. I'm saying they had an indigenous religion that had a value transcending that of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, principally because they lived it out. They didn't do a lot of preaching. They lived it out. I read a PhD thesis, University of Syracuse, by a Ghanaian, dealing with an African religion, with why African religions never became world religions. And he explained that because first they were free, no commercialism, no pew, no silver piping, and actually he didn't make any demands on any money. How can you become great when you're not asking for anything, you're not passing any collection plate, you're not penalizing people for not showing up? You greet them when they do show up. You know, that's why were you last Sunday? Religion is not a Sunday thing anyway. Religion is an everyday thing. It's a part of your very being. It's not a Sunday or Saturday, you know, it's totality. And that all the elements that went into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of Africa. Africans are rather naive about their own creations in relationship to religions. And if they studied Western religions, they would discover that most of what you think of Western religions were originally African religions, updated and rehashed anyway. It was theirs in the first place. Because Africans are overly generous, they're always giving things a chance and trying things on for size, and not knowing. Many times they try something on for size that they've got something better at home. They're democratic to a fault, more democratic toward foreigners sometimes than to themselves. But I think in the world of tomorrow, in the building of new African governments, Africans will have to understand that they created concepts of living, of social living, not only before Karl Marx created socialism, but before Europe itself was born. And they have to believe again in their own values, in their own self, and in themselves. When you want to oppress a people, the first thing you have to do is to destroy their self-confidence and historical memory. And Africa not only needs an economic rebuilding, but a spiritual and cultural rebuilding. A case of rebuilding their own confidence in their own religion. I remember the evenings I spent with Kwame Nkrumah's schoolmaster, W.E.B, who tried to get across to him the possibility of drawing from a Ghanaian traditional state, and that he could put the two together and build a modern state. And there was no contradiction between the traditional state and the modern state. And he could have, that the two could have made it workable. That it was a dream that still could have been realized, and that the model of the European. While it might work for the European, it wouldn't work for the African because it lacked spirituality. Well, that's not our worry, but I think if we are to go into tomorrow, Africans will have to take the totality of Africa into consideration. And now, I don't worship any Western religion, and yet I consider myself a very spiritual person. And yet, when I go to my hometown, Columbus, Georgia, and my sister takes me to Gethsemane Baptist Church, where I used to teach Sunday school, I respect that fact. I think the new minister is too young, he can't preach. I think they've got a good choir, I respect that fact. I don't like to go to any church where they can't sing anyway. But I would not go into her church and tell my religion is the opiate of the people. I wouldn't be that stupid. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't go into her church. I wouldn't say it. But it might be the opiate of some people, but not the opiate of all people. It's life and death for some people. So in our socialism, we're going to have to handle it different from some other people. We might have to socialize it, then clean it up. My main point.
Peaceful work.
In an introduction to John Jackson's book, Introduction to African Civilizations, Dr. John Henrik Clarke writes, the distinguished Afro-American poet, Countee Cullen, began his poem heritage with the question, what is Africa to me? The new writers of African history must extend this question by asking, what is Africa to Africans, and what is Africa to the world? Asking these questions emphasizes the need for a total re-examination of African history. In his more than 40 books, in his lectures, and in his dedication to telling the truth about African people, Dr. Clarke has given us a solid foundation to build upon in our re-examination of African history. We, the Social Action Committee of the Compton Avenue Baptist Church, are honored to have as a guest lecturer this evening, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Dr. Ben will be at the City College on Thursday at 7. Professor George Simmons will be at the college at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Monday night, our sister, Dr. Alex Sanford, will be back here as a continuation of the Compton Avenue series. And then we have Booker Club sometime soon.
Tuesday at Bethany.
And Tuesday
Bethany.
At Bethany.
Yeah, the fundraiser.
Fundraiser for Dr. J.
Yeah.
Okay, John.
All right, thank you very much. We have quite a lot to do, and if we devoted a week to it, we would not have enough time. I'd like to begin the discussion concerning Black women in history by saying that the fact that we are discussing her separate from Black men proves that discussion is out of order
and we are outside of the cultural container of our original development. If we were within the culture container of our original development, we would not discuss her out of context with discussing the man, because no more than we would discuss one half of a peach or one half of an orange without consideration of the other half. We're not talking about one thing dependent on the other thing. We're talking about something that balances the other thing and makes it whole. We're not talking about someone's better half. We're talking about the other half that gives balance and meaning to the other half to create a whole. We came out of a cultural incubator that said this, did not preach it, created no dogma around it, did not formalize it with a whole lot of literature, but wisely arrived at the conclusion in relationship to it and lived it out. Because we did not create massive literature around it, the assumption is that we did not know it, but we knew it so well, we did not have to proclaim it in dogma, in literature. And inasmuch as we were living it out, we understood that the role of the woman, while being different, was equal in importance. And there were times when the role of the woman and the role of the man was one and the same. There were times when we recognized the woman as the life giver. Then as the life giver, we recognize that role as being over and above something that man could do. And in turn, woman recognized the man as the planter of the seed and the carrier of the seed through which life would emerge. But she fertilized the seed and nurtured it into a human being and shaped the human being. No one had to debate this. The debate over the role of women, the categories of man and woman, the creation of confusion about relationship between mother, father, mother, son, came out of Western sociology and psychiatry, mostly middle-class Jews of Central Europe. Because we do not look as well as we need to behind the history curtain, behind the slavery curtain. We forget that history is being interpreted through the lens of people who were from the beginning afraid of the woman in power. While the African was not only relaxed with her in power, permitted her to go as far as her mind could take her without feeling the slightest insecurity. But in a society of plenty, in a society where land was enough, water was enough, women was enough, he could feel secure. The European who imposed his will and created a literature containing a protracted rationale was afraid of the woman in power, and so he created for his women the same kind of rationale to justify his domination over her as he created to justify his domination over non-European women. In other words, what has happened with the European everywhere he has gone in the world is a process that can crudely be called niggerization. Having reduced most of the world to the process and the status of niggerization, he reduced his women to the same status. Now, because the African did not have to do this, he had a different attitude. And the African today, in his relationship to women, have some of the same faults as the European he's imitating. In fact, the great drawback is the African with these faults. And the one in the Western world have added to these faults of being an imitator. This is why I have repeatedly brought up a lecture I gave a few years ago, some meat-clad sorority women, on the historical origins of black teenage pregnancy. When I looked at the historical origins of black teenage pregnancy, and they came there to hear me crucify the black man, and I didn't even mention one, because he had nothing to do with black teenage pregnancy historically. And there was no record of any black teenage pregnancy existing in his society before the coming of foreigners. There was no record of deserting women before the coming of foreigners. And so therefore, every foreigner that came into the society that he had fashioned engaged in a form of cultural pollution. When he gained, after this cultural pollution, the African, under the power of the foreigner, thinking that the only way to survive is to imitate the foreigner. Now, plural marriages existed in Africa honorably before the coming of the Arabs. But the plural marriages had honor and dignity to it, and they were started with honor and dignity because they lived in a society where the head of the society, or the king or the chief or whatever they called the head man, decreed that every woman would be under the protection of a house. It was man's responsibility to give her shelter in the home. And he did not have to set up a physical liaison with every single one. No man's got that much energy anyway. This is why I think Walt Chamberlain is the biggest liar who ever lived. If you in one lifetime talking about 20,000, if you in one lifetime do full justice physically to 20, you are ahead of the game. He might have met 20. He might have been alone with 20,000. How many were satisfied? Now, because man's physical relationship was something private, personal, confidential, and discreet, it was not a public matter. Dogs meeting on the street don't close doors because they are of a breed that don't give a damn. And when you begin to parade that activity as a public matter and shout in the street, you're reducing it to the same status. When two human beings to themselves, away from the crowd, negotiating only with themselves, can be a beautiful thing of human relationship and human explosion if it's done with tact, with common sense, with each, with the knowledge, the fact that this beautiful thing has its dangers, and both have to take this into consideration and be able to handle the dangers. Now, what I'm trying to do is to take the present and go back to the past, because we have guided so much on Europe and the characterization of the European man and his relationship with women. We have forgotten that he is no guide, because deep inside of himself, he oppresses women because he is afraid of them in a position of authority. And long before he wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window, we had not only proven that we had no fear of her in authority, we had put her in authority and made her a god. We had given her assignments that symbolizes our faith in her. When the goddess Nut was given the assignment to take down the sun at the end of the day, put it in her stomach, and get in the morning, take it out and hang it back up again. That assignment went to a woman. You give her the assignment to light up the world. You trusted her to do that job. Otherwise, the world would be in darkness. Now, if we understand the beautiful symbols of respect that the African man had already given the woman before he became so entangled with this confused woman hater out of the icebox, then we start checking ourselves and realize the wife beater is not me. The wife deserter is not me. Those who impregnate teenagers and walk around away from them is not me, because my culture did not produce that kind of character. And that kind of character is in existence and is doing a lot of harm. What then can we do about it? You cannot tell a black woman whose face has been slapped, you can't give her no damn lecture. She don't want to hear no lecture. She don't want to hear about the historical this and that. She's hurt. Now, how do you get the here-ness and the now-ness across? And how do you build a society where this man will be held in check and instructed until it gets across to him that we are out to build a new society? And you cannot build a new society and imprison the mind or frustrate one half of that society, that is the female half. That does not mean you're going to let the woman rule over the society, run roughshod, disobey every rule in the society. She has the same obligation in the maintenance of the society as anyone else. And when she violates the rules of the society, she must be called to task the same as anyone else. But she must not be looked at as the object of abuse. And you must realize that you have some responsibility to her. And when you touch her physically, and even if it's with her consent, both of you can either change the world through your action or damage each other in such a way neither one will ever be cured. So it is a major responsibility when the two of you get together. And when two of you are taken out, destroy each other, you have destroyed 10 generations or more. Who knows? You produce 5 children, and those children in turn can marry and produce another generation. It might be generations indefinitely, because a man and a woman consist of a gene pool. So together they can set in motion a population that will extend beyond 10 generations. I think we need to seriously read Cheikh Anta Diop's essay on the matrilineal in the cultural unity of Africa. Read it seriously, and don't read it in relationship to what you are seeing today, because what you are seeing today is madness created by women-hating men who are not too sure of his manhood. Because of Hollywood, because of the mass media, because of the gangster movies and the cowboy movies and the creation of the Western heroes, most women, black, white, and otherwise, cannot distinguish between maleness and manhood. A male can excite a woman. A male can with job make a woman feel good. All you need is maleness. Nature endow you with that. But to be responsible, to be protective of her, and to take the consequences of the meeting requires manhood. And inasmuch as sometimes both man and women are confused on this item, we have to start learning something about that distinction. Now, let's go back to what the subject needs to begin, because I have often decried the fact that too many times people point to the top of the tree before they examine the roots. Now let's examine the roots. Now, the top of the tree is to make you understand that there's a whole lot out there in the branches, but the heart, the soul that keeps the tree alive are the roots that draws moisture from the earth that feeds the leaves at the top of the tree. Now, when we look at the beginning of organized societies in Africa, now what is an unorganized society? A society is unorganized when it has no direction, no order, no set procedure. But once we pick it up at the point of organization, we see the beginning of a structure that will lead to the family. We see them coming together based on kinship, based on regions, based on bloodlines, based on regional groupings. And we see now the village, a cluster of villages coming together for protection. But we see an evolution of something in Africa that did not take place in Europe. And this is why there is permanent damage done to the female psyche in Europe, and the permanent damage done to the African psyche away from home. I'm saying that taking the African out of the cultural incubator of his creation did permanent damage. And what we're trying to do is to get back to that incubator. You don't have to get back to it physically. If you could just get back to it mentally, psychologically. You don't have to physically go back to Africa, although it's a good idea if you did. But to feel relaxed. One summer, I took a group to Africa, and at the end of the summer, I set them down. I said, you notice all the children are smiling. No children are fighting each other, or pulling over, pulling at anything. No child is stalking away, angry because some child mistreated them. And they are poor. Why are they smiling? They are in the cultural incubation of that creation. They know the things around there. They know the food around there. They know the people around there. They know every parent is a parent. They do not feel out of place and lonely. They never heard of an orphanage, and they never will until some foreign fools start disrupting their societies and killing off the mothers and the fathers and the relatives, cutting off one from the other. Then I asked the group, all summer, have you ever heard the word MF? No one slandered no one. People disagreeing, people having fierce arguments, but not the same kind you've been hearing. They're in the culture that produced them. When you take a people out of the culture that originally produced them, they become imitators of an alien culture, and they turn on themselves. What would those young men who are shooting at each other be doing at that age in Africa? In a properly run African society, they would be preparing for the responsibility of manhood, preparing for the take on a wife, to preparing to support a home. Some would be in apprenticeship to their uncles, learning a trade. Some would be already in the marketplace, wheeling and dealing. But they wouldn't be shooting at each other because they wouldn't be angry with each other. And these over here are shooting at each other because they are afraid to take on their real enemy, which is not themselves. Because the worst thing they ever heard said was said about people who look like them, and the God that hangs in their church looks like the cop, looks like the judge. The society creates a fear in him, and he won't launch a knife into the heart of a cop because the cop is the same color of the Christ in his church. And so therefore, religion at this point becomes a form of his imprisonment. But before he came in contact with these people, before he understood anything about those societies, Africans had already created an enduring society that had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. These societies existed so long, over half of human history was over before anyone knew that a European was in the world. The propaganda of Europe was so strong and effective, they would take out of your historical memory the time when you were ruling the state all by yourself without starting World War I, II, or otherwise, without starting any wars comparable to the wars the Europeans have had among themselves. They would make you forget, and they would propagate a concept that the world waited in darkness for the European to bring the light, when the opposite is the truth. Everywhere he went in the world, he put out the light. The world would be better. The world would be better had Christopher Columbus and those thugs left the people in the West Indies alone. You had an indigenous population of Asian migrants throughout what is now the Caribbean islands. Different islands, flourishing civilization. The same thing is true of South America. South America, North America, people, different nations, mistakenly called Indians. These people had names, and throughout this whole area. So the European did no favor, and Christopher Columbus discovered nothing, and yet they were so convincing in their propaganda. After he destroyed these people, the African was brought to replace them as the labor supply. Now, further contradiction, a friend and a colleague is head of the commission to celebrate Christopher Columbus's discovery. And he's not one of these almost white Jamaicans either. He ain't no brown Jamaican either. He is black. A very honorable man. Been accommodated by the Queen, called the Honorable. When we were leaving Senegal a few years ago, and white people waiting in line to get their tickets, very impatient, think they can't get on the plane. Rex Nettleford standing calmly behind the line, talking to his friends, and when he got good and ready, walked past everybody, went to the top of the line, got his ticket, walked on the plane. And white folks said, "Who is this man? What did he, how did he do it? What did he do?" And we said, "That is the Honorable Rex Nettleford." They said, "How did he become honorable?" And we said in unison, "Because we said so." It is high time we unite people ourselves if we want them not. He's honorable because we said so. That's the end of that. But I still can't understand my dear friend and colleague, the head of this damn commission to celebrate Columbus. Let's get back to the lecture. I don't know. I don't understand Jamaica anyway. That's all right. I don't understand it. That's all right. Now, there's something that happened early in this formation that gave the African woman not only an edge, but her early participation in these societies gave her some recognition in the society over and above that which other women got in their society. Because she was the forerunner in the domestication of plant life and animal life, and because she would go to the forests and find out what leaves and what oils, and what herbs could cure her man and sustain him, he became rather dependent on her. She would tan the leather, which was part of his clothing. And so when Dr. Nichols gave us this beautiful example of what happened to the European woman 10,000 years ago, what happened to the African woman 10,000 years ago, I don't think we analyzed it too well. Because 10,000 years ago, if the European woman, if her man tell her to get out, she have to cop a plea. Because she get out, she's in the cold. And those other people are not going to take her in. But the African man, the African woman, tropical climate, she's done so much for a man he wouldn't dare think about doing without her anyway. And he said, get out. She looked at me as a fool. Get out where? Who's going to take care of you? She had to cop a plea. And besides, even if she did get out, there's plenty of land, there's plenty of food, and she got 11 cousins and uncles, so she don't have to tremble. So from the very beginning, this society was structured to give her not an upper hand, but an even hand in her relationship. Now this continued to develop until monarchies, dynasties was created. And she would play a major role behind the scene when she did not play a major role on the scene. Because the Africans' belief in a form of balance, you could not solely be a king, a god, without a goddess. You couldn't be a goddess without a god. Because the Africans saw man and woman balancing each other and couldn't see one without the other, now you can see why there was no misunderstanding and no gay or sadness in relationship to sex until foreigners came. What you gonna be confused about? You can look at the design of a woman, look at the design of a man and understand they were literally designed so that certain things can fit. But man and man were designed that way. So when some people from Western Asia, what you call the Middle East or Western Asia, before they built the Suez Canal, and for most of its existence, that was Northeast Africa. People keep asking, if you're born in that area, you know, we wasn't African. Well, there was nothing separating you from that landmass. You could walk from one to the other, and the populations mixed until the Indo-Europeans began to come down into that area, to the Saracens, and all the human waste matter of Europe began to filter down there because they're looking for something to eat. People always move among us to improve their condition, then turn on us when they get strong enough. We feed them now. Want to get their belly full. They don't want just the food. They don't want just the shelter. They want everything now. And what I'm saying is that with the making of the dynastic period, the woman began to play a role behind the scene and many times on the scene. It was really not until the 18th dynasty, last part of the 17th, but in the 18th dynasty, she began to emerge as a figure of state. While in the 18th dynasty we have dealt with Hatshepsut, we have not dealt with Amos Nefertari, who was an able queen and an able handler of power. Take into consideration, Europe has produced two great female handlers of power. You don't have to like either one of them because neither one of them were likable. Queen Elizabeth I of England and Margaret Thatcher. They knew and did what all heads of state must do to justify being heads of state, to hold the state together by any means necessary, and to crack whatever head interferes with you doing your job. Elizabeth had to cut off the head of her ace lover, and all she asked for was an apology. He thought he couldn't obey a petticoat, and off went his head. Now, my point is, in looking at this 18th dynasty, almost Nefertari, but look at Hatshepsut on her way to head a state, hanging around her father, Thutmose I, learning the basics. He's wounded in the war that drove out the foreign rulers and the Hebrews. I'm using a word wrongly now because there are people of the Hebrew faith of every color under the sun, and the European who claims monopoly over the faith might be a minority within the faith. But they claim monopoly over it anyway. There's no proof that Abraham and his flock belonged to this faith before they came into Egypt. And so if they left Egypt with the faith, left Egypt with the language, left Egypt with the culture, Egypt was the training ground and the proving ground of all that we know as Hebrew culture and Jewish culture. Now, Hatshepsut, on her way to power, was the messenger for her father, who said, after me, this girl should be trained to be Pharaoh, not queen. She had her supporters in court, and he had his. His wasn't as strong as he thought it was. So when he died, and she married Thutmose II, who didn't treat her so well, and she did not forget it. And after his death, she had to deal with Thutmose III. It was technically his turn to come to power. And when her support proved stronger than his, and he was young in the first place, so she had his head shaved and sent him to the temple and somebody teach him how to pray. But during the years of her reign, 21 or 31, depending on what book you're reading, she sent him on errands. She sent him to observe different things. When she died mysteriously, and he came to power, thanks to her training, he was one of the greatest pharaohs Egypt ever knew. A warrior of the first class, conquering all of Western Asia, now mistakenly called the Middle East, consolidating the land to the south. And yet her name stands out as the first great female ruler in history where we have a good record. The records of Amos Nefertari is not that good. The records of the other great female warriors are sporadic and not that good. They could have been better, but we're talking about the records now. What did Hatshepsut do? She sat down south, what is present-day Somalia, had her grandmother come on a state visit. The men of that day drew the picture, drew the grandmother sitting in state on deck. So no question about it. So she came from the south. What was grandma doing way down in the south? Grandma lived there. Well, that's where the relative started from. I'm saying that all the time, the greatest strength in these dynasties came from the south, and they came through the female line. Now, after Hatshepsut passing, she had instituted certain things that we still enjoy. She sent emissaries to a place called Kameh, now called India. She started trade between West Coast, the East Coast of Africa, and China, and this trade lasted 1,000 years, was broken off, started again, and lasted another 1,000 years. It wasn't broken off until the 1600s AD. We have evidence of this. She was interested in all forms of plant life, the different birds in the south, had them brought up to Egypt. She was interested in the peopling of the labor supply, interested in the peopling of the south. And she came from the south. Egypt had been on a great turmoil. Each time Egypt was rescued, it was rescued by a force from the south. Now, after her passing, another queen Queen Tai would give birth to a sickly boy who didn't really want to be a pharaoh, Amenhotep IV. But what we have to remember now is, let's focus on the mother, Queen Tai. I've got myself into a lot of trouble by saying that Queen Tai, because her picture is so famous. She got that universal pouting mouth that you can see all over the African world sometimes. Ain't nobody can pout like a black woman when she want to pout. It's a work of art. She can send you all kinds of messages without saying a word. Just sit that lip a certain way and that eye a certain way, and that's a telegram. And you're going to get it too, one way or the other. Queen Tai, looking at her son, trying to bring a new force to Egypt, trying to bring a new concept to Egypt, getting rid of the corrupt priesthood of that day. And she didn't agree with this new religion or the new interpretation of it. And when some of the people, thinking they could solicit her against her son, came to her, and she let it be known that she did not agree with her son's religion. She did not agree with the rapid way he was changing Egypt. But she let it be known, I am his mother. He is flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. And if you touch this precious fruit of my womb, I will bring all the forces of heaven and hell down upon you. That was a mother. I personally have disagreements, but I will not join you in harming him in any way, because I'm his mother. But as his mother, I have a right to criticize him. I have a right to disagree with him. So I disagree as a mother, you disagree as an enemy. She made it, let it be known, there's a clear distinction. I will not join his enemies. And she did not. Maybe of the three great women of that 18th dynasty, she's the most neglected, overshadowed by Hatshepsut, overshadowed again by the half-Asian woman called Nefertiti, who we probably haven't seen anyway, because the picture you know of Nefertiti is a Greek fake. There's no definite proof that she was Asian. The assumption is she's Asian. Now, the point here is that the woman was playing a major role as the head of state. Nefertiti did serve in partnership with her husband. Her husband, Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV, he was homely by almost any standards. He had, his features were out of balance, elongated head, large protruding lips, large nose, out of proportion to his face. Yet she thought he was the handsomest man who ever lived. They humanized the Egyptian monarchy. They were sculptured.
holding hands with children on their knees. He told the sculptor, don't pretty him up. Do him justice, and they did. She mysteriously disappeared, but he left his mark, and she also left her mark because she played a major role with this king who believed in peace so much he would not crush a flower. So, but the woman continued to play a major role as the dynasties changed. But in the 19th, on the Ramesses, the 20th to the 25th, it's kind of holding dynasties. But we have to look at great rulers to the south. Makeda, known as the Queen of Sheba, around 960 BC. There's a whole lot of nonsense about who Queen of Sheba was, mainly because the biblical version is the one you read, and that's so much Jewish folklore is mixed up in it, you have a hard time getting to the truth. And you mix the story of King Solomon with it, and she becomes incidental. I don't particularly like this story of King Solomon, nor do I like King Solomon, nor do I believe he was wise, nor do I believe he was a gentleman. But if you read the real story beyond the propaganda and the Hollywood myth, she emerged at a time when a group of people were trying to put together a kingdom called Judea. They had taken this piece of property because a God called Yahweh told them to do. That's their land. Now this God who gave them their land was soon discarded, and not a single Jew on the face of the earth, black or white, worships Yahweh today. You got some misguided African Christians worshiping Yahweh. We are in such a God that's different from the Christian God, which is the most natural thing you can do, inasmuch as the Christians are your enslavers. We should search for one different from Islam then, because they are also big enslavers. If you're trying to find a God where the people are not your enslavers, then you wouldn't belong to any form of organized religion. Because all forms of organized religion has been your enslaver one way or the other, mentally or physically, but one way or the other. Let's look at Makeda just for a little while. Let's look at her without the romanticism of Cecil B. DeMille and Hollywood. She was the queen of Sheba, but the empress of Aksum. She's the queen of one region, but there was a larger region that she still had influence over, which made her empress. Aksum was part of present-day Ethiopia. That was her little headquarters. Let's take the real historical reason for her visit to Solomon. Solomon had been supplied with a special kind of reddish gold from Ethiopia he was using for decoration. The Ethiopian trade commissar at the time was named Tamaran. Solomon keep giving Tamaran some wise saying instead of paying Ethiopian money. Tamaran goes to his queen and asks the queen, can you go and collect the money that's owed Ethiopia? And he said, incidentally, when you're there, check out his wisdom. The incidental becomes a part of history, and the real reason for the visit got lost. Now, Solomon invites her and then he propositioned her to let us join to get our respective nations and rule together. Judea is the size of a postage stamp in comparison to Ethiopia. Her train leaving Ethiopia, just her entourage, porters, keepers, her private bodyguard was larger than the armed forces of Judea. What kind of deal is this? Let's join our nation and rule both Ethiopia and Judea together. She ain't gonna buy nothing like that. He feeds her food with excessive salt. She gets up in the middle of the night trying to look for some water, and he assaults her. He no gentleman. He ain't dealing with no scrub woman. He dealing with the most powerful woman of the age of that day, whose country is 30 times the size of Judea. That means he got no respect for her. Now, is he wise, or he's just another bunch of scum on the throne? I mean, when you call a man wise, you got to show some wise thing he did. You know, two women came before him arguing about who a child belonged to. He give him a sword, said, cut the child in half. Ain't nothing wise. That's stupid. And yet you say, wise as Solomon. Wise, what made him wise? From this assault on her, it was rape. Let's just stop playing games with it. Let's stop playing games with it. Solomon raped the lady, raped the queen, had no more respect for her. To come to his house, all the way from Ethiopia, bringing gifts as was the custom, and get raped. Out of this rape came a son, Menelik the first of Ethiopia. He would send missionaries to Ethiopia later, and that was from that part of Western Asia, there would not only be a string of people converting people to Judaism, but there would be a string later converting them to Islam. And this accounts for the Falashi, the Bet Israel, the large Ethiopian Jewish population, and the large Muslim population in Ethiopia. She would not fade from history because she became a great mystery, but this woman was a fine head of state, and she needs to be studied with some great degree of seriousness and respect. She would never have said, I'm black but comely, you daughters of Jerusalem. He wouldn't have said it either. At this juncture in history, no one boasted about color, no one apologized. Because some contemporary person is projecting something into the past that wasn't there and logically would not have been there. The finest thing you can say about the Jewish people, they are great record keepers. Another thing you must also say that they are great record changers when it comes to that convenience to do so. And they involve themselves through literature into something because you won't read, make you believe something which not only wasn't so, could not possibly be so. When Kotzwin claimed the pyramid, you didn't say nothing because you don't know that. It's very simple. When Abraham entered Egypt in the 13th dynastic period, all the pyramids were built between the 3rd and the 7th dynastic period. In fact, they've been built 1,000 years before they got there. If you knew chronology, historical chronology, you say that's not possible. You didn't exist as a people when that was happening. Nor did the Europeans exist as a people. They didn't even have shoes when the pyramids were being built. They're still coming out of the ice. Well, all right. Egypt's influence in the north, in the south, began to wane. Castor Pianki Taharqa went up and conquered Egypt. And what was the main cry? That they had to adhere to the laws of Maya. Can you imagine now? Fighting a war, conquering Egypt, showing Egypt how to be a nation one more time, taking her for her last walk in the sun, and basing their claim on the teaching of one of the last of the great female gods. Now, after this occasion, the Assyrians came back after they pushed Taharqa to the south. The Assyrians came, now called Syrians. Disruption, culture polluters. Then the Iranians, then called Persians, came 550. The Assyrians, 666 BC. Then the Persians, 550 BC. Then the young Macedonian with a gender problem, Alexander called the Great. Great for what? I don't know. Now we see the depression of the role of the women in the society during this period. After the Greek period, the Roman period, the Romans began to kill people for being Christians. Finally, so many Romans joined the Christian church, they stopped the show and joined it. Constantine made Christianity the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire. Then they began to fight among themselves, and a little-known war occurred that history has forgotten. A war between the Romans and the African Christians for control of the church. But no matter what the European is on the face of the earth, he wants to control. You better get this through your skull. Communism fell over one weekend. All the fight, all the FBI, all the CIA, all this thing, stop this old big boogaboo called communism. It was a sham. It's like the sham between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. There's only one party, the white party. But into this, at the end of this, there were more Africans killed in the amphitheaters of North Africa than Romans killed in the arena at Rome. No one wrote any romantic literature about this, but they wrote the romantic literature about the arena in Rome, and Cecil B. DeMille made several spectacular movies about that. There were African gladiators killing Christians. There was Africans being killed by the gladiators. There was Africans on both sides. Color wasn't a factor of consequence in the Roman Empire. But during this early formative period of Christianity, a woman emerged in North Africa that the world has chosen to forget, Hypatia. Because she was so powerful, they paint her as a Greek. She wasn't a Greek. And I checked this out with several people, including Beatrice Lumpkin, who's a specialist on women in history, especially women in mathematics, because she's a mathematician at Malcolm X University in Chicago. And she said that no Greek woman held a position of this caliber at this time in history. She opened up an academy. Her father was a mathematician, and she opened up an academy teaching the basics of Christianity. She is the originator of what we now know as the Sunday school. There's some work on her in North African, in a book called North African Prelude. I had reason to check this out recently when writing an introduction to a book called The Arab Conquest of Egypt. Another on a short history of North Africa, and there's about 4 or 5 books I just happen to have on my shelf. But the propaganda against her became so intense, her influence became so widespread, a Roman zealot called Peter the Reader. Why did they call him Peter the Reader? There were so very few people who could read. If you could read, you were outstanding. Led a mob into her academy, killed her, raped her. They scraped the flesh from her bones, threw it in the sea, burned her academy, and thus died Hypatia. Her life is begging for a biographer who would do it justice. But this is the kind of information I've been digging up and living with, and I put down as much as I can. I was running like a house of fire, you know, thinking I could change the whole world before I leave. And faith interceded and let me know what I was trying to forget. I'm human like all the rest of you. And I'm a little less than God. Although I would appreciate some of his awesome power if he could spare it. Now, in the period after the beginning of the Christian period, I would say that Hypatia was maybe the most outstanding of the women. But the last woman of note, but not the last, are the greatest. In the closing years before the advent of Christianity was Cleopatra II, the seventh. There were 8 Cleopatras now. Cleopatra Bernice, her daughter, who married a Roman, who was then ruler of what is now Mauritania. Cleopatra VII, and everybody's arguing about it. Snowden has denounced me all over the country for saying that she was white, she was black. I did not say that. I said up until recent times, every time someone depicted her on the stage and in the movies, it's a white actor with brown makeup and a nappy wig. And Claude Colbert in 1932 played her for the first time as a pure white woman. After that, there's been a whole lot of Cleopatra, redheads, blondes, and everything. Then, looking at the situation, looking at Cleopatra, I said she still needs to be recognized as an African woman because she had African commitment. She used her charms of political skills to manipulate both Caesar and Mark Antony and keep the worst aspect of Roman rule from the backs of the Africans. This manipulation, starting as a teenager, was skillful and well done, and was done in Africa's behalf. And I'm saying you cannot, even if she had a Persian mother and a Greek father, even if she didn't have any African blood, I'm not too sure about the Persian mother they've assigned to her. I think she had an African father, had an African mother and a Greek father. A bunch of Greek generals named Sesostris changed their name to Ptolemy so it can sound African. But the important thing is that she knew Solomon. She knew that Mark Antony had no chance of taking that scrubby Egyptian army and taking on that mighty Roman army. And she warned him against it, yet he still, for his beloved Cleopatra, he took that chance. And Mark Antony's brother-in-law, Octavius, who's going to become Caesar Augusta, came into Egypt and told him, if you don't come home and do Roman work, you won't be a Roman citizen. And that's the man who was going to meet him on the field of battle, because he was married to Octavius' sister, and he had deserted her the night of the wedding. Hadn't even concluded the deal by spending a whole night. Here, 3 years later, and 2 babies by Cleopatra, he's meeting her faithful brother-in-law, who's not too pleased by the way he treated his sister. Now you can see the bitterness. In his death agony, Mark Antony discovered that Cleopatra had tricked him. She spread rumor that she was dead. She was dead. And when he heard that she was dead, then he began to commit suicide. He learned that she wasn't dead after the second plunge of the knife into his stomach. Now, Hollywood have her dying because she lost her beloved Anthony. You know, this woman was so powerful, she could order a man like you order a sandwich. Send me another one. Her great love was Egypt. Her great love was Egypt. When she discovered that the Roman Octavius was going to turn Egypt into a colony, take away the privileges she had fought for, she would no longer have control over judges, no longer control over taxes. All she had yielded to the Romans was a foreign policy. She would not enter into any kind of treaty with the enemies of Rome. That's all they got from her. She kept her judges, she kept her ability to collect her own taxes and turn over to the Romans what she decided they should have. She went to Rome and was in triumph. Now she's back home now. When she see the curtain falling, it was then over her lover. Egypt was her lover. Egypt was her mission. Egypt was her priesthood. Now, Dr. Ben and I are the greatest friends, but he thinks she was just a high yellow slut sleeping around with some England, with some Romans. And I'm saying that even if she was, she got more benefit out of it than anybody else I can remember. And she deserves some consideration as an African woman, because she did plead an African cause. And when on her deathbed, she would say, I will now join my father, the sun. That ended the argument. Culturally, that's African. The worship of the sun god and its derivative as a religion is African. No Greek woman would have ever said that. I think she needs reconsideration and stop claiming her as black, black, black. We use the word black too much. Let's come in from a cultural basis. We use the word black every time we say, was Christ black, was Christ black? Don't worry about what he was black. Establish the fact that he was not a Roman, he was not a Greek. That's the most important thing. Once you establish that, he had to be one of those other people. So he's non-white. If somebody else want to argue about the shade, you got other things to do. So I'm busy right now. So you look at people in that cultural incubator. Now, an Italian is a brunette and a Swede is a blonde. Now you gonna argue which one is more European than the other? I've seen some Italians that look like Uncle Willie. That whole Mediterranean is mixed. That's why they're the handsomest people in Europe. Got a little of our blood in them. And that helps a lot. You know, we can tone down that pallorness in the complexion, you know. You can wear some color. You walking around like the living dead. We will lighten up the situation. Now I'm about to conclude because I shouldn't have taken on anything this big. I will come another day and devote the greater interest to great women of the 19th, 20th century and do justice to it. But I had planned the notes in my mind. Now that I don't write anymore, I just sit and think about what I'm going to say for an hour or so. And that's my way of substituting my extensive reading, because I've already done the reading down through the years anyway. And I just go back and sometimes read some older notes and check some new things that come into the house. There's an excellent book on the struggle of women in Southern Africa, and Beatrice Lumpkins has done some good work on African women in mathematics, and Claudia Solowski has done also some works on women in mathematics, but mostly with the West African contingent. I had planned to do an appraisal of Zenobia, her influence in Asia, Kohana, who started the fight to drive the Arabs out of Africa, Nzinga, who fought the Portuguese 52 of her 83 years and saved this part of Africa from the slave trade, Matilda Newport, who tried to keep the French and the British from stealing the little land that Liberia had. Nigeria is 1/3 of its original land surface. 2/3 was taken away by the French and the English, while America didn't do anything to protect it. I was going to do something on the women in the Zulu wars, and I was going to end with Asante War, who led the last Ashanti War, and deal with African women in the 20th century, especially those in the struggle in South Africa, deal with Chaka's mother, Ninda, and deal with one of the great women warriors of Africa, forgotten now, is Nihanda from Zimbabwe, who fought the British so well, so many years, and was spitting in their face as they were hanging her. She was spitting in their face. Never gave up, never stopped fighting. Putting a noose on her neck. She's spitting in the face of the people trying to put a noose on her. They hung her, but they hung a good one. We have to remember all of this. All of these people of courage did not die in vain. And we must tell our children. About 3 weeks ago in Japan, going into a hall where I was going to give a banquet address, someone met me at the door. Young man, all tuxedo down with his staff, and he introduced me. Told the staff I was his original teacher, that I also was instrumental in getting him to teach in Cornell. He appreciated, the fact that he could teach in the same school with his teacher, who was instrumental in getting him there. I'm just flippant, glad to see him, of course. I said, well, but what the hell are you doing in Japan? And so he handed me his business card and smiled and said, I'm now Zimbabwean ambassador to Japan. I said, well, all these years from sharecroppers farm in the backwoods of Alabama, the lives I've touched, and the students I've turned out, and those doing good work, and most of them, it's been worth the trip. I may not finish my book on the black woman as a figure in world history. Now I'm going to do the African woman as a figure in world history first. Then I'm going to do the woman in the diaspora second, because I'm going to finish my novel this summer, and I've done about 3 books of short stories. I hope to edit one of those this summer, and I'm finishing my second theoretical book, Condition Reflex, The Dilemma of the Africans Away from Home. And I've been reading textbooks, and a lot of my old books, people asking me, it's coming out again, so I'll have my hands full. But one of the main reasons I became interested in this question of the black female in power is that I had 3 female deities in my life: my mother, my great-grandmother, and my 5th grade teacher. And I understood something about them that most men don't seem to understand today. But if the woman pulled out of our churches, some of them would have to close their doors, pull out some of our lodges, because they're the service unit. They're not taking away man's prerogative, not taking away his manhood. They're buying him time to be a man and to be a better one. I wish we could soberly solve some of our problems based on the fact that neither one of us have any place to go except toward each other, and we have no lasting partnership except with each other, and no lasting alliance except with each other. I hope I live long enough to see there'll be no woman problem or man problem, be the collective problem of both of us, and one will not outweigh the other, but we would affect a blend between us. And the problem is collective. The problem is neither women or man. It is a problem of bringing that family back together again. And we have done some beautiful things in cooperation, one to the other, and we gave the world its first humanity, cooperating one to the other. And we should at least entertain the idea that there's a possibility that what we've done before, we can do again. So thanks for inviting me tonight. Over to you.
Let's not exaggerate. John wasn't that good tonight.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let us give him a slave ovation. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. How you doing? Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be in another one of my intellectual homes here at the Slave Theater. Now, I pushed the health button a little too hard and had to go to one of those places called a hospital and deal with some weirdos called doctors. Then I really wanted to be cured after they finished with me. So I went to some real doctors, my family in Georgia. And my sisters and the nieces and the nephews and all the family pampering and catering. I'm beginning to get it back together again. And coming back to New York City, I had to realize that I wasn't going to change the world in a week. Might take a month, even a year, then I might not be the one to do it. It's difficult for ambitious people to understand that whosoever God is, it's not them. I can't make a hurricane, and I can't stop a hurricane. I think we, as a people, overdo the God business. We overload God, and He has equipped us with 2 feet to run the hell out of the way of things, eyes to see what's coming, senses, and we shouldn't call on Him so much because, after all, He must make spring in one side of the world and winter in another part of the world and fall on another part. He must have ice in one part and rain on the other part and watch those fishes in the sea. He must watch that sparrow who don't know what limb he wants to light on or what song he wants to sing. So why can't you do something for yourself with the equipment that He's given you? Now, my notes for tonight deal with the African world under siege. We are the most potentially powerful people in all the world, and yet we have not used our power. We have let people develop something called a new world order without consulting a single one of us, not knowing that the great mental wealth comes out of a continent that is ours by every law of God and man. And if we were united within Africa, if the Organization of African Unity had some unity, they could say, there will be no new world order until you consult me. You get no diamonds, you get no gold, you get no manganese, you get no cobalt. You get nothing out of this continent. And we can pull Western industry to its knees without firing a shot. And we don't have to call this a boycott. Just call it selective buying and selling. We'll be selective about who we buy from and selective about who we sell to. And when we can control commodity markets based on the essence of power, we will be respected in the arena of power. The essence of power, no matter what the government is and no matter what the time is, the essence of power is the ability to include and exclude. That's all it boils down to. Who goes here and with whose permission? No matter what kind of government you live in, you stop at this gate and give an account of yourself or you move no further. Throughout the whole world, our enemy has either been at the gate, in the house, or in the bed. Because we have not been able to control our enemy. Because we have been hospitable to strangers. We have not asked the stranger, what is your mission in my house? We have not done what the old black father used to do when the father was truly an image in the house. When you come to court his daughter, on the third visit, the daughter don't show up. And the father comes into the living room and looks you over, says, son, what's your intentions toward my daughter? If you don't give him an answer, the daughter continues to be late, and you don't come there anymore. Now, we got a whole continent, never been defended militarily. People have been able to just walk in, take what they want. Why haven't we asked these strangers, what is your intention in this house? And if I'm attacked while you're in the house, whose side are you going to be on? And if I'm not satisfied with your answer, the door is over there. The one that let you in will let you out. Now, I want to take a holistic look at African people under siege, not just in Africa, but all over the world. I want to take a look at the propaganda against our mind that makes some of us think that we belong to a separate race that fell off at the moon. We are all one single people. There's only one single African people, though some of them might live on some specks of dust in the Caribbean Sea, and some of them might live in Georgia, and some of them might live in Africa. There's only one African people, and we have one enemy. And that enemy has one intention: to control us and our mineral wealth, to control our shorelines, and through propaganda, control our mind. Now, this thing started in the 1700s BC. It continued through the invasion from Western Asia, 1675 BC. For 2,000 years, the enemies of Africa came from Western Asia, mistakenly called the Middle East. And what did they do? What was their collective impact? Was to take away from the African's mind through propaganda the concept that the African could control a state. And when people take away from you the idea of controlling a state, they take away the container of your culture, your aspirations, your hope. They take away the gift you have to give to your child and their children in turn. You are a motherless and a fatherless child politically
in the world when someone takes away from you the cover, your clothing, your cultural clothing, your political clothing, the idea of controlling a state all by yourself. And you forget that half of civilization, half of history was over before anyone knew that a European was in the world. And what makes you think you need him so much? He's a pauper in the world and a thief and a robber in the world. What makes you think you need him? Now, to break the siege of African people, we have to stop playing games with each other. We have to stop identifying with our oppressor and our colonial master and identify with ourselves as an African people. We have to take our nose out of the air and stop boasting about our Dutch Scottish grandfathers and uncles. We have to stop saying we are Britishers. England don't want you as anything other than servants. America don't want you as anything other than servants. Because all of these colonial masters you've had want you only as servants after they've had you as slaves. When you identify with them, you're identifying with the people who raped your grandfather, grandmother, and you are demeaning your children still to be born. Today you have a fight between the Francophone African and the Anglophone African. Who is superior? They're both talking about French culture and English culture. They're both talking about an oppressor's culture. They're not arguing about African language. Now, who speaks Wolof? Who speaks Zulu? Who speaks Ashanti? Who speaks French and who speaks English? And they both got their nose in the air looking down on each other over a foreigner's language. It's not their mother tongue. Who in the hell cares about either one of it? Language is a utility. Learn as many languages as you can. It's an employment calling card. But don't get so romanticized because you speak French, you are French. And because some Scottish man raped your grandmother, don't think that you are Scottish. You are the victim of a Scotsman. You're the victim in as much as he infused his blood into your family against your will. Now, the question is, how do we break this siege? But let's stop playing games with each other. What Reverend Sullivan is trying to do can be marginally beneficial if you handle it right. But you have to understand the difference between Pan-Capitalism and Pan-Africanism. Pan-Capitalism is American corporations dominating the wealth of Africa. Pan-Africanism is African people throughout the world controlling the wealth of Africa. In every country in Africa, without any exception, all of the wealth-producing resources are in European or white control. Recently, on a trip to Ghana, I discovered that the Ghanaians are selling the gold mines to South Africa. The Oppenheim, not selling it, has finished the sale. Their commercial bank, the system of commercial banks carefully built by Western trained Ghanaians, going to be sold to National City. They devaluated the money while we were there. Now, if you can't make a decision about the wealth of your country, a foreigner will decide whether you pay the soldiers, whether you pay your civil servants. They devaluate your money when they get ready, and sooner or later, they're going to demand your land as collateral. And when people take your land, they take away your nation. Land is the basis of nation. This is why I have not gotten so dewy-eyed over Nelson Mandela. Whites own 87% of the land in South Africa. He has not asked for the return of the land. A small minority of whites. This one thing we have to get it through our skulls. We will share in Africa only to the extent that someone shares with us in Europe. And if we think we're going to go down the NACP route, we just got to have one near us. If we're going to buy this bag of worms called integration, before we integrate into ourselves, there's not enough head examiners to set us straight. I'm not interested in Africans sharing with foreigner who was an invader in the first place, uninvited in the second place. In South Africa, in the rest of Africa, I'm interested in African rule. Now, if anybody lives in Africa, and this includes the Arabs, who cannot live under African rule, show him the nearest airport or transportation going, and tell him to find some other geography to live. Because nobody came into Africa to do Africa any favors. And everybody and everything that was brought into Africa from the outside did Africa more harm than good. Now, this might break a whole lot of people's heart because you got some romance about these different religions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam was the handmaiden of imperialists, a conqueror's belief. What made you think you needed it inasmuch as if you read St. Augustine in his interpretation of the conference at Nicaea, he said, these people are trying to give us the religion we had 3,000 years ago. And if you read John Jackson's Man, God, and Civilization and Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth, you will discover that had Christ rose 2,000 years before, he could have read his own autobiography. The Jews took him up and placed him inside of an already existing myth, copied from Africa. I'm not saying the Bible is not good. I'm saying it's a series of teaching tools and teaching lessons through mythology and supposition. It's an illustrated lesson, but if you think the illustration is true, then you need to examine history. Then you need to ask some questions. How is it that Noah can plant grapes one day and drink the wine the next day? It takes 3 weeks to ferment the wine to get ready. Ferment the grapes to get ready to make the wine. He got his wine the next day. What makes you think that a people have to leave Africa by the sea, pardon to let them out, when there was a 16-mile land bridge
They walked in, why can't they walk out? You need a dramatic, somebody needed a dramatic story to dramatize the myth of their slavery in Africa. When they were actually guests in Africa's home, Africa saved them from hunger. And when they associated themselves with the conquerors of Africa, the Africans said, now you got to go. Now they're going to dramatize it, said they were slaves in Egypt. And anytime anybody said he was slaves in Egypt, ask them what period and under what administration. The period when they were supposed to be slaves was the period when Egypt was conquered from the Western Asia. If they were slaves at all, then I doubt this. They were slaves under foreign domination, and we are not to blame. People can accuse you of having them enslaved with one breath and say the Egyptians were white in the next breath. Now come on, get your lie together. I'm a former Baptist Sunday school teacher, and I still have absolute respect for the Baptist church because it's closer to Africa in its ceremony than any other church. I'm also brave enough to admit that very often it is loud and wrong. And I also like to admit being loud and wrong and sometimes corrupt, they can out-sing any method who ever lived. Now, back to work, because we suffer today over a lot of things we haven't looked back at. We are imitating people who are imitators. We follow a people who don't know where they are going. Look at Europe today. If we had enough armies, all we would need to conquer Europe was shoes. Europe is laying awake, open for conquest. If the Africans who invaded Spain in 711, when they marched to the door of Paris, then changed their mind and went back to elect a new caliph, head of their faith, when they came back to Spain, they changed their mind about conquering Europe. Africa could have conquered all Europe. They had the army to do it. Why don't we kick people when they're down or take advantage of people when they're in a difficult position? We have the humanity not to do it. Why didn't someone spare us? Because they lack the humanity not to do it. Just this day, because I'm writing the text for an illustrated history of slavery, I was dealing with the motive behind slavery that we have not looked at, the contradictions that we have not looked at, and what they deprived us of was the concept of the state. Now, the Greeks put this process in motion, then the Romans, and then the Romans were so corrupt, they created a vacuum, and a camel boy began to grumble. He asked for reform. Didn't get reform, he asked for a new religion. That religion was Islam. It's a pity most of the Muslims haven't even studied, they hadn't even read the Quran too well. Because the African thought that the Arab would get the Roman off of their backs. They were right. The Arab got the Roman off his back and replaced the Roman on his back, and he's still on his back. The Arab was in the slave trade before Islam. The Arab was in the slave trade 1,000 years before the European slave trade. People will not deal with this because they will not deal with honesty. All religions, all fraternities, everything that touch your life
must be an instrument of your liberation, or you must throw it into the ash can of history. We have no time for ceremony without substance. We must be led back to where we fell from, the control of the state, all by ourselves, and not the imitators of our colonial masters or our slave masters. This is our crisis all over the world. Why then is it that all of the wealth-producing resources of Africa, with no exception, is controlled by Europeans? They have convinced your mind that you cannot control the wealth of your own country. You cannot control the gold that comes from the ground in your own country. You cannot make the ships or manage the harbor in your own country. And so long as you do not believe this, you're going to turn this over to other people. And you need to study the history of the rise of modern Japan. When Perry went and kicked open the door, a great Japanese educator, Baron Tanaka, called the young people of Japan together and said, we will accept this humiliation and we'll work ourselves out of it, but it won't happen again. We'll send our children to all of their schools. And they did this. By 1905, they had mastered enough technique to take on Russia, kick Russia's butt, and people started to leave them alone. And they started a concept called the yellow pill, the danger from Asia. They were making the airplanes, everything. And not a single Japanese came home with a foreign wife. Now, someone needed to instruct the Africans coming to the West that if you bring a wife home, she should look like you. These other people don't fit into our culture, don't fit into our society. And I didn't send you away to find romance. I sent you away to develop technique and to learn a procedure that will make this nation free of foreign domination. You trained in England, you come back, you're an engineer with a collar and tie on. Good engineers don't wear no collar and tie on the job after hours, because good engineers do not just tell you what to do, they show you what to do. And if you got to lay a pipeline, they demonstrate with their own hands how to do it. Once you catch on, then he'll stand aside and look at you. Many times we go abroad and we come home, African bodies, foreign minds, and sometimes a foreign woman. But the foreign woman has a program. She's a spy in your camp and a spy in your bed. She's an element of control. Now, I've met a few halfway decent interracial relationships in my life, but this is not anything that I advocate. I do not advocate pan-capitalism either, because I know that capitalism was based on the money and the resources they captured in the slave trade. I know the whole of the Western world, its might, was based on this, because I've studied the history of Europe after the Crusades, the history of Europe searching
for something in the East, sweets and spices, something to put on that gosh darn awful European food that they could eat it. The slave trade saved the economy of Europe. And the slave trade varied, but the slave trade is still intact. And because we have not listened to our greatest messengers, we are dependent on other people. And if they take a holiday, we don't know where to get a loaf of bread in our own neighborhood. But if we ran the stores, we'd keep some stores open. We have to develop a concept of making jobs for each other because we are being pushed out of basic jobs. I'm not talking about high-tech jobs now. I'm talking about stewardship on the railroads, bell captains, head waiters. Many black men educated a generation with these tips. And jive these white people being a strategic Uncle Tom. There's a difference between a Tom and a strategic Uncle Tom. See, a regular Tom, he just Toms for the submissiveness of it. But a strategic Tom will get something out of this action. He talks to the white folks, he's feeding them, talk about his boy at college, and finally he said, you know, I got some suits for my boy, he's outgrown them, maybe your boy can, could use them. He talked himself into a few suits, they ain't paid a nickel. You tell them how good the boy doing, they're going to leave him, I'm going to contribute $50, Meantime, go in a barber shop, he's brushing them off, and complimenting them, calling them SOBs on his breath. Because you haven't studied anything, you just latch on the thing, you don't read no books about it. I have never met a black Christian who is a scholar on Christianity. I have never met a Muslim who's a scholar on Islam. I have never met a Muslim scholar, a Muslim period, who will admit that the Arabs were in the slave trade 1,000 years before the European, and they're still in the slave trade. I've never met a Muslim willing to deal with the fact that Africans are being killed in the Sudan right now, solely because they're not. The Africans are being driven out of Mauritania right now, solely because they're not Muslim, and solely because African Muslims are being driven out of the Sudan, solely because they're not of Arab extraction. And nobody, absolutely nobody, is lifting their voice about it. I've never met a Muslim scholar who can deal with the collapse of the Western Sudan when Africa was invaded from Morocco, and those states were destroyed in inner Africa. And this destruction facilitated the spread of the slave trade inland. Now, while we're dealing with Africa under siege, will we deal with the fact that part of this siege is coming from North Africa, as another siege is coming from South Africa, and that nobody came to Africa to share any power with Africans or to be ruled by Africans or to be ruled in relationship with African people. They came to take everything. They take away your belief system, they laugh at your gods, and they gave you a religion you already had and used much better than they used because you actually believed it. But you accept their concept of it. And by accepting their concept of it, you become a prisoner to the religion. I'm not saying leave Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. I'm saying develop a black concept, a black approach to it. And that black approach to it must feed into black liberation. And if anybody don't like it, tell them to go to hell.
If a conqueror brings you religion, you use it your way, for your purpose. You have to respect your own culture and your own belief systems. The African tried to bring man in harmony with nature. And those fools out of Europe tried to defy nature. They think whoever God is one of them. When a hurricane hits, they sometimes wonder, now, how are we going to break this siege? We must get back the main thing that was taken away from us, and that is the concept of the state. The ability to manage the state and manage it well. We must take some pledges. Our leaders must do some radical things. I once advocated that Martin Luther King should stand before a black audience and take off all of his clothes except his underwear and say, I declare from this day forward, I will wear no clothes that my people don't make. I wear no shoes people don't make. I will eat what comes from my people's farm. And I will never ride in a limousine until my people make a limousine. He could have revolutionized black industry. Now, you know how well we like to see the pastor dressed up. Our best tailor will be on that needle and on that machine, making the pastor a suit, have more suits than he can wear. I'm not saying boycott, but selective buying. Not only patronize each other, learn how to be courteous to each other. You cater to custom. If customers are catered to, then let's cater to each other. We are a mismanaged gold mine. And everybody can come into our community and make a fortune except us. Because being under siege, our mind is under siege. Someone else's ice is cold. It's that belief in yourself. We have suffered a tragedy over and beyond that of any other people on the face of this earth. We have suffered a brain transplant. We're using someone else's brain, someone else's thinking, wearing someone else's clothes. Suppose we said we will wear the shoes we don't make. Who do you think is making the shoes for Flowshine? If black people can make shoes for Flowshine to sell, you think under good management they can make the same better shoes for themselves to sell? So it's not a matter of not being able to do it, but doing it under your own management and having your confidence. Now you got whites in the personal care business. Dairy Africans in this country use the word African in their advertisement. They're going to copyright a word in the dictionary? We don't see the contradiction in this? We could have saved Johnson products. His black wife sold it to a white company. We don't think about loyalty to each other, loyalty to the people. Where are our young executives going to be assured of a job? Where are our children going to work? They're going to be turned out of these white firms sooner or later. They're being turned out every day. People are employing East Indians. And sometimes they employ West Indians or Caribbean people to show that they have contempt for black America. One of the reasons why this move against black Americans, sometimes by Caribbean people and sometimes by Africans,
is that they know one thing about the Black American. Our oppressor has drained us of illusions. You might have illusions about being a Britisher. You might have illusions about belonging to France. But this crude white man has told us something that we remember. He has said, you're not wanted here. You don't belong here. So you ain't got no damn illusions about being American, because when you fight for America, they still don't want you. Now, Colin Powell might be able to get a taxi quicker than I can, because he's a little bit on the light side. John Johnson of Johnson Publishing, he's about the same complexion and he's tall, so they can see him first. The last assessment, almost 7 years ago, he had 200 million reserved. He can buy 10 taxi fleets. Let him walk out and try to get a cab at LaGuardia Airport. His chances are no better than mine. And once we understand that, we cannot transcend this beautiful color that our ancestors and God was gracious enough to give to us. And we should not try. Because it's a badge of honor, so wear it like a badge of honor. And I like it. I wear it well. I dig it. I thank my mother and father. Not to like it insults your mother and father. To call your hair bad is to insult your mother and father and insult the continent that produced you. Because that coarse hair helped you against the sun on the continent that produced you. If it was soft and curly, you probably wouldn't have been here talking about it. There's no such thing as good or bad hair. Good is what nature gave you to cover you, what nature put you down. So we have to stop all of this nonsense. We have to stop all the ceremony that has no substance. Now, I'm not against any of the belief systems of the world, although some people in them gets on my nerve, because they're not going any place and they're hiding behind a lot of religious ceremony to keep from being in part of our struggle. Some people in struggle in one of the religions, they don't vote, they don't do anything, they don't participate in any activity in the community. They're out of the struggle. And yet when I go to Ghana, when I compare 1958, when I went the first time, and when I went a few weeks ago, Ghana is a nation of Jesus freaks. They're scratching at Nkrumah's grave and not dealing with the fact that they betrayed Nkrumah and his dream. Because the dream was Pan-Africanism, not pan-capitalism. Now, I know Reverend Sullivan, and I think he thinks he is sincere, and maybe he is. But if his plan succeeds, the corporations and investors will take over Africa, and there'll be nothing for the Africans. But under Pan-Africanism, Africans will come to their senses and say, if you sell a car in Africa, just sell me the parts, we'll assemble it.
So that's jobs for the African. And sooner or later, the African will be making cars from scratch. He's assembling cars and he's studying cars. If you're going to make 10 locomotives, all you need is one locomotive. Just break it down and make the essential parts. Now, what I'm trying to conclude with is, how do we break this siege? We have to stop talking nonsense based on our relationship with an oppressor. The black English have to go out of business. The black French have to go out of business. The black British have to go out of business. We have to understand we are one people wherever we are on the face of the earth. We have to realize that we have to connect with the African people of the Pacific, the African people in India, with all of those people, and the people in Africa, in the South Pacific, in Brazil, in the Caribbean islands. There are 1 billion African people on the face of the earth. Now, who do we need as an ally other than ourselves? Once we get ourselves together, it is not who we will have as an ally, as who we will permit to associate with us, and on what terms, and the terms will be our terms or no terms at all. Then we would have freed our mind from dependency on slave masters and former colonial masters, and realize that everything of worth in our country must be controlled by us. All wealth-producing resources must be controlled by us. And we wear no shoes that we didn't make. We wear no clothes that we didn't make. We eat no bread that didn't come from one of our farms. Once you become self-sustaining, you'll understand what goes into the making of the state. Then you will have to look back at your greatest messengers. See what Booker T. Washington had to say. Stop calling Booker T. Washington a Tom. Booker T. Washington, if you understand him, especially his Atlanta Compromise speech, Booker T. Washington was one of the most unique black con men who ever lived. Black people couldn't give Booker T. Washington the kind of money to build and hold Tuskegee open. Read his Atlanta speech called the Atlanta Compromise. Compromise hell. Read it. When he was telling blacks it's better to own a truck farm than to sit next to whites at an opera. And whites, oh my God, he believes in segregation. Give Booker some more money. Every time, cash down your buckets while you are. Then he told whites that in the South, we have not only fixed your food and nourished your children, we have followed you with tear-dripped eyes to your grave. Give Booker some more money. Booker was conning those people out of millions of dollars. Carnegie thought so much of Booker T. Washington, he put $500,000 in the bank and told Booker T. Washington, go get the interest. Each year, the interest is yours as long as you live. Now, the interest on $500,000, even 75 years ago, Booker died in 1915. Well, inasmuch as my age has been printed so many places, I guess I was born in 1915. The interest was $20,000 or $30,000 a year. Now, Booker T. Washington did a whole lot of things we need to examine. He became literally the dictator of black America. But he was dictating an educational policy based on self-reliance. If you wear shoes, learn to make shoes. If you live in a brick house, why not own a brick yard? That's nation building. That's self-reliance. When he went to Europe and saw that the poor Europeans sometimes were worse off than the poor blacks in America, and he wrote a book which very few people read called The Man Further Is Down, he saw the connection between the poor people of the world and thought they had no right, no business fighting each other, and they don't really. A poor white person got the same enemy as a poor black person. That don't mean I'm going to invite him to dinner or go in bed with him. But that's a fact. They should fight to improve their condition. Socially, they need to go their separate ways. So again in Booker T. Washington's speech when he said that we can be as divided as the fingers and together as the fists, and all things that make for social progress. Watch, reach for the pocket again. Give Booker some more money. Other schools wanting money from whites had to go through Booker to get it. He not only built Tuskegee, he had to build Piney Woods School and other schools in the South. You call him a Tom? Did you do it? The schools are still there. Did you put it there? And then we got to look at Du Bois and stop all the nonsense about there being a fight between Du Bois and Washington. That was a difference of opinion. It wasn't a matter of needing Du Bois or Booker T. Washington. The matter was the same then as it is now. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. We need Booker T. Washington for the education. We need Du Bois for the culture and the political. We still need it that way. Put the two together and look what you got. They were both master teachers and major intellect. Du Bois coming from New England, Washington come from the rural South. They were both teaching nation building, nation reclamation, get back what slavery and colonialism took away. And after the death of Washington, and Du Bois moved to the center stage of leadership briefly until the emergence of Marcus Garvey, who broadened the picture now. Let's reclaim Africa. Let's go home. Let's go home in our own ships with our own sea captains. It was a great and noble dream. The money was lost, but nobody cried, nobody sued. He took us down Dream Street. Psychologically, we needed it. Newton Baker, the American Secretary of War, had told the black American soldier coming back from war, your lot will not appreciably change because you had fought in World War I. And to prove it, black children were burned to death on bonfires in East St. Louis. It was called the Red Summer. Garvey went to Chicago and rallied the people and told them, look, they don't want you here. You were kings and queens in Africa. You can be again. You were sea captains once. You can be that again. He was good for our ego, good for our spirit. And he built the largest black organization before our sense. We need to read what he wrote, not what was written about him, read that too. But first and foremost, read Marcus Garvey's fundamentalism. Most Garveyites don't even read Garvey very well. I don't want to talk about Roy Innes at all. That's a separate lecture. One day, I will discuss the bastardized mind, black mulattoes, black in skin,
and mulatto inside of their mind. Terribly mixed up. If I was a dictator, and I'm not going to say I wouldn't like to be one, at least for a little while, Roy's execution will be before my breakfast while I'm having here. My last word on the subject is that I wish his mother and father had slept through that night and not disturbed themselves. And we are going to restore the idea of the state. We're going to have to raise a generation that will believe. Bill Cosby did something the other night that we need to pay some attention to. He just walked on the stage with a chair, sat down, and talked. He raised some questions about why aren't we talking about some of our children who made it? All of them are not shooting each other, and all of them are not shooting dope. Why don't we deal with men calling our women bitches? Why do we deal with people on the street selling T-shirts? 90% bitch and 10% whore. And black women wearing the shirts, demeaning themselves. When do we deal with TV shows when blacks call each other nigger and blacks laugh at it? He just raised some principal questions that we'd better deal with as a people if we're going to survive. The media and mind control. And having dealt with it, he picked up the chair and walked away. Probably one of the finest performances I've ever seen him give. There was no planning, no script, no nothing. Just sit down and talk to your people. And people don't talk to us enough. And we don't talk to our children enough. We don't have breakfast together enough. We don't ask enough questions. We don't ask about their teachers. And they cop out on us and get away with it. We have to come together again as a family and as a community and realize that all foreigners who came into Africa, those who came 1,000 years before the Arabs, and the Arabs themselves declared war on African culture, war on the structure of the African family. And we become so romanticized over a religion that they brought, we quite forget that they infused into that religion a lot that is Arab culture. We also forget that the three major Western religions, all taken out of Africa and rehashed and redressed and sold to us, are male chauvinist murder cults. I'm not saying leave them, but stop imposing them on us through their concept. Develop a concept that is distinctly yours. And don't care who don't like it. If it serves you well, use it. We did not come from a society where women sit on one side, men sit on the other side. We never had a belief system that separated men from women. We had a culture system where the mother was a deity. We brought into the world the first system where women were gods. The first system where women rode at the head of their armies, did not send their armies into battle, but led their armies into battle. We created the first system where women headed a state. And even now, in parts of Africa,
when the woman is not the king, she is the king maker. We're imitating everybody except the best of ourselves. White women's lib don't have the answer. You need a liberation movement for black women 10 times better than the one they have, but you need not imitate them because they are about something which you need not be about. You were never anti-man. A lot of these people are anti-man. And they boast about the strong black woman taking the manhood from black men, somebody else's propaganda. I decided to investigate this one day, and I found a strong black woman. I said, "Strong black woman, what do you want?" She said, "I want a strong black man to help me get along." What we need to do is to come back to ourselves, talk to each other again, stroke each other again, love and pamper each other again, draw strength one to the other. We need to start visiting grandma the way we used to. We need to tell the kids, if you don't behave yourself, I ain't gonna take you to grandma. They know grandma got those cookies ready, the cake ready. Sometimes she makes a special cake just for the children. They can sit down and eat that little cake before the others get theirs. Grandmama's supervision. They ain't gonna miss all of this. They're gonna behave themselves just to get the grandma's hugs and kisses and the cakes and ice cream. Why don't we be like we used to be? Let us start by saying good morning to each other at least occasionally, and we'll get accustomed to saying it all the time. Let us draw up a plan for our own salvation and explain it with some kind of simplicity to ourselves and our children. And let us understand that faith has not spared us for an ideal purpose. We gave the world its first humanity. Faith has spared us to give the world its next humanity, and to give to our children a program of salvation and liberation so that they can in turn give to their children and wait for the still more beautiful ones waiting to be born. Thank you.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke, let's give a big hand. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. Clarke.
And we lost our connection with Africa, which means this is why the Garvey period was so important, because he was restoring that connection. We didn't fully understand it then, we don't fully understand it now. For people to exist without a nationality, an identification with a piece of land. He is a legless man. Not only part of his body is inoperative, part of his mind is inoperative, part of his psychic being is not there. Because for a human being to feel whole, he must identify with land. And he must understand something, that is the difference between being a subject and a citizen.
It is in this period that we became confused between the two. Up until the end of the 19th century, we knew we were not citizens of the United States, no matter what the paper said. We knew we were subjects. And because we knew we were subjects, we had our fighting spirit intact. And this was an international thing, not something applicable to the blacks in the United States. But those in the Caribbean were doing the same thing, understanding the fakery of their emancipation. We begin to understand the fakery of our emancipation. And the Africans had already understood the fakery of the change between chattel slavery and colonialism, a more sophisticated form of slavery. Now, in a book called The Betrayal of the Negro, Rayford Logan has a chapter called The Nadir, or the lowest period. Now, the preface to the Booker T. Washington era is the nadir, the lowest spiritual period, the lowest economic period in our history in this country. All right, 1874, 1875, we had been betrayed. The Southern troops, the federal troops had been withdrawn from the South, permitting the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, the Knights of the White Camellia, and all other racist organizations. Both the North and the South had betrayed us in favor of a vote for Tilton B. Hayes, the new president. Many of the safeguards had been withdrawn, and no one wanted to talk about the promise of the 40 acres and the mule. No one wanted to talk about this anymore. Now, had we gotten the 40 acres and the mule, and had we not lost feeling for the land, we would be the feeders of America today, because this came at a time before the immigrant migration. It came at a time when whites did not want to farm. And had we mastered the land, we could have controlled what this nation ate. And we would have been moderately wealthy doing so, because that means we would be controlling some other things. All right. It was a period of industrialization in the United States. This is the period of the Vanderbilts, the rise of the Vanderbilts, the Harrimans, the railroad people, the Rockefellers, and the Carnegie, the steel people, Andrew Mellon and Carnegie. Now, these men were rich thugs. Make no mistake about it, they were thugs. But these thugs now wanted respectability. And this white philanthropy, now they've been told that you get a better press by giving to the Negro. So they discovered us at a time when none of us had any big money to give to endow anything. We had already built the independent black church and the large institutions. We have built more independent institutions than any African people living outside of Africa. Not because we are more industrial, and not because we've got more money, and not because we've got more brains, but because the kind of thugs white thugs control the United States
deprived us of so much, either we had to build it ourselves or do without it altogether. And so the church could not be just a church. The church was a community center. Part of the day, the church was the school. And occasionally in trouble, the church was the hiding place. And the church played a major role in the physical protection of black people, because the one person that they would partly listen to was the black minister. All right, now, we're approaching this period now when white philanthropy want to know what to do with us. Bishop Turner has not only arose, but Bishop Turner is on the warpath. Bishop Turner has already made one of his back to Africa trips. Now, he actually took people back to Africa. More people went under Bishop Turner than under Garvey. We've forgotten Bishop Turner. It's unfortunate we've forgotten most of our heroes. Bishop Turner hated what the country had done to his people so much, he would mount an American flag in the pulpit before his sermon, and for 15 minutes, starting with the statement, "This flag ain't nothing but a GD rag," he would preach 15 minutes against the flag and the betrayal of his people and the lies the country telling his people. Then he would calm himself down and pick up his Bible and preach a sermon. Now, Bishop Turner was on the raise. White people wanted to know, who is the leader of these radical people? Who can I communicate to calm them down? Not getting any answer, they decided they would create a leader. And they would anoint him. This is the beginning of the age of the anointed leader. But don't judge Booker too fast now, because Booker ran as many games on them as they ran on him, and got millions for education while doing it, and hated their guts. If you read Up From Slavery, this is not reflected in his book Up From Slavery. It's reflected in his personal letters. Now 10 volumes of his letters have been published. Now whites decided to tap this young man and prepare him for leadership, and they alerted the editors of all the white newspapers to start writing editorials about him and literally deliver him to us as our leader. There was an exhibition in Atlanta, the Atlanta Cotton Exhibition. Booker T. Washington was going to be the keynote speaker. Though he was the keynote speaker, he had to arrive and come through a Jim Crow door and wait in a Jim Crow section until it was his time to speak. And when he started speaking, though we were in the 19th century, when he finished, we were in the 20th century. In the troubles of the 20th century. This evening I've been trying to find the actual speech. I must have at least 6 copies in the house and couldn't find one. Booker T. Washington began his speech. His speech is all things to all people. And if you want to listen to a con game, Booker T. Washington's famous Atlanta speech is one of the most unique con speeches ever made. He's catering to the whites of the southerner, and he's catering to the northerner. And he have his clincher. He's telling the blacks that it's better to run a truck farm than to do all of this stump political speeching. This pleases the whites. Get us out of politics. See, he's patting both sides. That it's best, telling the general blacks, it's best to make $1 a day. $1 a day was a pretty good salary for a black man in that period. Than to sit next to whites at the opera. He's telling the whites, we don't want social equality. All we want is a job. They like that. Now, Booker began to tell the northerner, build factories in the South. We will not strike like the immigrant craftsmen up north. He called the foreigner who strikes and forms labor unions an ingrate. The North lacks that. He tells the South, be good to us, we're your friends. We'll not only nursed your children, took care of you in days of old. Then his clincher, we even followed you with tear-dripped eyes to your grave. He got the South now. Now he got the South, he got the North, he got part of the blacks. And he continues the speech. His speech now is an appeal to all of them. And he tells a story about a man at sea, shouting to all the ships that pass, water, water, give me water. Finally, a ship shouts out to him, cast down your buckets where you are. That you sailed out of the salty sea, you're now in the Gulf Stream, and there's clear water all around you. Just cast down your buckets and drink the water. Beautiful symbol. Now he's telling both the blacks in the South, the northerner, invest in the South. Invest some faith, in the South. Then he glances widely over the audience. He had come through the exhibitions and said that the caliber of a race is known by what it displays, and said that we have on display here in this exhibition some quilts and some of our agricultural products, and it shows how far we've come from slavery, and also shows how much we need from you. Now the white money men open up their pockets. If that's all they can do, I better give them a few nickels that they can do a little better than that. Now he tells blacks that if you're going to be a servant, be a good servant and get a good salary. Now what he's saying is practical, and it was high politics for that day. Brilliant politics for the day. Finally, he finishes the speech saying that if all these things are achieved, we shall have a new heaven and a new earth. Couldn't be better than that. Now, amid all these applause, blacks sitting in the balcony, you notice that some blacks are crying. Some black waving their hands. Oh no, Book, it ain't that good. Come on, knock it off, bro. And some of them come up to him and some refused to shake his hand.
why this went unnoticed. Black rejection of what he said, because blacks knew it was partly fantasy. He was running a game that couldn't be that good. After Booker T. Washington's speech, many blacks began to vote with their feet, began to leave the South. And when you, any history of the migration of blacks from the South, it began in earnest after this speech. Because blacks suspected that something was going wrong. Now, white editorial writers made Booker T. Washington the leader of black America. They made him the leader of black America, declared that he was, and white philanthropy began to filter all the, not just for Tuskegee, the money that any black got for education had to come through Booker Washington. He was literally the dictator of black America. Now, I'm not so much against dictators if something good is being dictated. And sometime he dictated something good. All right, Booker Washington, this was his era. It is starting now. But what you have to do is to look at what happened not only in black America, but what happened in the totality of the African world in the years between the time he made that speech, 1895 and 1901. Those brief years. 1896, a light-skinned person who could pass for white and who'd been passing most of the time, got on a train and got in the white section, sit in the white section. But the conductor, who knew his family, wanted him to go to the black section. This is the Percy versus Ferguson case. After this case, the Supreme Court said everything had to be separate so long as it was equal. It was never equal. And the intent was never to make it equal. Now, to show you the difference between the British and the United States, the British are oppressors with style. You're just as dead when either, no matter which one kills you now. Let's get that clear. They're both murderers. Only the British got style. Well, style won't bring you back alive if they kill you. All right. The British said that not only justice must be done, but it must appear to have been done. See, America won't even tell that lie. See, they don't even try to cover it up with words. They're blatant about it. They say it must be separate, but it has to be equal. And they, from then on, they began to make Jim Crow laws. The schools are not equal. Nothing is equal. The accommodation is not equal. In some places, there's no accommodation at all. In some cities where there is no black theater, there is no black school of consequence. And when you've got a black school, many times those schools got the hand-me-down books from the white schools. I know that for sure because I went to one. So nothing was equal. Now, most of the Jim Crow laws were passed in that 5-year period between 1895 and 1900. There was a law in Mississippi saying that a black woman couldn't appear
in on any of the main streets unless she had an apron and a cap on, indicating she was a maid. And she couldn't go into any theater unless she was a nurse watching some white kid. So, because this custom spread to other states, many blacks who wanted to see a given movie at a white theater, they put on a cap and put on an apron and grab some little white boy and say they're watching him. Went in the theater, integrated a generation ahead of integration. But that's neither here nor there. Now, 1896 again, let's look at Africa. 1896 in Africa, the British are trying to move into the hinterland of Ghana. All they've got is the coast. They've been there over 100 years, but all they've got to control is the coast. They try to, then they move in, level penalties on the then king, Prempeh. Finally, the Akan people decide that they're not in a position to fight this war. Best to let the king go into exile and save the nation. So the king comes out to genuflex to the British and go into exile. And some British sergeant grabs the king by the neck of a king whose lineage goes back further than the oldest king lineage of Europe, over 1,000 years and traceable, pushes the king's face down on the shoes of the British governor along with his mother. Purpose, humiliation. And he turns and says in his language, "O kinsman, is this necessary?" And the British exile him to a dungeon in Elmina Castle. Subsequently, they sent him to Seychelles Island in the Red Sea. But this is the period of the exiling of African kings who oppose colonialism. The king of Dahomey was exiled at the same time. Sekou Touré's grandfather, Samori, was exiled at the same time. Several of the Zulu kings were exiled at the same time. The politics of exile has become close to the end of the century. They became more aware of our possibility claiming freedom than we did. Now, the same year he made the speech, a young man from Great Barrington, Massachusetts, having finished fifth, was now at Harvard. 1 year after the speech, this young man was so brilliant, he wrote the first book in the Harvard series. One of the first books published by Harvard, written by a student named W.E.B. Du Bois. His book, The Suppression of the Slave Trade to the African Slave Trade to the United States, still worth reading. His statistics are good. And because we assume that the difference of opinion between W.E.B. Du Bois and Washington was a fight, we figured that we got to get on one side or the other. It wasn't a fight at all. It was a difference of opinion. And we can't have difference of opinion without converting them into fights. Du Bois from Great Barrington, Massachusetts, growing up in a predominantly white town, community, thought he'd go to Harvard because it was a socialist type of town.
the town was incorporated, so everybody in the town owned the town. So 10 of the most brilliant young men from the town, high school, was automatically sent to Harvard at the expense of the town. W.E.B. Du Bois was one of them. They didn't send him to Harvard, they sent him to Fisk. But it was the finest thing that ever happened to him, because up until that point, he wasn't aware of black people as a people belonging to him. But when he got down in Tennessee and had to ride Jim Crow cars and eating Jim Crow restaurants, he saw the light of day, and he said that he would devote the rest of his life to race work. He thought racial prejudice was based on ignorance. It's based on the containment of power. There's a whole lot of brilliant people who are as prejudiced as they can be. A whole lot of people graduate all kind of schools, read all kind of books, still prejudiced. It is based partly on ignorance, but only partly. All right. As we move to the end of this century, in the Caribbean islands, the Caribbean radicals that were never tolerated in the Caribbean islands then or now, because the Caribbean mind flourishes best away from home, still do. The Caribbean radicals were restless. In Jamaica, Albert Thorne, J. Albert Thorne, Robert Love, these were the people who laid the basis for the emergence of Garvey. It's about to be run out. Marischal was propagating in Grenada. He would later be one of the early advocates of independence in the Caribbean islands. Then a young man in Barbados, H. Sylvester Williams, had found the Pan-African League. Near the end of the century, he would call the first Pan-African Congress. So the ideas of Pan-Africanism, the formal ideas, would be coming from the Caribbean. The three best-known Pan-Africanists all came from Trinidad. H. Sylvester Williams, who started it, George Padmore, who was the active theoretician of Pan-Africanism and one of its finest writers, C.L. Aura James, still alive, living in London. Now, why is it that these three Trinidadians, fathers of Pan-Africanism, never could unite Trinidad? Because their theories at home wasn't that respected or accepted. Something which I have said before and have been saying through the years is that the Caribbean islands always produce men of vision whose vision of life is larger than the island that produced them. And in order to flourish, they've got to leave home. Because there's no space for those kind of large ideas. The British programmed you into a limited mentality based on dependency on them. America let your mentality flourish then they frustrate it based on your dependency on them. Too many times we argue over the relative merit of oppressors instead of arguing against both oppressors. We start arguing, my oppressor was better than your oppressor. Now, Booker T. Washington is literally the kingpin of the lot in Black America now. 1908, Sylvester Williams calls his Pan-African Congress in London. W.E.B. Du Bois attends. Now the global importance of African problem is moving. And the Booker T. Washington program has spread to Africa. No matter what you might think of the Booker T. Washington program in the United States, his concept of training for self-reliance, for self-maintenance, was what the Africans wanted and needed and still do. He had the more practical program in education. And because he told us to go light on politics until we finish our houses and our streets and learn how to make our own clothes, we assumed that he was telling us to abstain from politics. What he was saying that once you own a house, and once you own the brickyard that furnishes the brick for the house, once you're making your own shoes, once you master the real estate in your own community, nobody's going to have to tell you that you got to be political in order to protect it. This thought is going to come automatically. So all he was thinking about is that Du Bois was premature. That Du Bois' ideas was coming a little ahead of the readiness of the people to absorb the idea and work with them. That coming out of slavery, less than 50 years, we needed basic things. Well, some of these basic things we don't have today. We still need basic things. We can create an industry making our shoes. We should start with a pocket handkerchief. I said, if you want to make a locomotive, start with a safety pin. If you can't make a safety pin, give it up. But what Booker T. Washington was training for at Tuskegee, the point we missed then and now, was nation management. This is what he was really about beneath all of this. And yet, he was the only person that could go to the corporate America and get large sums of money. Andrew Carnegie thought so much of Booker T. Washington, he would put $500,000 in the bank and tell Booker T. Washington to go each year and draw the interest. That he can have you leave the $500,000 there, you go each year and draw the interest. It started at $22,000. $22,000 in around 1900, that's about equivalent of $100,000 today in buying power, maybe more. And all he had to do is to go there and present a note and pick it up. So quite a few people giving money to Tuskegee gave money to Booker T. Washington directly. So Booker T. Washington did have a private fortune on the side that he could manipulate. He began to buy up black business. especially newspapers. He established a spy system where if a preacher preached a sermon, an anti-Booker T. Washington sermon, the summary of the sermon would be in the mail on its way to Booker the next day. And if you wanted a streetcar conductor job in Cincinnati, the whites wanted to know, is it all right with Booker? If it wasn't all right with Booker, you didn't get the job. And yet, he delivered a lot behind this educational dictator. Yet, the real opposition to Booker T. Washington did not come from Du Bois. The real opposition to Booker T. Washington came from a man in Boston that we call the Boston Brahmin. Mean high caste, high class. William Monroe Trotter. Among those Boston almost white blacks, I call the Light Brigade. Born with money by virtue of having a white father. Home, Harvard graduate. They're part of the time with Du Bois, personal friend. All the necessities. Then he married into the Light Brigade. And she had money. And yet he would exhaust most of this money in the struggle for black rights. He began his fight against Booker T. Washington in his newspaper, the Boston Guardian. He gave no quarter, he asked no quarter. He fought him till the day he died. He said that we need an alternative. We need not be locked to one man and one method. He had nothing against the educational policies of Booker T. Washington that was basically good then and now. But he thought the political views were terrible, and that Booker T. Washington paid too high a price for what he got from the whites. For what he got from the whites, Booker T. Washington was silent on lynching, silent on a whole lot of things. Silent on the mistreatment of blacks, silent on the famous Brownsville raid, but we come to that later. Monroe Trotter thought that this was paying too much. When Booker T. Washington comes to Boston, 1903, to lecture in a church, Trotter starts noise in the church, started a protest meeting right in the church, got thrown out and got in jail, came out and started picketing the next place Booker T. Washington spoke. Showed no mercy. Trotter was one of the most brilliant black journalists we've ever produced in this country. Along with Trotter would also merge another journalist, too often forgotten, T. Thomas Fortune. T. Thomas Fortune supported Booker T. Washington and criticized him. Near the end of his life, he was one of the editors of Garvey's Negro World. Brilliant journalist. We had journalists then, the lack of which we don't have one today. We have regressed. If we had those kind of journalists, they would be editorially on the case, especially about the housing condition, the boarded up houses, and the whole planned shrinkage when they literally planned to run poor people out of New York City anyway, black and white. But they would be on these cases.
But we don't have them. We don't have them anymore. All right, 1903. W.E.B. Du Bois would write a small masterpiece, be a collection of his essays, Souls of Black Folks. Still worth reading. You get a cheap edition because it's being sold everywhere. And not to have read Souls of Black Folks is a disservice to you as a person who was a member of the African race. He followed with Gifts of Black Folks. This man was a monumental giant, the finest intellect we have produced in the whole of the Western world. All right, now W.E.B. Du Bois would start his teaching career. He did not dislike Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington had sent him a letter asking him to come to teach at Tuskegee. He wrote 2 books with Booker T. Washington. They're still in existence. But the people at Wilberforce had sent him a letter earlier, and the people at Wilberforce was offering him, please listen, for a year's work, $950, and Tuskegee was offering him $900. So he went to Wilberforce, where he got into a little trouble. W.E.B. Du Bois always, he was a religious man, but he questioned the overuse of it all and the misuse by people lacking sincerity. So he came into a meeting at Wilberforce, a student meeting, being the senior professor there, and one of the few adults there. One of the students announced that Professor Du Bois will lead us in prayer. He said, no, I won't. My kind of praying will get the school closed down. That was a Presbyterian school. It was a church school. He almost lost his job. He didn't last for 2 years there anyway. And he writes about the professors were so smug, they would come to the table and speak to you in Greek or Latin. Now, if you didn't speak good Greek and Latin, you didn't rate there. Can you imagine some black professors coming at a breakfast table conversing in Greek and Latin? Not Swahili or Wolof or some African language. Greek and Latin. And if you can't do it right, you're probably not qualified to be a professor, and your contract will probably not be renewed. He was, although Du Bois was a snob himself, he thought that was taking it too far. So, all right, now he goes to Atlanta to begin his teaching. And some white woman who had given some money to Atlanta in the second year, they had a great black president, John Hope. Blonde, blue-eyed black man. There was quite a few around during that period. The Walter White type. And she was going to give so much money to Atlanta with the condition that he fired Du Bois. And he said that, well, keep your money, I'll keep my professor. So John Hope became Du Bois' defender and first president. And Du Bois had remembered that there were times he needed some defenders, because when they had found the Negro Academy with Kummel and
other black came into the meeting. First place, you want to know why you dare found an academy without women membership. They were willing to let her in to shut her up. And so after she got in, and she said that you're talking about poetry and Keith and Shirley and all these other poets, and they're lynching people wholesale in this country. I want you to sign my call for the end of lynching. So naturally they did not. Because she was a woman with some money, she hired whites to join the Ku Klux Klan and to take down the names of the members and give them to her. And she published them. And every time it was a lynching, she had a white spy to go to the lynching and tell her who was there. And she published a book called The Little Red Book on Lynching. Then they drove her out of the South. She went to Chicago, opened up a newspaper there, married a black man named Barnett. And she had to tell him that her name is Ida Wells. Everybody knows that I'm your wife. I respect this fact, but professionally I am Ida Wells. He said, baby, I don't care what you call yourself. So long as it is clearly understood that you and I go together and nobody else. It lasted the rest of her life. It lasted until the day she died. So that one must have been a pretty good one. Her daughter's still, her daughter-in-law is still alive. All right, now, what we are up against now is a changing temperament in the awareness in the United States of the great change in America. 1905, W.E.B. Du Bois discovered that his friend Monroe Trotter is in trouble. And he goes to Boston to see what he can do for his old friend. He's been protesting again, leading picket lines again. Whites threatened to kill him again. He just came out of jail again. He's exhausted most of his family money by now trying to hold together the Boston Guardian. And if you could ever go to a library and either see it on microfilm, read some of those editorials. Blacks don't write that way anymore. Just don't do it. Don't think that way anymore. We've lost something in the 20th century that we brought into the 20th century, held for a few years and lost it. Spirit of challenge. W.E.B. Du Bois and some other radicals call a meeting, go to Niagara Falls and couldn't get hotel accommodation. Finally go to the Canadian side and get a hotel over there. And they call that movement the Niagara Movement. This is the forerunner of the NAACP. All right, now, they begin to hold meetings every year. But 1906, a monumental year for Black America, we need to pause here, because 1906, a major turning point in white reaction to black resurgence. 1906, a riot in Atlanta. W.E.B. Du Bois trying to get across Atlanta to contact some of his good white folks to stop the riot. On his way, he goes to a black community. The whites have closed down all the stores, cut out the lights, cut off the water. And he goes to
a black community where the black ruffians, pool room types, open up the stores, giving away the food, women and children, preference given to pregnant women. Blacks climb the telephone poles until they find out the lever that they can turn on to get the lights back on and get them back on. They don't have those spikes on that, you know, the other men use to climb the poles. They just climb with their normal feet. Straight up that pole. Turn those lights back on. The fishermen manholes until they find out how to get the water back on. So when Du Bois sees this, he sees a bravery he's never seen in black folks. And these are common, ordinary street people that I call the Bo Diddley syndrome, the Bo Diddley type, pool room kind. Du Bois develops a respect for ordinary people he never in life had. Now he's beginning to discover that his so-called talented 10th, the educated black, not only have no talent, have no nerve either. But down there on the street with Bo Diddley and his friends, you've got a fighting force. And you've got nerve and skill. And that street education has some value. And they're using it. They don't care what the white's going to do when they come back and find that all the food in their stores has been given away. They ain't worried about that. You close the store, we need stores, we need groceries. We open them up and give a grocery away. W.E.B. Du Bois is learning. 1906 again, Brownsville, Texas. They assigned 3,000 black soldiers to a post in Brownsville. The whites began to grumble. They don't want them there. There's only about 6 black families in the town. And their rough-hewed survey proved it was maybe no more than 4 or 6 single black women that they could ask the obvious questions when the obvious feeling comes up. So they now assume that these questions will be asked to white women. And now they're going to try to get the blacks out. Bunch of white hoodlums blacken their face and shoots up the town so that the blacks could be blamed for it. Now when the black soldiers hears about this and accidentally a stray bullet hits a bartender and he dies. When the blacks at the post hears about this and hear that they are accused falsely, they said that if they're going to accuse us for shooting up the town, we might as well go there and shoot it up for real. Now they got little houses. I mean, a house is a small cannon. They got all kind of pistols, all kind of shotgun, rifles. So they go and shoots up the town. They don't kill nobody. Knock off windows and, and hinges off the doors, and there's some nicks in the buildings of that town today. That little houser, he would knock a corner off a building. Powerful little cannon. Generally you see them riding behind a small vehicle. I guess most of you not as military as I am, old former soldier. But a howitzer is a very effective small weapon. When you
unload a houser on a house, you know it's been hit. So, that's what the blacks had. All right, now they start a trial, and many of the blacks were sentenced to 99 years, some sentenced to be hung. But being sentenced to be hung for something they didn't do, they began to appeal. Some of these blacks are the same blacks who had fought with Teddy Roosevelt at San Juan Hill. He's the famous Rough Rider that opened the way for Teddy Roosevelt at San Juan Hill. And they write, he's then president. They write him, no response. And he signs an order that puts him in jail. 99 years for most of them. Few were hung. All right. The appeal is now to Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. Here's what both Booker T. Washington and Du Bois did wrong. Both of them asked for clemency. You ask for clemency when the person has committed a wrong, you ask people to forgive them. That's almost a confession. When they could have asked and should have asked for justice. Now, Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois' opinion of the Brownsville raid was about the same and wrong. Booker Washington took no public stand. He did take a stand because we have the letters that he wrote to Roosevelt reminding him that these are the men who saved your life in the Spanish-American War. But why he never said anything public, Booker T. Washington paid a terrible price for all that money he got from whites. He never took a public stand against them. We took a lot of private stands, and now we got the documents are available. W.E.B. Du Bois, Monroe Trotter still continue to meet with the Negro movement. A white woman named Mary White Overton asked to attend the meeting. She peeped the whole thing, wrote down what she wanted to, getting the ideas together. And in 1909, there was a terrible lynching in Springfield, Illinois. And she called for white radicals and liberals to come together. It was mostly white liberals and mostly Jewish families with legal families, lawyer families. Now you see now with the making of the NAACP. Now, if you think it's yours, you think again. In the last copy of the Crisis, which I just read today, there's a long article questioning the wisdom of the continuation of black schools. Because now that we have access to the mainstream. A people must have institutions that they control. We don't control Harvard, and no matter how many of us go to Harvard, we will never control Harvard, or Yale, or Columbia. All right. Booker T. Washington continues under attack by Monroe Trotter. Finally, a meeting is held at Harper's Ferry, where John Brown made his raid.
Mary White Overton has copied as much as she wants now. She has the basic program for the NACP taken verbatim from the Niagara movement. And she called liberal whites together to underwrite the establishment of the NACP. Then she invites blacks to join on her terms. Du Bois becomes a member of the board, and she invites so many members of the former Niagara movement to join. Monroe Trotter is now against both W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker Washington. He tells W.E.B. Du Bois that these whites are going to have their organization no matter what we do, so let them. But we need an all-black organization that we finance and that we control, that they are not forever watching over and directing. And you need to bring your considerable talent and your name into the creation of an all-black organization. W.E.B. Du Bois rejected the plea. His rationale was that they were going to make him editor of the Crisis magazine. It hadn't had a name then because he gave it the name. They're going to give him research money, and he could continue at Atlanta as a teacher. So, because this was attractive to W.E.B. Du Bois, he turned down Trotter's offer. We would have been a different people in the United States had W.E.B. Du Bois listened to Trotter and used his talent to find an all-black finance-run organization that the whites could not influence and could not touch. Now, this man from Boston had nothing to gain. He had nothing to gain by being in black struggle. His problem was partly solved. He was almost white, and he had money, and a Harvard education, and access to a decent job. He didn't have to come into struggle at all. But his explanation is that faith dictated that I would play this role and take over this mission. 1909, the NACP is get well underway. Booker T. Washington stands astride black life so well from 1895 when he made his speech to 1950 when he died, that the social history of black America is the history of our reaction to one man, Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington thought that the founding of the NAACP would offend some whites and spoke against it. But there was a brilliant black woman, Mary Church Terrell. She was married to a black judge in Washington. There'd been a play on it. It was on TV. Oz and Ruby played it. Very good. Mary Church Terrell was one of the forerunners of the black women of protest. She was picking in the White House and turn of the century, picking anything. Now here again was a person from the Light Brigade that didn't have to be in struggle. That was the daughter of Robert Church of Tennessee, a black millionaire. She'd gone to finishing school in Switzerland went to Germany and spoke German like a native. One of the best educated women of her day. When she married Terrell, Terrell tried to discourage her from attending the first meeting of the NAACP, mainly because Booker T. Washington had sent Terrell a letter telling Terrell he's up for a higher position as a judge in Washington, and if he didn't control his radical wife, she might do him more harm than good. And so when Judge Terrell had to face his wife, Mary Church, she said that this was the period of the suffragette, the period of the woman's fight for votes. And she said that, see, she didn't like Booker T. Washington personally, because Booker T. Washington sat at her dinner table and told black jokes. She didn't consider that funny at all. You know. And so she had a dislike for him anyway. And she, too, like Trotter, thought that we needed an alternative to Booker T. Washington. And so when Judge Terrell brought up to her about this meeting, the question whether she should attend it, she told him, I am your wife now. The laws of this country are so restrictive where women are concerned, you can reduce me to a slave. If you order me not to attend the meeting, I will not attend it. But from then on, I will not be your wife or act like your wife. I will act like what I am. I am a slave, and that's the way I will act in this house. And so he says, all right, Mary, you go to your meeting. You go to your meeting, and I'll see if I can explain to Mr. Washington. She went to her meeting. She was also associated with Susan B. Anthony, the suffragette, one of the women fighting for women to vote. Of course, the fact that Susan B. Anthony was also a racist is something we don't have time to talk about now. White women who live today are racist. It has nothing to do with the liberation of black people, or black women, or men. All right, but that's neither here nor there. But 1911, and this is really the turning point in Booker T. Washington's career. 1911, Booker T. Washington came to New York City on from a speaking tour. He stopped to see the then Secretary of Treasury of Tuskegee, a white man. The man lived in the 80s. The man had not gotten Booker T. Washington's letter, so he was out. Booker T. Washington went into one address in the 80s and thought, well, maybe it's the next door. He went in next door and started looking in the mailboxes, and a white ruffian named Urick came out and beat up Booker T. Washington and went into court and accused Booker T. Washington of coming upstairs and looking through the peephole at his wife and calling her hi, sweetie. Now, he wasn't even upstairs at all, but the court didn't pay much attention to him, and Booker T. Washington suddenly awakened to the fact. He said, my white friends in the South wouldn't have treated me this way. He is right, they wouldn't. He was a piece of property. He was doing their bidding, and he was containing blacks to keep blacks from cutting their throats. They were going to protect him because they needed him to protect them. No, they gave him a special car. He didn't ride no Jim Crow car. A special railroad car for Booker T. Washington. They just attached it onto the train. No, he didn't ride across this country no Jim Crow car. Booker was special. Now he gonna fight Jim Crow? His personal case is taken care of. Now this Eureka case knocked some sense in Booker Washington's head, and he realized that light skin and catering to whites ain't gonna make you white. And that when it comes down to power, you just one of us too. Light skin and all. And so Booker T. Washington began to call in different blacks he had been trying to destroy through his spy system. Called one who wouldn't even come. The great Caribbean radical, Hubert B. Harrison. Pity we don't know much about him. That was one of the most brilliant men to come out of the Caribbean. Didn't even go to the 6th grade in the Caribbean. Here's a man read so many books, was so brilliant. He taught at Columbia University. And Columbia didn't want to admit that a man of this caliber was teaching, so they paid him as a janitor. Paid him as a handyman. Taught at the Henry George School. Wrote a book still worth reading, When Africa Awakes. Wrote several books. Started and developed the concept of speaking from a street ladder in Harlem. Came to the United States around 1903. He died in 1927. When he worked briefly at the post office, and someone in the post office discovered that he had said something against Booker T. Washington, Booker T. Washington wrote the postmaster and said that I think another Negro would appreciate this job a little more than Hubert Harrison. Hubert Harrison lost the job. That was the last job he tried to hold on any kind of full-time basis. From then on, he was a tutor, a teacher. He just did piecework and survived as best he could. With 2 children, too, a wife and 2 children. There's a PhD thesis written about him at Columbia. But among the great minds from the Caribbean who could not have ever existed in the Caribbean during that day or this day, the great Hubert Harrison. Some places, if he was alive today in the Caribbean island, they'd stone him to death. Right. He advocated total independence. Total self-reliance. And what Booker T. Washington didn't seem to know, that a lot of the things advocated by Hubert Harrison were the things that Booker T. Washington was teaching at Tuskegee. Take care of yourself. Now, Booker T. Washington began to retrench. Although whites were still giving him money, he was moving closer and closer to his own people. Trying to come home, trying to belong, trying to settle his confusion inside of himself. A lot of people haven't given him the credit he's due. But remember, he was a man in torture, doing a lot of good things, making some errors. But there's a whole lot of people in this world who haven't even have enough gumption even to get in torture and work themselves out of it. There's a whole lot of people that haven't been able to gamble and fall down and get up. Don't take no kind of chances. Well, he's ahead of all of them. He not only built a great institution at Tuskegee, he inspired an educational system that was copied in Europe, envied in Africa, and copied and hoped for. Now his name gradually would reach Jamaica. A young man is going to hear about his school and say, this will be good for Jamaica. He would hear about it before when he returns from London, 1914. He would write Booker T. Washington, 1915, with the hope that he would get enough money to come to the United States and raise the money to build a school like Tuskegee in Jamaica. This is Marcus Garvey. W.E.B. Du Bois has visited Jamaica before then. W.E.B. Du Bois has met Marcus Garvey and had some admirable things to say about him on his meeting in Jamaica. But he would change later because Marcus Garvey was something W.E.B. Du Bois always wanted to be and couldn't be. Marcus Garvey had the personality, chemistry to be and was a great leader of people. W.E.B. Du Bois stand before an audience, he was a supreme scholar. Wax mustache, frock tail coat, sometimes cane, you know. Yep. He was a prisoner to his class. He was a prisoner to his background. He just couldn't get out of it. Well, Marcus Garvey developed a technique of communicating with ordinary people that Du Bois never had. And Garvey had a magnet about him that Du Bois never had. And Garvey was not in the habit of rejecting any single human being with a black face. I mean, he all came and conversed or spoke, and nobody of his own kith and kin was unwelcome in his presence. Now, World War I would come. Once more, as we often do, because in this country, we want so much to be accepted as citizens. We fight for the right to fight. We wanted to get in. Oh, let us in to do our part. So they let us in, the labor brigades, to pick up the dead and bury them, the quartermasters, bring up the supplies, truck companies, drive, but not in combat. General Pershing, the American commander, did not accept a single black soldier in combat. No black American fought in combat in the 1st World War under
American officers. None. The French said that we'll take all you can give us. The French were accustomed to these great Senegalese soldiers, these African soldiers, and the French knew their performance in the field of battle was magnificent. So the French said, they just called them American Senegalese, send them over here. They fought. All kind of medals too. When Henry Johnson captured 56 Germans, almost by himself. Set up 3 machine guns and tied strings on them so they could all be firing at the same time, and the Germans thought that there was a whole lot of people out there firing at them. Then he started making noises, and talking back to himself, as though his buddy said, let's get him now, he was there all by himself. And when the Germans came forward surrendering, and he picked up his machine gun, and wondered where the rest of them, he said, I'm the rest of them. He would later marry one of our greatest poets, Georgia Douglas Johnson, who wrote a classic poem for him, I want to die while you still love me. It was her own one and only romance, and seemed to be all she needed. The rest, when he died, the rest of her life was devoted to just community and humane causes, and she had lost all interest in men after that. She said that was her marriage, and saw it ended so soon, but she wasn't going to spoil the memory of it by even trying another one. They named some lodges after him because he was a Mason, among other things. So, Booker T. Washington has made a change, but not enough for Monroe Trotter, who's on his case. Still on his case in the Boston Guardian. W.E.B. Du Bois would publish another book, neglected, should be read today. It's called simply The Negro. It is the first overall survey of the history of African people throughout the world, not United States or Africa, but throughout the world. An excellent small survey. It's been republished like most of his books, and it's in paperback like a great deal of his books. So 1915, again, Booker T. Washington dies. There's all kind of rumors. It's pointless to get into them. But the death is still a mystery. Booker T. Washington was a very healthy man. He rode horses, he ate good food, and lived physically good. Lived materially good. Saw doctors. But he had brought a farmer slave, Carver, to Tuskegee. He had made Tuskegee one of the most useful schools for blacks ever built. His famous Cooks and Bakers School was so good that the Army sent their cooks to Tuskegee for training. And as a sergeant in the Army, I inherited some of those Tuskegee cooks. A little man named Slaughter, you never forget him. I don't know how he had enough weight to get into the Army. Slaughter must have weighed 110. But he could cook.
Jesus Christ, he could cook. He could cook biscuits as light as a feather. You have a hard time not putting a whole one in your mouth. You can't bite off. You just can't bite off of one of his biscuits. You just had to put the whole one in. Tuskegee had a training school for orthopedic shoes and for general shoe repair, shoe design. Home economics, a strong thing. Its school of veterinarian medicine is still one of the greatest in the world. It rates over the leading white veterinarian schools of this country right now. There are whites as well as blacks waiting in line to get into Tuskegee's veterinarian school. And once you get in there and graduate, you are assured of more jobs than you have time to take care of. So he left some good behind. After Patterson took over the school, after Moulton, it became more liberal arts. Now Tuskegee is a university. I thought that was a mistake. Tuskegee should have remained an institute, a training institute, an institute to train people for reality. All of us are not going to work with computers. Although it's good that some of us work with computers. Some of us need to be good layers of tile in the bathroom. A man who can lay a tile in a bathroom right now makes more than a college professor. And a plumber makes more than they. So Tuskegee had courses in plumbing. Most of the Sutton brothers went to Tuskegee. Oliver, Judge Oliver Sutton, who died only a few years ago, he studied plumbing. Then he studied law because the South wouldn't give black plumbers enough to do. So he studied law. Joined Percy and studied law. Starting studying through the mail. I knew so many of them because I was in the army in San Antonio, where most of the family lived. And a very, very committed family. Father was the principal of one school for 50 years in San Antonio. A little before and extended beyond 1884. And it dealt with a particular incident in African history and in European history that's forgotten. And it dealt with an aspect of slavery that's misunderstood. It's misunderstood because too many people are anxious to say, when they're trying to excuse European slavery, the Africans were in the slave trade too. Okay, yes. They were. But there's such a distinct difference between the Africans, what the Africans did and what the Europeans did, that you're not talking about the same thing. Now, the Africans were not actually in the slave trade as such, but there was an African system of servitude that had nothing to do with the European system of slavery and had nothing in resemblance to European feudalism that was a form of European slavery. On this point, you have to be very clear, because the European is forever trying to equate what he did with what someone else did. He's trying to forever wash his hands of the mess he created in the world by saying someone else did it too. All right. The Atlantic slave trade, endorsed by the European Church, was something distinct in the history of the world, the like of which has never occurred before in the history of the world. And this was the most vicious Holocaust in human history, and it deserves to be called a Holocaust. And it transcends everything that man has ever thought of that is called a Holocaust. And you start counting at 60 million, not 6. Now, I am going to talk about an exception that needs to be brought up, and there's some other exceptions. I'm going to talk about an African figure named Jaja, who was a slave twice in one lifetime, and who became a king twice in one lifetime in Africa. And when you can show me one European case similar to that of Jaja, I'm willing to concede that there is an equation or a parallel between European slavery and African servitude. And you have to show me one European case similar to the case of Jaja. All right. First place, let's look at Nigeria. Nigeria, and the problem Nigeria is having today, is the fact that Nigeria was not a nation. And there's a difficulty today in making it gel as a nation, because Nigeria culturally may not have intended to be a nation. Functioning separately, it functioned well, quite well. The British slapped it together as one nation because they wanted it to be that way, because they wanted to administer that way. All right, when you look at the vast area that became Nigeria, let's look at what was this vast area. The northern area was an area, some people came partly from the north called Hausas, and they called it Hausaland. They were basically Muslims, partly Berber types. Now the Berber is a mystery in Africa, because a lot of people like to think that the Berber is white. And the Berber, like a whole lot of mixed people, can be white on Thursday and black on Tuesday, depending on when money is to be divided. When the budget, if the budget is to be divided on Tuesday, he's black. If black's got the budget, he's where the money is divided. All right, now, the Berbers came from northern Africa. The Berbers were in North Africa before the Arabs. They came from Western Asia, and when the Arabs came into Africa, they opposed the Arabs. Then finally, they accepted Islam, and to some extent joined the Arabs. They still speak a distinct language different from the Arabs, which is called Berber. Now, Berber is not their name. The word Berber came from the Romans, because when the Romans, who encountered them, and the Romans encountered them, the Romans were there before the Arabs got there. When the Romans asked them, who are you? What kind of people are you? Where you came from? They moved away from the Romans, shouting, bah, 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 bah. In other words, drop dead, go to hell. You're damn good. And so the Romans gave them the name Berbers. And the name stuck. And they made the mistake that people made by accepting the name that the oppressor puts on them. It's like we made the mistake accepting the stupid word Negro. When you accept the stupid word that the oppressor puts on you, becomes the stupid word that the oppressor puts on you. So, now, these Berbers mixed with blacks.
What was the original name?
Huh?
What was the original name?
Well, it got lost in the shuffle. And I know a Berber scholar, Abdul Louis. He said, who in the hell knows? And who in the hell cares now at this late date? He says, I'm a Berber, I don't exactly know. He's from Morocco, he's one of the finest Berber scholars, finest living Berber scholar. He's the only one that I knew well enough to curse out. He's written an excellent book on the Berbers, on the area of the Berbers. He's also written a book called The Crisis of the Arab Intellect. The Crisis of the Arab Intellect, which is far better in its insight than Harold Cruz's Crisis of the Negro Intellect, which was about the crisis of Harold Cruz, but we don't have time to talk about Harold Cruz's personal crisis. You know, write the whole chapter and died in West Indies because he had a West Indian girlfriend who quit him after 3 years. When I heard her side of the story, I agreed. I don't know why she stayed 3 years. So Harold has got a problem. He hated Lorraine Hansberry because Lorraine Hansberry wouldn't give one of his scripts to Duke Ellington, a musical. He wanted Duke Ellington to set music to one of his scripts and give it to Lorraine Hansberry to give to Duke Ellington. And she wouldn't do it because I'm glad he didn't know that I knew Duke Ellington better than Lorraine Hansberry. He would have given me the script. Duke would have told me to go to hell. And rightly so. Well, Hal wrote a book about his personal crisis. The man got a right to write about a book about his personal crisis, but let him call it that. Men write good books about their personal crisis. Sigmund Freud made a whole profession out of his. An international profession out of his personal crisis. So ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing basically wrong with it. But he admitted it. He was honest about it. All right, now, what I'm trying to get to, trying to shape how Nigeria came into being. Another group called the Fulanis settled in the north and cooperated. They were Muslim too, and they were mixed with little Berber, little African, and also mixed with a bunch of troublemakers out in the desert. The Tuaregs, still troublemakers, still out in the desert. They're blue men. They wear veils. They wear the veil. They were desert gangsters raiding towns out there. And there's a good literature on the Tuaregs. Surrender Rod wrote a book on them called The People of the Veil. And they're despicable now. They breed of very beautiful women. The women are very beautiful. And They're so despicable, they bring them to the coast. And they're nothing but a bunch of pimps, bring the women there. Service prostitutes in the houses along the coast. Got no honor among them to rest. Used to kill you for looking at them, now they sell them. Sometimes there's a difficulty in traveling so much and knowing so much and knowing so many different people under so many disguises and looking at so many people's closets. They're just culturally, but the Fulani partner mixed with the Tuaregs. That was when the Tuaregs were warriors and not pimps. So the Tuaregs were magnificent warriors. Always warred on the wrong people for the wrong reasons, always wrecked the wrong cities. Wrecked cities, never learned how to build one. Be that it hasn't at least. The Fulanis were mixed with the Tuaregs. Now you have North Africa, northern Nigeria. Different culture, mostly Muslim culture, northern Nigeria. All right, eastern Nigeria, Igbo people. Your basic organized group of Igbo people. Although the Igbo people were not a minority, were not a majority, they were the best organized group. They organized themselves and shouted so loud you thought they were the majority, but they were not. When all these other groups came together, the other groups were the majority, but the other groups didn't come together. You had other groups in the East, consisting of 500,000 here, 200,000 there, 100,000 there. But the Igbo and his 2 million were together. And the joke in Nigeria, or the joke anyway, wherever you see 2 Igbos together alone, that is a fight. Igbos are forever fighting among Igbos. But wherever you see 2 Igbos in the presence of a non-Igbo, that is an Igbo protection society. Because the minute the non-Igbo appears, they unite against the non-Igbo. They will unite when every non-Igbo is the enemy. They're very clannish, obnoxiously so. Now, in the West, you have a different kind of people. You have the Yoruba, a large group of people, a beautiful homogeneous culture, and a people who unfortunately were trapped and caught the worst of the West African slave trade, because millions of Igbos came to the West as slaves. And this is reflected in the slave revolts in the West. In the West, you will find in the slave revolts nearly always solidified, instigated by Igbos, nearly always led by Akans. The Igbos from Nigeria set it in motion, then stepped aside and let the Akans from Ghana lead it. Now let me show you what I'm talking about. The maroon revolts in Jamaica was set in motion by Igbos. Captain Kojo, that's a Ghanaian man, led the revolt. The Bubbies revolt in Guyana, set in motion by Uncle and Igbo, Captain Kofi, a Ghanaian again, led the revolt. Toussaint Louverture was a can. Bookman, who really is the real hero of the first Haitian revolt, was Igbo. When you look at this culture breakdown, the leadership of the major revolts in the West Indies were a can from Ghana. The instigators were generally Igbos. They formed a partnership and a corporation away from home, the like of which they never had at home before or since. They don't cooperate this way in Africa right now, and never did in Africa, and never even thought about doing it in Africa. When Nkrumah, who was a Nakan, came to power in Ghana, the greatest jealousy of Nkrumah came from the Igbos of Nigeria. I'm going to show you that while in the Western world, away from Africa, they formed a partnership. All right, now you have this big country. The British occupied part of it, and they called Hausa land, Igbo land, and Yoruba land. And it was governed as separate pieces. Then the British, who had grown tired of sending their young men to die in these colonial wars, the British public had grown sick of this. So now the British were pressed to explain why you are still taking over another territory. The then governor of the area, the British governor, a man named Lugard, he was a captain then. Later on he's become Lord, and she's going to become lady. Now, this is an aside, but something which I can't explain. When you look at Lord Lugard, he's a little weasel with a long one for the beard. When you look at Lady Lugard, who's going to become Lady Lugard, she's a lush and plush British lady, very imposing and, striking. And what she saw in the little weasel, I don't know, but these women have their secrets and what they look for in a man, and I guess it will forever remain a secret. But it seems she liked what she saw and he liked what he saw. But in the course of writing the articles, she fell in love with him and vice versa, and got married. And now, after he unified the area, and the British rewarded him with knighthood, made him Sir Lugard, because he had served well in East Africa and written a 2-volume work on our East African Empire, and later rewarded him further by making him a lord. So she's Lady Lugard. And he couldn't stand the African climate all year round, so he spent 6 months in Nigeria and 6 months in England. So she's got a lot of time on her hand, and titled ladies do not hold jobs. And she wanted to do something with her time. So she decided to write a book. It's permissible for titled ladies to write books. Now this is the age of Charlotte Bronte and that crowd. Book. She writes the whole history of the Crimean. She writes the whole book, and don't even mention the Crimean War. And her book is late in the period. How she managed it, I don't know. She's one of the Wuthering Heights and one of the Bronte sisters. That's not significant. Lady Lugard decided to write a book, and she's going to write a book defending the British takeover of Nigeria. But she decided she would write a preface explaining what happened in this part of Africa, in inner West Africa, before the British takeover, before the Europeans came. And she did her research well. She did so much research for a preface, and so much writing for a preface, the preface became the book. The preface was so good, the preface became the book. In the last part of the book, she spent about 100 pages defending the British takeover, but people stopped reading by that point. The book is called A Tropical Dependency. Africa didn't need the Europeans at all, because she did an analysis of these great independent states in Africa before the European came, including the last great African nation state, Songhai, and its leaders. And its greatest leader, Muhammad to be known as Askia the Great. Barnes and Noble can read that for you. I bought an edition in Peekskill and reasonably priced. Then I looked and saw another new edition coming out. It said so many guineas, and because I didn't know guineas from pounds, you forget about that last part of it. But she did some very good, clear writing. And she also did some good preface work on the Southern African origins of Egypt and putting it in order. It was with her suggestion that the country got the name Nigeria from the Niger River. Well, now this is Nigeria. This is how it came to be. The person I'm going to talk about is from eastern Nigeria, and he is Igbo. What the British tried to do is to break the trade relationships. Now, when the British arrived in Nigeria, even during the British slave trading, they found that Africans controlled vast trading areas, stores, and Africans had networks of trading posts stretching all the way down the coast. And the British tried to use these networks in the slave trade. And when these Africans failed to let the British do this, they brought in Lebanese types and drove some of these Africans out of the legitimate trade. See, never let it be said that the Africans could not deal with commerce, even surplus, and because they were dealing in commerce with each other, dealing with peppers, dealing with iron too. There was nothing the African needed that African wasn't supplying other Africans. See, I've repeatedly said the slave trade hit Africa during its pre-industrial period, and had Africans been left alone, Africans could have entered the industrial period along with other nations. And many African states were more advanced than some European states. But had they left alone to move into the industrial age and had better technicians and had more than the embryo of technology when the slave trade came. As emphasized by the number of African iron workers who was called in the slave trade, number of African craftsmen, leather tanners. These people came to the United States and practiced their trade in the United States. The iron workers were noted for the grill work in New Orleans and the like. Because the French, when they had New Orleans, they let the African craftsman use his craft. A lot of the decorative work on the old French mansions and the porches, decorative with African iron work. Now these things are not in museums. They're beautiful enough. When the French changed the architectural structure in New Orleans, a lot of that work that was designed by Africans were taken down and preserved. Some of it was destroyed, but some of it was preserved. Now, Eastern Nigeria was a trading center. There was a part of a Niger River comes through Eastern Nigeria. And that was a trading city. Now the city of Harcourt, Port Harcourt, was then the city of Bois. And at this city was a contest between two trading families, Manipipo and Anapipo, and two kings of these trading families. One king, Anapipo, had an unruly slave named Jaja. And so this king wanted to literally play a trick on the other king. So he gave him this slave Jaja because he was unruly, hoping that this unruly slave would drive him out of his mind. Jaja went into this house instead of driving the king out of his mind because he was treated decently. He calmed down and acted as though he was one of his sons. He learned the palm oil business. He learned accounting. And he grew up in that house as though he was one of the sons and was treated as such. And at 19, he was handling accounts equivalent to $50,000 a year and handling them well, giving an account to the king. So now, when the king died, the sons who preferred to stay in the palm oil business because being a king wasn't as profitable as dealing in palm oil, said, well, father loved him. He was closer to father than we were. Let him be king. In other words, who wants to be king? You know, money in the job anyway. It's okay, all right, let him be king if he wants to be king. So they let him be king. They made him king of the house of Anapipo, fearing that the stigma of having once been a slave would follow him, and also fearing his mortal enemy, the son of the local king, who was always kidding him and always reminding him of his lowly status. Fearing being aggravated by this, he began to send agents up the Niger to the palm oil markets. The river goes into palms. So he sent them to the terminus of that river where the palm oil is collected to make peace with all the kings at the terminus of the river, because that's the heart of the palm oil business. He says, one day I'm going to come up there and I might establish my headquarters up there, and I want to know whether I have your goodwill when I get there. All the kings said, well, you will have our goodwill. If we have yours, you'll have ours. So one day he one part of his village fled upriver and established a kingdom in honor of the king, the late king, that had treated him decently. He called it Oprobo. And he is known as Jaja of Oprobo. There he built a kingdom. He blocked the British inland move to take over the palm oil business. So you couldn't get nothing out of that area unless you dealt with that terminus, because everything came out of those palms of that river. He had captured the terminus where the rivers began to palm off in different directions. And all the people had his goodwill. He said, the British get nothing, no palm oil comes out of here. So they had united, it's really called a strike. And so now he had bankrupted the British palm oil business. And some of the British sailors came up there to work for him. And the British were in a terrible way. So he had not only wrecked that palm oil business, he had wrecked that legitimate trade. Well, he was the master of the river. And when we look at his records, the records were well kept by a black American woman from Liberia. What happened to her ultimately, I don't know. But the records were found by an Australian woman married to a Nigerian. Her name was Elizabeth Nchaya. She's still alive and still in Nigeria. But what happened to Emma Goldman, no one knows. But when she was keeping the records, they were meticulously kept, her handwriting. There was a point where someone else was keeping the records. All right. Jaja was a good businessman. And finally, the British, in a quandary, turned to Sir Harry Johnson. And Sir Harry Johnson told him, you use the guns too much. Told them, we've got to use diplomacy. So they sent a ship up there and told Jaja, alive, we will not do you any harm. Come aboard the ship and we will talk treaty with you. And he came aboard the ship and they talked. And he looked up and noticed the ship was moving. And he was surrounded by soldiers. They lied to him and kidnapped him. And they sent him to Accra. The British had a court in Accra. And they tried him. They couldn't quite understand what they were trying him about. And they sent him to Sierra Leone. Tried him again. Of different charges. Finally, they sent him to St. Vincent in the West Indies. Then they sent him to Barbados. Fortunately, John Killing's father was alive up until about 10 years ago. And he was a boy growing up in Barbados. And Jaja was in Barbados, in exile. And Jaja in Barbados is a part of the folklore of Barbados to this day. There's a song they sing about Jaja. Because Jaja had a roving eye. And if an ordinary man, lays court and looks at your woman in a way you don't like, you can just put up your dukes and fight it out. But if a king looks at your woman, well, you kind of a little more careful. So the song in Barbados, which Louise Bennett can sing it better than anybody, she's Jamaican, but it sings, "Oh Jaja, what am I going to do about oh Jaja? Oh Jaja, a natty ting, but after all, he is a king. What am I going to do about oh Jaja?" But Jaja lived until about the 1890s. He kept petitioning the British to let him return to his domains. Finally, the British consented to let him return. And they poisoned him on the ship going back to Africa. And he returned to be buried at Bois, now the city of Port Harcourt. A Nigerian scholar, then head of the University at Baton, Kenneth Odike, and also the creator of the Yoruba scheme and the Igbo scheme, historical scheme, very good friend of mine, unfortunately dead now. We decided that we're going to put a hold on all the material about Jaja. The scholars can get together and do this if they got connection. Nobody is going to see all any of the material on Jaja for 5 years until we have gone over it and decided what kind of book we're going to write. And after that, we'll let it go to other scholars. Yeah, after we made our decision. Well, 5 years passed. Kenneth got busy, I got busy. Then there was the stupid stupid Biafra war. And because Kenneth Odike is an Igbo, he got all involved in that. And I got involved in a whole lot of things, including getting married the second time. And that's kind of an involvement. You said it. I never got my book on Jaja out, and he never got his. But I did do a good short piece on Jaja. And Kenneth Odike wrote a book called Trade and Politics on the Nile. Yeah, Jaja. And there's a little book called Lives of Eminent Nigerians, edited by Kenneth Odike. There's a chapter called On Jaja. There's a little pamphlet called Jaja of Oprabo. No shortage of work on Jaja. And the new histories of Nigeria have not only life of Jaja, but pictures of Jaja. Now, with Jaja gone, the British had thought that they had won the fight to dominate the trade of the eastern Niger River. They had overestimated the Nigerian mind and the ability to trade. And the western Niger branch, there was someone else they had to face. They had to face now an Igbo. His name was Nina. He was Nina of the Itsakara Igbo. Now, when you call an Igbo Itsakara, that means the trading branch of the Igbo. He equally faced the British because he was a trader and he controlled a network of trade. Now, if you understand what I'm talking about, the European has tried to drive the African out of the trades. And this is why, to drive African people out of commerce. If you understand me, you'll understand why they assume now that foreigners must take over our neighborhood. And because you have forgotten that Africans were master tradesmen, engaged in commerce long before slavery, long before the first European came, and that commerce is a natural thing for Africans to engage in, and that when people want to oppress you, the first thing they do is to destroy your self-confidence and historical memory. And when you forget what you have done, you will also forget what you've got to do. And so the case of Jaja and the case of Nina of the Issachar relates to what is happening in our community right now. The case of other people taking over prerogatives, commercial prerogatives in our communities, because we have forgotten the time when we were the masters, not only of the commerce of our community, but commerce in general. When it was a perfectly natural thing for us to trade with each other, not only to buy and to sell, but to manufacture what we were buying and selling to each other. This is the whole concept of nation management. Nation management is not only buying and selling, nation management is producing what you buy and sell and producing what you consume. So it all goes back, What has all of this got to do with today? It has everything to do with today, because all history is a current event anyway. Everything you say about yesterday in some way relate to today. So if you understand Jaja and why they had to destroy him, you will understand why they have to literally destroy the commerce of our community, and why many times they will literally lower the rent when a foreigner wants to rent a store in our community, and double the rent when one of us want to rent a store in our own community, because they want to keep us out of commerce. They want us to forget the time when we were masters of commerce, long before any European ever came to any African state, and that commerce was nothing new to us. This is why history is important, because the role of history properly taught is supposed to make you remember what you once was, so that you can understand what you still have to be. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. To recite dates to you, to recite personalities to you, oh, you don't need anybody to do that. You can do that for yourself. Now, I can tell you when Columbus allegedly discovered America, knowing damn well he didn't. But what good is it unless I explain the significance of it? What you need is analysis of why things happen and what you can do with the information. Otherwise, all you've got is a bunch of cluttered dates. And this is why the life of Jaja is a perfect example of an African who was a slave twice in one lifetime and a king twice in one lifetime. And yet, when someone said Africans had a system of slavery, you say, yes, of course it did. Now let me give you an example of one. Let me explain the case of Jaja. Of course he was a slave. He had two African masters. He was a king too. And a very credible one. And a very competent one. This is why he lived and this is why he died. Show me one case of a European who lived that way, from slavery twice to a king twice, killed by his opposition, who feared his ability to match them in commerce, feared his mind, his ability to be skillful in commerce, to know economics. A man who never wore a store-bought shoe or went inside of a school outmatched some of the economic minds of Europe and literally bankrupt the British Empire in their attempt to control the palm oil business of eastern Nigeria. Deserves at least a footnote in history deserves a children's book, at least. I think what we need to do is to write simplified stories of these people. At first, simplified stories that we can talk to children about. Then, let the big books with the scholars and all that jargon and theories, let that come later. Explain it very simple. Tell the child, let me tell you the story about Jaja. You've been nice today. I'm going to tell you a nice little story. Story about an African who was a slave and became a king. I did that to my children a lot, tell them those simple stories. On those evenings when I had enough, at home. They don't know I was home nearly most nights. Well, Daddy, you rarely have a home. You know, children can, well, they can tell you some of the biggest things. I don't know, you're home night before that. That's all right. But they're grown and gone now. Well, one's grown and gone, the other one. Mm-hmm. My 16-year-old is still there. Mm-hmm. He's an A student in history. Honors in history and speech. I don't know what that means at all. Yeah. Yes, let's see what kind of time we got now. We have a little time.
On the trade and the destruction of trade, in an analysis, that's why I think, and I agree with you, that the taxi limousine service, every time you look around, these brothers are getting tickets, and even the street vendors, they do everything they possibly can to destroy commerce, private ownership in the black community.
Self-reliance, that's what it's amounts to. They're trying to program us into dependency. That's the sum total of it.
Same thing, I think 130th Street, 7th Avenue, they had a page of the big red newspaper. A man that had cleaners every 30 years in Korea came in, bought the building, raised the man's rent 3 times, and he no longer can afford to rent the space, so he's going out of business.
Well, see, we assume that so-called third world people have mercy for us. We assume that, it's like we assume that racism stops at the door of communism and socialism. We assume that it stops at the door of so-called third world people. Well, it's an idealistic assumption, but unfortunately it's not true.
On the Biafran War, on the Biafran War, could you speak a little bit on the war between the Biafrans and the
Well, the war itself was a war manufactured by the media. The Biafra war was really a war between eastern Nigeria and western Nigeria. And they were really fighting over who would control the oil interests. And the war was engineered from outside of Nigeria. The Catholic Church in Israel and some other nations backed the Biafran War. And England and some others backed the other side. It was really a civil war. And Nigerians settled it eventually with some kind of intelligence, because the Nigerians got together and didn't engage in long drawn out revenge or punishment of those who engaged in the war. Even put Igbo governors in Yoruba countries, Yoruba territory, and vice versa, so that each one can get to know each other better. He will switch teachers around so that they can get to know each other better. There's still some wounds from the war. But the mistake that the Igbos made, because the Igbos, who call themselves the black Jews of Nigeria, is another mistake because it had nothing to do with the Jews at all. But they were industrial people, and they make a dollar, save a dollar. But when they engineered the coup, the first coup, kind of a cleansing coup, overthrew one government, killed the wrong man, killed some people Nigeria needed, but cleared out one set of corrupt people, only to see another group come in. One of the most able people who came from the north was killed, Rebecca, fellow. And Nigerians, both East, the Igbos and the Yorubas, feel ascendancy of the North, who now controls Nigeria. Because the North is the less educated, but numerically the North is the largest population in Nigeria. Then the Igbos made a terrible mistake in the second coup. They killed the religious leader of the Muslims, the Sadana. The Sadana Sakatu. You never kill a religious leader. If a people want a religious leader killed, let them do it. Don't you ever touch a people's religious leader. If they hate him, let them do it. They want to get rid of him, let them do it. Don't you do it. You do not have the right. They're sensitive about that. You, an outsider who don't belong to that religion, come in and killing that religious leader. See, then the Muslims turned on the Igbos and killed them wholesale. The Igbos held the jobs in the north. They ran the post office in the north because those proud House of Fulanis were aristocrats. They didn't do much. A Hausa woman was the most pampered woman in all Nigeria. A Hausa woman go to the store, get a spool of thread and carry it. It takes a servant to carry it back home. I know a girl here, Rashida Abubakar, and she kept saying, she's Hausa. And I told her, you got a Hausa name, but you're not a Hausa. She was shocked. I said, you grew up among Igbos. One of your parents was an Igbo. So she finally admitted her mother was Igbo, her father was a Hausa who left her mother. I said, how do you know? I said, you laugh out loud, though pleasantly. I know Hausa women. A Hausa woman never laughs in public. And when she feels pleasantly about anything, it shows only in her eyes. She expresses other pleasures only in the confines of her home with her immediate family. She's a very private woman. It's part of her culture. She's reserved and private. Nothing impresses her to the point where she will even giggle. But you watch her eyes, tells you her expression. It's a closed culture. She's protected from the closed walls of her home and served. And yet that protection is a form of servitude. Touch her, you might get your hands cut off. You better not touch her. A non-Hausa man cannot look too hard at her.
Is it still today?
Today. They're very sheltered, very protected. Societies have changed almost from block to block in some parts of Africa. You better know what you're doing. When I'm in northern Nigeria, and I see a Hausa woman, any part of the sidewalk she wants, she can get it. I step aside with respect, for fear I might touch her by accident and get myself killed. That's tradition. But some Hausa women want out. They want to go to college.
Conflicts would come in with African Americans and Africans not being aware of the culture.
Yeah. But now you go in eastern Nigeria, western Nigeria, you will find it's quite different. And where you will find the culture more closely related to the U.S., South Africa. The black culture, more related to the U.S., would be in South Africa. I noticed this when I was promoting the play Puerto Victorious. The humor of the play related, the South Africans who attended the play could get the nuances of that humor. The other Africans, you know, the black preacher humor they didn't understand none of it. The South Africans understood black preacher humor. Picked it up right away, you know. It's just a matter of the nuances, you know. But if we ever understood each other, we'd be well on our way. When we have another question, as much as we're pushing the time. Now next Monday, I'm going to try to work on some of these other things also, but next Monday we'll be talking about some of the resistance in the French area of Hansen and Somali and others. The Hansen is noted for fighting with the all-female army, at least as assault troops, all-female army. And that's been misunderstood because a lot of feminism thought that these women were lesbians and had nothing to do with it at all. There have been female armies in Africa on several occasions. Many of them had children, functioning. And in Angola, a lot of there was exchange of roles in Angola. One probably the better things that happened in Angola. Many times the men would fight and leave the front and go behind and take care of the children a while, and let the wife go up on the front and shoot at the Portuguese a while. Sometimes she shot better than he. Son Michelle's first wife was a good soldier on the line and was killed, fighting up on the line. His first wife. And was as good as any soldier, gave a splendid account of herself as any soldier. So, who went against the grain of the sentiment in that country, while most of that countrymen were saying African people had no history, who are the whites who stood out and said they do have a history and this is the history? That's what it's all about. But first, I want to do what family people do. I want to give an account of myself to you. What have I been doing since you've seen me last? Now that I can barely see you, while my general health is seemingly improved. But the progressive glaucoma is not improved because the two operations control the pressure in my eyes, but it lowered the eyesight, and it never came back. So all I know is that there are a lot of friendly faces there, and I felt very good to enter here and see Dr. Scholes Doyle, who's one of my kind of people I adopted proteges. I'm always being the mentor of people who had to ask me to be their mentor, but they don't seem to object. But to know that she's in the audience with her child and that her family is functioning well. First place, I want to let you know some of the things I've been doing outside of the city than within the city. Outside of the city, I've been traveling a great deal. Made several lecture tours, and I'm start another one this weekend in Detroit. But I went to Florida and Atlanta, but I want to tell you about Florida and the sentiment in Florida. In Miami, African people are trying to be replaced. And they have decided they weren't going to be replaced. I toured through the so-called riot areas of Miami, and the brothers seem to be doing something right for once. They did not burn a single black store. Not a single one. The Haitian community is doing well with their little stores and their shops. They didn't touch a Haitian store. They didn't even go to the community, except to congratulate them for doing a whole lot of things that local blacks had not done. They didn't. Miami has a large Bahamian population. My wife's Bahamian. I made the mistake of calling her a second-hand West Indian. I won't do that again. The Bahamians, they're so close to the United States, the rest of the West Indians don't consider them as being a part. And then they have not only Bahamian restaurants, Bermuda restaurants, Bahamian restaurants, then they have Caribbean restaurants. You have a human laboratory in Florida. But America, in its vicious anti-communism, which sometimes is a waste of the taxpayers' money, in their endorsement of Cuba, they built up a city that the Cubans have taken over. Now the Cubans are bossing some of the people who brought them here. And the Cubans are showing their colors. At first, there were no black Cubans. Now that the black Cubans has come to Miami, the black Cubans suffer the same way as the black Americans, even at the hands of the black Cubans. You have to understand racism does not stop at the door of communism, socialism, or other kind of isms. It remains. Because until you can pass the taxi cab test, you might as well stop kidding yourself. The supreme test is who downtown can get a taxi. That separates the citizen from the subject. The citizen can get a taxi. The subject have to wait. Finally, one time after about 21 past you, a brother comes by because the brother knows you be thankful for getting uptown and you're going to give him a nice tip. So the brother ain't got no work. He can look at you and tell you don't even have enough strength to rob him. He's not insecure. Okay, now, in Miami, the brother's going down stores of a furniture store owned by an Arab who's been cheating them, and grocery stores owned by a Cuban who had been cheating them. They did not touch one black store. They're learning something about strategy. We're not knocking down our communities only to have people rebuild them and charge us for it. Now, I wish the rioting had not occurred, but these things are generally forced. In Florida, where you have a human laboratory in as much as you've got regular Caribbean people, Jamaicans and Trinidadians they've got their own community. You got the Nasubians and the Grand Bahamians, my wife's people, and each one have their own restaurant system, own little grocery system. I went into Bahama restaurant. I thought I was just going to a regular Caribbean restaurant, and they said, "This is a Bahama restaurant." I said, "Oh, what's the difference? You all get peas and rice." Taste our peas and rice. Nothing to do with the peas and rice of those up island people who don't know how to fix peas and rice. I didn't argue one way or the other. But you know what? They have improved on peas and rice. I didn't think, because everywhere I go to my own people. I spoke in one church, two churches, and in the second church, the minister had gone to Angola on the invitation of Savimbi. And he thought Savimbi was the president of Angola, and he addressed him as the president of Angola. He was displaying the presence he brought back. And his trip to Angola was financed by local fascist-minded Cubans. We fall into a whole lot of traps without knowing what we're falling into. Now, years ago, when Idi Amin was inviting blacks to come to Uganda and be citizens, Roy Innes took advantage of it. Soon after that, Roy Innes began to advocate Black American unity with UNITA and Savimbi. This would have been disaster, because I say no African people in the Western world should ever lift arms against another African people. And I don't know why I wrote the only letter to the Amsterdam News, and they published it, and published Innes' reply, saying that, look, we cannot be recruited in the West to support Africans who are being supported by the United States and South Africa. If you're being supported by the United States and South Africa, then you are out to destabilize Africa, and you're an enemy of Africa. But when you think of that a black preacher from Florida would go there and bring back and display all the presents that he got from Savimbi, including a pure ivory hatchet, decorative hatchet. And I don't mean imitation ivory. This is pure ivory. You don't get much of it anymore because they stop people from killing elephants. So pure ivory is something very rare. That one piece he had would have cost over $3,000 on the open market. He's displaying his cap and all the different things he got from Unitar, which proves that he is politically naive about what is happening in Africa and what is happening in Southern Africa. But it was a good thing to go and to be on the spot and to ask the brothers what did happen, and to know from their point of view, other than the point of view of the mass media. The mass media missed the point in total. The black position in Miami was strengthened in the final analysis. But that don't mean they still don't have trouble. They do have trouble. Here's a city where the Cubans have done something I never thought anybody would do. They've taken the dry goods and the department store business away from the Jews. And they control it. Economically, they have control of the city. And another thing the Cubans have done, which we should be very careful to try to do, or make better use of what we have in this regard. They've taken over a university in Florida, Florida Memorial. Florida Memorial is, from all intentions and purpose, a Cuban university where they speak Spanish and all the high officials are Cubans. We never colonize other people's property and turn it in direction, turning it into our own. We are very kind and humane people, and sooner or later we'll need some kind of protection. But we have to toughen up for the century ahead. That don't mean we must lose our humanity, but we must recognize the fact that in this world you are not going to exist free without some form of defense. And while I don't like to hit nobody, don't have much hitting strength left anyway, nobody's going to be free in this world unless somebody hits somebody. I regret that this is true, but I'm not the one that made it true. I've been over 50 years on this line. I'm tired. I like to get off the line. But I get stimulated sometimes when I face a black audience. On a tour of North Carolina, I went to North Carolina at Charlotte, the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. And this is the way I get to serve black institutions. I went to University of North Carolina at Charlotte. They paid me $1,000 and plane fare and lodging. I delivered decent, honorable lecture at Charlotte. Then I go to J.C. Smith, a black school, and lecture for nothing. Now the people at Charlotte, the white folks, some of them came to my lecture, J.C. Smith, and they asked us that we were very satisfied with your lecture at Charlotte. You seem to have given the best lecture over here at J.C. Smith. Here's a little black religious school, barely struggling to keep his doors open. When I looked at that, I saw all of that energy and all of those black faces and all of those black young people. That was a new energy, new impotence. I pushed the script aside, you know. I got something to say to you that I don't say to other people. We must again get into the custom of managing nations. We must get back into the custom of not being dependent on anybody, on anything. We must make everything we need, from a toothpick, telephone pole, to a train, and any kind of communication. And we must remember what I keep reminding you. 200 years ago, the Japanese did not have a good wheelbarrow. It was in the 1880s that Perry kicked open the door. 1905, they had built enough ammunition that they could take on Russia, and they took on Russia and won. When they turned to the rest of Asia and said that you don't need the European to rule over you, you should kick him out. And then in the 1930s, when the Asians did not respond to kicking out the Europeans, the Japanese said, if you don't kick out the Europeans, then maybe I'll come over and rule you. They kept telling the Asians, you don't need the white man. And when finally, after the war, and the white man was too weak to hold that country, they turned to the Japanese and said, maybe I don't need you either. Maybe I can take over myself from this point. All right, now, I left Florida, and I went to Atlanta, where I stayed at a very noted black hotel that I nearly always stay because the breakfasts are good, the food is just good. And it's better instead of going downstairs, if you just already have it sit up in your room, you get it better and quicker for some reason. You got the best room service of any hotel I know about. The quickest too. All right. At Pascal's, I ran into a meeting where Andy Young was attending. And when people get so big that they don't remember you when both of you didn't have matching shoes, I don't push them. So I let them come to me. I don't rush after them to ask for favors. So Andy Young came and said, you in the city, you didn't call me, and how's your son? Our respective sons used to be playmates. When Andy was at the United Nations, he would pick my son up in the limousine, and the two of them would go out together. He would father them one Saturday, I would father them the next Saturday. So that's really friendly, family connection. And his daughter used to come to my house and get her homework. I mean, so we were that friendly. But when people become mayors of cities and approve, I don't know about what attitude they have, so I don't push myself on them anymore. So he wanted to know why I didn't call him. Then he said that I got a little problem. This is the 50th anniversary of Gone with the Wind. I'm the mayor of Atlanta. They're going to do a special edition of Gone with the Wind. And I have to write the preface. What can I say? I say that you can be gracious and say something that will please them, that in the final analysis, it will be so worded, you wouldn't have said nothing. You wouldn't have said nothing. So he was happy about that, the fact that he's partner over that hook. Then he said that he planned to run for governor. I wonder what kind of support you got from the churches. Never mind the black vote, the white vote. So many whites are dissatisfied with whites. Some of them gonna throw their vote to you just to spite other whites. That's a margin. If you get the white margin and a solid black vote, you might squeak in. Although I would prefer for you to run in Mississippi where you got a numerical chance. You don't have to squeak in Mississippi. If all the blacks in Mississippi voted, then it's a run-in. Because they're 48% of the total population. Because you can get a governor or a senator out of Mississippi anytime they make up their mind that that's what they're going to do. So it was a good meeting, although I don't know how to gauge middle-class blacks. Never been a part of that group myself, and don't know what they're middle from what. Because I don't know. When something is in the middle, that means you got to have a lower and an upper. I don't know the upper. So I know the middle from what. But you have to handle with nice gloves, and and you can't hurt that feeling because you never know when you're going to need one, and you have to go through your act of Tom into a Tom. If you want something for well-placed blacks, sometimes you got to go Tom to them or you won't get it. So you never know which one of these Toms you're going to ultimately have to Tom to, so you treat them with halfway decent, with nice club. So that connection taught me a little bit about the Atlanta scene. There are two excellent bookstores in Atlanta, both better than the ones we have here in Brooklyn and in New York, and New York City. The Shrine of the Black Madonna, here's a church complex that has an entire block of buildings. The church, the school, the recreation, the computer center, all of this, one block. And got images in the church reflecting the blackness of Jesus and the blackness of the angels. Because they said that they asked a question. Of all the African people in the world, brown, black, and otherwise, who died before Christ, you mean to tell me none of them got to heaven and all that, and only the white angels got up there? You mean? So they painted themselves some black and brown angels, all kind of angels, all kind of different races. They didn't rule out whites. They just ruled other people in. And this is really what the lecture is about. Not taking white people out of history, but putting black people in their proper place. Once you put black people in their proper place, you can leave white people in. You can let Paul Revere stay in the American Revolution. He made that ride for a very good purpose. The good purpose is stated, but there was a secondary purpose that's not stated. He was a bootlegger, and he was also informing the bootleggers hide that stuff before the British put a tax on it. But many times the incidentals of history get left out of history. Like the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, who was not much of a gentleman. He's invited a queen, one of Africa's finest queens, to visit him. She visited him because Tamaran, the Ethiopian commercial czar, had told her that Solomon had bought a lot of red gold from Ethiopia and a lot of things for his buildings. And each time he go to Solomon, Solomon gives him some wise saying instead of paying the debt. He said, go to Judea and see if you can collect the money. And while you're there, incidentally, check out his wisdom. The incidentally became a part of history, and the fact that the woman was going to collect the national debt of her country got left out of history. The incidentally could be played around with. Because you can play around with that because you can deal with Solomon and his so-called wisdom. I'm one of the people who's not a Solomon fan, you know. I think he wasn't a gentleman. You invite a royal woman to your house, a queen of Ethiopia, who's trained. I mean, her entourage was so large and so long, was 3 miles wide long. That's the attendants, the porters, and her bodyguard. Her private bodyguard larger than the armed forces of Judea. Her country 30 times the size of Judea. She would not go there and say to anyone, I'm black, but call me AU daughters of Jerusalem. She wouldn't say that. This was a period when nobody apologized for color and nobody boasted of color. Solomon gives her dinner and gets too much salt in the dinner. She gets up at night to get some water and he assaults her. He don't sound like no gentleman to me. I'm perfectly willing to leave Solomon in history, but not as a man of wisdom or integrity, or a man who had enough gentlemanly charm to treat a royal African woman the way a royal African woman needed to be treated. I'm not talking. I'm going to take him out of here. Okay, now, I'm saying because people emphasize what they want to emphasize, We are approaching the 500-year anniversary of Christopher Columbus' alleged discovery of America. And I maintain he discovered absolutely nothing. How are we going to celebrate? Blacks are all geared to celebrate. The Caribbean islands are all geared to celebrate. What are they celebrating? Because had this man been kind to the labor supply in the Caribbean islands, it wouldn't have been necessary to bring Africans here. The Africans came out of Africa to the so-called New World. Their first encampment was the Caribbean islands. We have misunderstood the Caribbean islands, and the Caribbean people have misunderstood the Caribbean islands. Because they spend so much time saying, I'm different from those other people, they quite forget that the incubator, the rehearsal for slavery was in the Caribbean islands. And there it was harder than in the United States because they broke the slaves there for the American market. Later on, certain circumstances, plus the fact that they became the majority on the island, and the lazy Englishman who was brought to do certain technical labor didn't work out, and they became the craftsmen, the shoemakers, the ship repair people, the armorers, the ammunition repair people. They repaired the sugar mills, and they developed a skillful class that was not only skillful but so needed that they had to lighten the load on that class, and that created a Caribbean free man ahead of the creation of a similar class in the United States, especially in New England. Why am I going all of this way to come back to the preservers of African history? Because in preserving African history, it is something that I study all of the time. It is a consistent thing with me, like breathing, forever inquiring into things. And this is why I regret that I do not have the visual facility that I used to have. And one of the reasons why is that I like to examine documents. I like to freshen up things. And I like to forever be poking in corners of libraries, digging up books that most people haven't read. And even if they knew about them, they're too difficult to read, or they think they're too difficult to read. Because the mission of getting proper information on my people in the world has been an overriding permission of my life, to search for the basic truth. I had 50 years or more of direct relationship to communists and socialists. And when the final break came, it came over my pursuit of the absolute truth. And even if it goes against Karl Marx, what Karl Marx has said, if it's the truth, it is the truth. I'm not against Marx. What he said about class and economics is applicable to Europe. It is not applicable to the rest of the world, because in the rest of the world, culture and religion prevails over class and economics. And if you want to approach the economic condition in these countries, you got to approach it through an understanding of that culture and that religion. I've explained to you why a big nation, an old nation like China, had a falling out with a young European nation like Russia. Not because they disagreed ideologically, but they differed culturally. You don't let Junior come in the house and be the boss when he hasn't gone through those paces that gives him that knowledge to rule. He's not to rule. He hasn't been trained to rule. He has been trained to understand. Now, one more item and I'm going to go to the subject. I've been in the community a lot. The last 3 weeks I have visited a different school each week. And I am encouraged each time. And this morning I visited a school 3 blocks from my house, John B. Russwam School, 135th Street and 5th Avenue. The questions that our young people are asking, the inquiries that they are making, the challenges that they are throwing down to you, tell me something that encourages me in spite of all the nonsense about crack. No children on crack can ask me questions like that intelligently, if they were doing it intelligently. We have underneath and after all of these crack dealers and crack sellers, it's over publicized. We have a strong and helpful young crop of young people coming up who will do business and do it right. But we have to nurture that crop, we have to train that crop, we have to encourage that crop. We got kids who said that, all right, so came from a one-parent family. I'm not going to let that throw me. So I'll do what I can with what I have. I heard an interview with Thurgood Marshall a few months ago, and we said, someone asked him, in the final analysis, what do you think people should say of you? He said, they should say he did the best he could with what he had. It was an evening when I was a little bit depressed. I had a whole lot of new books and I could barely read them or even read the titles because I'd lost so much eyesight. I roamed through my books like an ancient wino roaming through a wine cellar, sipping here, sipping there, reading a paragraph here. It's one of the great joys of my existence to go through my own library that's packed on every floor in my house. Reading a little bit from each book sometime, just picking one up and remembering the last time I opened it. When I began to think that I can't do that anymore, I can't go upstairs and locate in my civil rights library, locate the documents on the pamphlets at once. I have to feel my way now. Probably it was on that shelf, or maybe not. Probably I left it some other place. The best A papers of my students is Cornell, some of the finest papers I've ever read coming from. I can't do that anymore. So I was a little depressed, and I heard this interview, and Thurgood Marshall said that in the final analysis, just tell him I hope they say he did the best he could with what he had left. I said, well, the hell, there's nothing else for me to do. Basic health left. I have a phenomenal memory left. I can still walk. I can still lecture. I can still do a whole lot of things. Within this year, I have finished 3 books. I'm not ready for the boneyard. And what has enhanced me and made me feel good about myself, my community, and my people is that in these last 3 weeks going from one school to the other and finding black teachers on the case and white teachers trying to get on the case, and white teachers beginning to understand if you don't do some teaching now, you ain't gonna make it to no black schools because these black kids and all their curiosity, they ain't asking no mild, neat questions anymore. This morning, a kid got up in class and said that about the word African American and black and color. I'm black and my classmate sitting next to me is light. How did both of us get to be Afro-American? Yeah. Now I got to explain the fact that
The slave ships didn't bring any African Americans. The slave ships didn't bring any Caribbean. The slave ships didn't bring any high yellows or low yellows. Most of us left Africa on the same boat, the same color. One ship dropped us off, dropped some off in the West Indies, came over and dropped us off over here. We lacked the ability to protect our women on the shores of Africa. We lacked the ability to protect them on the ship. We lacked the ability to protect them once they got off of the ship. And certain liberties were taken when we had not the ability to protect them. Certain liberties were taken. Certain NF people began to practice on them for their sexuality or their misconception of sexuality. And they began a process called bastardization. This process almost destroyed the Haitian Revolution. It has stunted the development of modern Jamaica. Oh, then in Jamaica will look you dead in the eye and say, no. Push Garvey out the first time, pushed him out the second time. Because that group was so strong, they could call the tune. Same group that elected a Boston hustler as their prime minister. Now that they made a drastic change, it's not so drastic because the one thing Mandela knows from his father, because his father was a greater nationalist than he was. He was just a little an arrogant black Englishman, but his father really knew and loved the Jamaica from a nationalistic point of view, and realized that there would be an emergence in Jamaica of people other than the Light Brigade who's going to give Jamaica a new lease on life politically. And Mandela understands one thing: he may be the last of the big mulatto rulers of Jamaica. He don't regret it, because he said a set of circumstances has made Jamaica the most stratified island in the Caribbean, one of the most stratified nations in the world. And he says, I am the result of it. But all he is doing is to prove it to the group that though he is almost white, in heart and in commitment, he is as Jamaican as any other Jamaican. So that in the final analysis, he can say, paraphrasing Othello, I have done the state some good, and they know it, in spite of everything. And that is true. It's some misguided concepts he had to work out, had some misguided diplomatic concepts he had to work out, and he may not have worked all of them out. But he can see now in a clearer light than he ever saw before, because he knows the danger zones. And you know, if you're going to go near them, he's got to go with protection. Now, all of this is a preface to the speech that I will now begin. What have we done to preserve the history of African people in the world? I would like to take a look at some of the non-African preservers of our history and to dispel the idea that all white people have been against our history and against our proper place in history. Now, we like to tell a whole lot of stories about whites, and sometimes it's an easy out. So they did it. But as a matter of truth, all the time Europeans were distorting African history, there were groups of Europeans saying, no, that is not true. And this started in the ancient time. And we must go over now. We must now read some of these ancient texts. And most of them have been translated into English. We must now start with the first European eyewitnesses to Africa. The ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, the ancient Persians,
These first eyewitnesses spoke well of Africa. The first eyewitness to leave us a good account was Herodotus. Herodotus came to Africa around 450 BC. Though Egypt was in decline by then, hadn't been occupied by a whole lot of people, and the Iranians were still there, bastardizing the country, destroying the statues. He said then that Africa has more to offer in decline than Greece had to offer on its way up. And he traveled. He saw that Africa, old now, almost torn down by foreigners, still had more to offer than a young Europe. And he said that when he traveled from east to west, south to north, he said the tint of complexion of the Ethiopians are the same as that of the same. But he said the tint of complexion of the Libyans sometimes look like dark-skinned Romans. In other words, there was a likeness in the complexion of the Libyans, but they were not less African. And he also said that what made him a great reporter is that when the Africans told him something that he didn't believe, he said, the Africans tell me this, but I tend not to believe it. Now these eyewitnesses, these early preservers of African history, and who put it down, Herodotus, the 2-volume work, the best is the 1-volume Herodotus by Rawlinson. Rawlinson's work is the best. If you got plenty of time, get the 4-volume Rawlinson with the field notes. He did more than a translation. He did an interpretation of every chapter. Many people have preserved our history when we were not in a position to do so. This was followed by both Romans and Greeks. Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, and another writer who wrote a book called Natural History, Diodorus of Sicily, known as Diodorus Siculus. His natural history gives you the history of African people before the coming of the Europeans. And with the coming of the Europeans, a great African scholar, with the coming of the Romans, began to first teach the Romans African history. When he saw they were making poor use of it, he began to distort it himself. His name was Manetho. And when you go back, you want to know the ancient dynasties of ancient Egypt, and in that chronological sequence, we go back to Manetho. Now, Dr. Ben and other writers have preserved all of this. Sheikh Anta Diop has preserved all of this. John Jackson in Chicago has preserved all of this, and John Jackson has written what he said is his last novel, and every time John Jackson gets in a serious illness, he calls people in to write his obituary. Well, I've done all I can now. Farewell, carry on. Then he go live another 10 years. John Jackson has written a book that's coming out soon called The Ages of Gold and Silver, a black man's interpretation of the whole world, not just Africa. Africa's in there in its proper place. But John Jackson looked at all the societies of the world. He said, that's his swan song, his magnum opus. He won't go any further. I leave it to you young people. Now, John Jackson could be 83. I've attended his 79th birthday 3 times because he said he's 79th and holy. John Jackson is from one of the light-skinned families in North Carolina. He, now that his hair is snow white, he looks more like a Georgia cracker than ever. He goes to his home in
in Chicago, little black toughs who never read any of his books, know that this man has made the greatest inquiry into the religious significance of history of any man alive. Know nothing about his work on the African origins of the legend of the Garden of Eden, the pagan origins of the Christ myth, when he traced the Christ story through 26 civilizations, all 1,000 miles apart. His African origins of Christianity, and his book he came out a few years ago, no, just 2 years ago, Christianity Before Christ, when he showed that every element that went into Christianity existed in other religions before Christianity. He's not against Christianity, but he's dealing with its formal beginnings. And that what the African created was a great body of spirituality. You must make a clear distinction between spirituality and religion. Because spirituality is bigger than religion. Either religion comes out of spirituality or religion is not. So they extracted from African spirituality different concepts that they use to create their religion. I'm talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They created for the world a God complex, a God concept different from the Africans. The Africans had no gods of vengeance, no gods of doom. We gave the world its first salvation-oriented religion. And everything was extracted from that. The African created no God that cursed anybody, for least of all for laughing at his father's nakedness after he's had too much wine. Least of all. So the Noah story is really Jewish folklore. And because black people will not deal with folklore, most black people don't know how to read the Bible. If they read it, they would get much more out of it. But if they stop saying all of it is the truth, they could find the essential part that is the truth and separate it from the part that is the truth to the part that is folklore. They can understand that many times stories are told to illustrate a point, and if the illustration is true, the story need not be true. But it is told as a teaching lesson. In an age when people did not read widely, stories were told, teaching was made through parables. But if the parable you use to illustrate the truth illustrates the truth well, and if you get the point, the illustration need not be true. All right, now, the Africans were the first preservers of history, because long before Herodotus, long before Pliny the Elder, long before Diodorus Siculus, long before these ancient writers, long before Homer discovered the Africans as a great mysterious people in the Odyssey and the Iliad, long before that, the Africans had written books saying where they came from. We came from the south. They had said that we came from the upper part of the Nile. We came from the headwaters of the Nile, where the great god Hapi dwells, near the mountain of the moon, meaning Kilimanjaro. The Africans had already said that. The foreigners came and discovered that. And with their discovery of this African fact, they began to make the wrong use of it. It seems inconceivable to them that the Africans could have built the pyramids, and yet they have not yet proved that anybody else did the pyramids. How could Europe build the pyramids? Because when the pyramids were built, there was no Europe. How would he build a pyramid in someone else's country before he built a decent pair of shoes in his country? Or a house with a window? Now, these ancient Africans who preserved our history, preserved our ancient spirituality,
when people broke it up into denominations, they began to put one denomination against the other. I wish some of the brothers would actually read the Quran. I brought one here one night, and the brothers who were singing for the first time, Muslim brothers too, singing for the first time, so this is the Quran. They've been reading some other book, Hadith or some other supplement to Islam. This is the real one. Now, my main point is that these ancient visitors to Africa spoke of Africa in glowing terms. And now, the Roman historians, well, the Romans were never as brilliant as the Greeks. Still are not. The Roman could fight well, he could dress well. But really now, he really wasn't a great thinker, still or not. But the Greeks outsmarted themselves because they were so smart and intellectual, they thought they didn't need any army. And those bunch of Roman thugs go there and beat the hell out of them and took over their country. That's still happening. Any gangster can overpower any priest. Does that make the gangster better than the priest? The priest didn't think he needed any power, so he didn't carry a gun. So you have to think about who took over what, who, and what the circumstances of this takeover. Now we're beginning to get a record of the entry of foreigners into Africa. Dr. Ben, who's now teaching in Egypt at El Azhar, something I thought was terribly dangerous for him to do, because I don't think the Arabs will ever admit the truth about their entry and their destruction. He's discovering something which I have suspected all along, and so other scholars. When they burned the famous library at Alexandria, they took most of the books out first. And some of these books were hidden. Ben is beginning to find some of these old books. Wow. I asked him now, he's as close to me as a brother. I said, look, brother, now, kind of dangerous territory. You go in, the Arabs are mean people. They're the most corrupt element within Islam, and they use Islam any kind of way to make their power point. You're going into dangerous territory. Some doors have been opened to me that have been closed for over 1,000 years. He's found actual statues and pictures of the Hittites, the first invaders of Africa. He looked behind the statues, see how the back of their head looked, found the dreadlocks. These were not white people. These were Eastern blacks invading North African blacks. Now, this is because there's so many small things we do not do. Years ago in the Harlem History Club, Wilson Huggins was sent to Geneva to look after our affairs. We were enlightened enough to raise enough money to send Willis Huggins to Geneva. We were making less than 20 a week. I was second salad man at a cafeteria, and I was making $18.50 a week. Wearing tweeds, imported from England, cost me $2 a week until I paid my $50 and got my tweed. I don't mean no imitation tweed. I wore real tweed. No shoes that I had to shine. That was my suede period. $18.50. Great salaries for that day in the late 30s. My main point is that
we were enlightened enough on those small salaries to support Africans in missionary schools in Africa. Well, sometimes the tuition was $30 a year. We would adopt one child, some two. We get the money, got that money there. A great Ugandan named Ernest Kalabala was here then, and he was married to a black American girl. And that kind of Pan-African marriage sometimes makes out for the better for both of us when they get the brother hung up with a good black American sister, and she got whispering in his ears. Some things get together that otherwise wouldn't have gotten together. Now, my main point here in the focus, in telling you that there are many things in our own life that we have missed. That when Huggins was in Geneva and the Young Turks took over the lecture series, John Jackson delivered the first lecture. And we did not have tape recorders, and very few people took notes. John Jackson's first lecture was something nobody believed. They enjoyed the lecture, but nobody believed it. The lecture was The Black Man as an Imperialist, when we ruled other people. You don't conceive of yourself as having once invaded and ruled over other people. You have not even read about what we did in Spain and the humanity of it. You have read that the Muslims in Spain were more tolerant than they've ever been since. So tolerant that they would marry more than that customary 4 wives that the Muslims entitled to, and they would let them remain in the Catholic Church. This started an argument between the Africans and the Arabs, and this argument eventually weakened their hold in Spain. Jackson was telling us that there were periods in our history when we were strong enough to take over other people's country, and we never did to other people what they did to us. We never mutilated native them. We never took their women without consent of the women. We effected a wedding between their culture and our culture to create an amalgam culture that was a complement to both. This is true if you seriously study Irving Van Sertima's work that came from Columbus, dealing with the Africans in ancient America, but dealing with the Africans in the ancient East, and dealing with the Africans in ancient Europe, and how Africans preserved this, and while now we're beginning to understand things about the African presence in Europe we did not understand before. I did the second lecture, primed myself, read and read, till I got my confidence up. Never forget the lecture. It was called An Inquiry into the Racial Identity of Jesus Christ. When you're 23,
unity is really the search for history and the search for definition. And if I might just have a few preliminary words, I'll get on the way. I want to note our personal laws in a voice like John Killens, and then a voice like James Baldwin. I want to notice because a people need spokesmen, and they need people who search out what is needed and what John Killens called long-distance runners, people who can go all the way and go that extra mile. Both John Killens and James Baldwin were unique as writers. John Killens always chose subjects for his novels neglected by others, and mostly Baldwin. Baldwin did something in his novels that made him a monumental figure in the literature of this nation.
he restored the personal essay as a literary form. The personal essay had gone out of style in literature. No one was writing the personal essay well enough for it to hold up as literature. In writing about his personal problems, he wrote about universal problems. And yet, the vantage point from which he wrote was James Baldwin growing up in the Harlem community, trying to resolve the difficulty of being black in a nation that promises so much to his people and delivers so little. He died at home, away from home. And his death in Paris his death in France raises a question. Why so many of our writers, Richard Wright, and so many of our artists, Henry Tanner and others, why so many of them have to leave the United States to find enough peace in order to write? In one of my last conversations with him at Cornell University, he said there's something about the United States that eats into a person's manhood, and he don't feel a whole man in this country. And he have to leave the country to find an intellectual home in order to put his writing down. Sometimes he thinks out things in America, and leave America in order to write them. Nearly all of his books were written abroad, where he had enough peace of mind in order to write. All right, now after this lecture, the last lecture, and I will be here for it, will be called The Lonely Nation Away from Home. It will be solely about Black America. And what is so unique about Black America and what is so misunderstood, because the Black American is really the loneliest of African people outside of Africa, the most misunderstood people outside of Africa, generally misunderstood by other African people, because the nature of the oppression in the United States have made something cruelly unique about the plight of the Black American that other African people have not only not understood, but hadn't even sympathized with. And so many times other African people join with whites in condemning or passing judgment where judgment is not in order, where understanding is in order. We inherited, and I've said this before, the worst of the oppressors. I've also said that Europe dumped its human garbage can into the Western world, and this nation got the worst of that garbage can. The other oppressors, first place, they'd been oppressors before, and they developed some style and technique in oppression. This nation still has no style and technique. It's very crude and no manners. And the Black American had to face something that others have not had to face. Years ago, when I first went to Haiti, and I felt a liberation
said, at last I'm in a country where black people rule. I can sit any place I want to on the bus. The fact that it was some of the most uncomfortable buses I've ever sat in my life didn't matter at all. The important thing, I could sit any place I please on an uncomfortable bus, and it wasn't uncomfortable to me because I could sit any place I please. I could look at a policeman, he was black. The fact that they were some of the most corrupt, head-beating policemen in the world, I didn't know, and I didn't take into consideration they were just as brutal as any other police in the world. But the fact that they were black intrigued me. When I came out of the South, every white person was a policeman. Any white person can beat your head. Now, this is not generally true in the Caribbean islands, not generally true in Africa. I'm not saying that there's no oppression there. There is oppression there. It's of a different nature, but it's still oppression. Slavery in the Western world, African slavery, started in the Caribbean. In fact, the slaves were taken to the Caribbean to be broken before they were sent to the United States for well over 100 years, before America began to develop the kind of shipping that would go directly to Africa and pick up slaves other than to buy them from that market. All right, now, indirectly into the subject, I have been preparing all week a short history of Pan-Africanism, which is a history of unity. And I have been examining a lot of interesting phenomena that I have been looking at through the years and talking to the creators of it through the years. Fortunately, of the three great Pan-Africanists who came from Trinidad, I knew two of them personally, and one's still alive. And I talked to him, I argued with him no later than last year, C.L.R. James. I knew Padmore in Ghana when he was advisor to Nkrumah. In examining the trends of Pan-Africanism that actually started in the Caribbean, and yet, though it started in the Caribbean, Pan-Africanism had unified one island in the Caribbean. Although the theory starts there, principally because the greatest theoreticians the Caribbeans have ever produced are generally driven out of the Caribbean, and they generally function away from home. Now, at the conference on Marcus Garvey in Jamaica a few weeks ago, I delivered a paper on state formation in the 20th century as advocated by Marcus Garvey. I was pointing to his finest gift and why he became popular and other men advocating approximately the same thing did not inject that one ingredient, the control of a state or the state. And he introduced the concept of state formation. And introducing the concept of state formation, he also dealt with how we lost the nation state. This is where I began to talk about tonight's lecture. The nation state and how we lost it. And if we're ever going to have unity again, have a correct perception of our history again, we're not only going to have to know what the nation state is, but how we controlled a nation state without any assistance from other people, and how we will not only lost the nation state, but how we lost the concept
that we once had the nation state and were programmed into dependency. And this came principally through the laws of the history of a people. And one of the things Marcus Garvey was trying to restore was that concept of history that made you believe again in your ability to control the nation state. Now, I said in my talk in Jamaica, it angered a lot of Jamaicans, except the Rastas, because the Rastas agreed. I said, Marcus Garvey is 47 years dead. We are hailing him as a national hero. If Marcus Garvey were alive today in Jamaica, there are some Jamaicans who would stone him to death. And so some of the intellects said, no. The same day they announced over the radio that they were giving medals to the Jamaicans who participated in the invasion of Grenada. Nothing could be more anti-Marcus Garvey than for one black nation to crush the freedom of another black nation. That single act was so anti-Garvey, it was figuratively stoning Marcus Garvey to death, taking him out of the grave. Because I had said in a previous lecture, and almost had to fight my way out of the hall, I said, with the election of the Bostonian conman, the best thing you can do for Marcus Garvey, the most honorable thing you can do for him, is to go to Kings Park and take his bones out of that grave and throw them into the sea. Because you have dishonored him by saying, of all the brilliant minds produced in Jamaica and in the Caribbean islands, there's not one that I think is worthy of ruling over me. And then, soon after, some of the followers of the Bostonian called and said, we know who you are, and if you ever come to Jamaica again, be prepared to go straight from the airport to a Jamaican jail or to a Jamaican undertaker. So years had passed, and I had not been in Jamaica again. I wasn't prepared to go to a Jamaican undertaker or to a Jamaican jail. I arrived happily surrounded by my beautiful and wonderful Jamaican friends, arguing over who I was going to have dinner with the first night, giving me all of the beautiful island hospitality that I had grown accustomed to years ago, finding all the warmth and the gentleness that I had when I lived in Jamaica. I felt no fear at all that anybody was going to do anything to me at all. Went to the university. The Rasta brothers were there, talking sense and nonsense as usual. And as usual, saying that we Rastas never been. I'm listening as usual with some degree of respect and wonderment. But I wonder how did such a country of wonderful and beautiful people got so mixed up politically when it could be the political jewel of the Caribbean Sea. And I think principally because it lost its concept of history. There is a story told about Suma, and an old man years later comes upon the idea, see, there's nothing left of the great Sumerians. Then he asked another, what happened to them? And the other old man answers, they lost their history and they died. And when a people lose their concept of history, they die politically and culturally. They are in confusion. All right, now let's go back and see what kind of nation state we had before we lost the state. What kind of universities, what kind of scholars. It is hard for you to conceive with all the anti-African propaganda that you were once the masters of a nation state, not only the equal to Europe, but had a university system better than the Europe of that day. Let's go back now to the 1400s, when Europe is coming out of its bind after the Crusades. It was a drain on European talent, drain on European money, drain on their treasuries. Although they were rapers and robbers and brought a whole lot of wealth back into Europe, but the cost of the Crusades was so high, the net loss was far in excess of what they had gained. Now, this period is over. Famines, plagues have taken 1/3 of the population of Europe. Europeans had not discovered or developed the regular use of soap and water. You think he is antiseptically clean, always been that way. You should study a book called Dirt, which deals with the history of sanitation, or the lack of it, in Europe. All right, now, when Europe learns how to build ships again, when they go out into the world again to replenish their food supply, their energy supply, they have to take it from other people. The other people, being unsuspecting, are surprised and are defeated. Now they have to create a rationale, a reason for having done so, because you cannot successfully oppress a historical people. So you've got to take most of the world out of history. So you have to forget what they did for you. You have to try to forget or rationalize what you did to them. And so the great states in inner West Africa, called the Western Sudan, are going. They have to forget Timbuktu. They have to forget the great educational centers, especially Sankore, one of the great universities of the world of that day. 2 universities, Sankore, Salamanca in Spain. They have to literally make slaves out of the Africans who had maintained these great universities. Now, what the African people are losing is their concept of history and a place in history. Now, being brought to the New World, being given a Bible that they did not write,
not seeing any image of themselves inside of it, they began to have the illusion that they played no role in the involvement of history. Now, it is not until the 1700s that we began to suspect that we have played a role. When we began to suspect we played a role, there is a kind of unity between the Caribbean free man and the African American free man that should exist today, that unfortunately does not exist, because at that period in history, the Caribbean free man didn't call himself a West Indian or Caribbean. The black America didn't call himself an American. Both of them had a unity because both of them called themselves Africans. And both of them saw there was only one interest, and that was the interest of African people. All right, now, because the climate in the West Indies had changed, it had not changed to the point of eliminating slavery, but the craftsmen had gained their freedom and had gained a voice and some mobility. So there began to be a traveling Caribbean person. Many of them came to the United States looking for better opportunities. So now, in the 1700s, a man came from Barbados, Prince Hall. He heard all of the talk about liberty and justice, and he assumed that they were talking about us. He assumed wrongly, of course. And he was told, if you own property, you could get justice. So he bought some property. Didn't get any justice. So if you're a preacher, you get justice. Became a preacher. Nothing changed. Then he told you got to have an organization. So he got himself an organization. Applied to the British to get a Masonic order charter. Couldn't get it. Finally got it from an Irish regiment who was angry with the British. He started the Masonic order. First black Masonic order. Did he call it that? No. He called it the African Lodge. Now this was a responsible organization, not a bunch of liquor-lapping hounds that you see today. No social climbers. No ladies showing off new dresses. These were responsible people. These were free blacks working toward the freedom of the slaves, meeting for serious reasons. Now, they began to underwrite the first writings about our history. In other words, the first writings about our history had to be subsidized. Prince Hall and his group were wise enough to realize that the writer had no money of any consequence, but he could write well. If he knew what he was writing about, we would give him a little money to sit down and let him finish his book. So many of the escaped slaves sit down in the lodge and finish their narrative about their life in slavery. Then they began to have newspapers much later. Peter Ogden from Antigua had found the Odd Fellows. Now, why am I emphasizing the Caribbean input into the early Afro-American freedom struggle? Because they had a little more freedom at this juncture, freedom of movement, than the black American. And they did not use it as proud, arrogant prowess, came over beating breasts, and I got more freedom than you, my slave master is better than you. They didn't use it that nonsense. They said, well, let me go over and see if I can give you a hand. And that's what they did. These were able men.